Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the meeting of the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary. This morning and this afternoon, we'll have a lot of work sessions on bills that we've previously conducted public hearings on. We will start our day with committee member introductions and then move into our work sessions. I will try to post in the chat the order of bills that we're hearing today, and so that everybody is aware of them. But our first couple bills will be 858 and then 842. And let's see, as we do work sessions on bills, I just want to let the public and to know, and as a reminder to committee members, during the public hearings, we really hear from the public. The work session is our opportunity as a committee to discuss the bills that are before us and to cast votes on those bills. We do invite bill sponsors to be part of the panel when we're discussing their bills. We sometimes bring in people who are members of administrative agencies or otherwise are here to provide kind of specialized information about legislation that we need in order to cast our votes, but it's not typically a time for members of the public to participate in because that is what we use the public hearing for. Also, we do have a chat function. People who are here for work sessions and are in the attendee space do have access to the chat function, but it is not part of the work session. And we ask that you just use that for technological issues that you would like us to address. And so with that, we can start with committee member introductions. And Representative Newell, we'll start with you this morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I am Rena Newell. I am the Passamaquoddy Tribal Representative. Thank you.
Representative Evangelos.
Good morning, everyone. Jeffrey Evangelos, House District 91, and I represent the towns of Washington, Waldoboro, Friendship, and Union.
Representative Poirier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Jennifer Poirier. I represent House District 107, which is all of Skowhegan and part of Madison.
Representative Thorne.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Jim Thorne. I represent District 103, which is Carmel, Herman, and a portion of Etna up in beautiful Penobscot County.
Representative Libby.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Laurel Libby, and I'm coming to you from Augusta today. I represent District 64, which is part of Auburn and all of Minot. And I believe this is Happy National Police Week.
Representative Sheehan.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. My name is Erin Sheehan, and I am proud to represent Biddeford's House District 12.
Representative Moriarty.
Good morning, all. I'm Steve Moriarty, coming to you live from sunny District 45, which consists of Cumberland and part of Bray.
Representative Babbage.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Babbage. I represent House District 8. And today, I'm on May 11th, I'm under the sunny blue skies of Kennebunk.
Representative Harnett and co-chair and Representative Harnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome everyone to today's meeting of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Tom Harnett. I represent House District 83, which is the town of Farmingdale and the city of Gardner, where I live. Thank you.
And we are joined today by our committee analyst, Peggy Reinsch, and also our committee clerk, Susan Panett. They'll be helping us throughout the day with this important work. So thank you all. And with that, I'll introduce myself. I'm Ann Carney. I represent Senate District 29, which includes South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, and a little sliver of Scarborough. And I'm happy to be here and chairing the committee meeting today. And with that, we will open our work session on LD 858. I will bring over the bill sponsor and we'll get started momentarily. Welcome, Representative McCrate.
Thank you.
And Peggy, whenever you're ready, I think we're ready for your analysis.
Okay, great. Thank you. LD 858 is an act to expand recovery services to persons on probation. And the focus of this bill is to address situations where a person on probation has a condition. One of their conditions of probation is to refrain from the use of drug use and use or excessive use of alcohol. So that's what that reference in the bill to section 1807 subsection 2 paragraph I is. And the purpose of the bill is to say when somebody, that's one of their conditions of probation and that's what they violate, instead of saying that violation is a crime, the probation officer should be referring them, if it seems appropriate, to appropriate services, whether it's a recovery coach or recovery support services or a certified intentional peer support specialist. So the first page of the bill is defining all those terms. And then the second page of the bill is applying them in the different places where somebody it might be violating their probation conditions. And basically what it says is if the violation is because they were told to refrain from drug use and use or excessive use of alcohol, it would not be considered a crime so much as the probation officer would be expected to help them find the services they need or refer them. The last page of the bill, if the condition of probation has probable cause, that the probation officer has probable cause to believe, that's where it spells out, is that paragraph I. The person may be required to comply with an additional sanction, but that sanction may not consist of incarceration. So there is some consequence. Or the person may be referred to a certified recovery coach, certified intentional peer support specialist, or a qualified recovery support service if participating in that recovery work is determined by the probation officer to be likely to be appropriate and of positive value to the person. Just real quick, the Department of Corrections proposed an amendment that I think carries out the same purpose, but they kind of narrowed the focus a little bit, and it's at the back of the bill analysis. It starts on page 9. It was also attached to Commissioner Liberty's testimony. Instead of making those changes in 8 and 9 and 10, instead it would add a new sentence at the end that says, this subsection does not apply to a violation of a condition of probation imposed pursuant to 1807(2) paragraph I, when there is no alleged violation that constitutes a crime except as set out in section 1814. And so that's how the Department of Corrections recommends the bill be amended, but to carry out the same purposes is my understanding.
Thank you very much, Peggy. And we're going to hear from the bill sponsor on the proposed amendment, and then we'll open it up for committee questions to our analyst and also to the bill sponsor. And welcome, Representative McCrate, to the Judiciary Committee.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and committee. I very much appreciate the Department of Corrections weighing in with their amendment. There are two things that I have concerns about, however. One is that in 4 on the 3rd page, I just would like to make sure that the idea is someone in recovery may relapse. So I just want to make sure that we're remembering that in anything we pass. So if a person declines the referral, or if they relapse, when they're part of recovery services, that should not mean they go to jail. It should mean one of the other sanctions would be used, or try again if it's a relapse in recovery. I just don't want it to take away the whole point of the bill, is that recovery is not easy. Relapses are expected. So that's one. And then the other, number 5, just a concern to make sure that if the probation officer has concern that someone may return to use, they're worried about them. Maybe they're worried that they might overdose, which is obviously tremendously concerning, that doesn't send them back to jail. That sends them perhaps to the ER for an assessment, where they could be assessed by a licensed professional appropriate to make that determination, but not to jail. Otherwise, I think this looks, I'm very appreciative of this. And as those I worked with on this bill repeated, the department's moving that way toward understanding and referring, but I want to make sure that we're not missing that that's how we're moving, but sometimes we still do. So this would make it so that we don't send somebody to jail because they've, when it's not related to their crime.
Thank you, Representative McCrate. Did you have specific language proposed, or perhaps Representative Harnett might? Let me just call. Well, first of all, did you have specific language that you wanted us to change?
Well, I think it's just, I do for the first one. I'm in 3 committees right now.
Oh, wow. I think you may have emailed it to.
Yes.
So let me check my paperwork here. So in section 4, it seemed like your concern was about language about the person who fails to fulfill the additional conditions.
Right.
So,
no one, well, it's just that no one who's referred to or agrees to participate in recovery services should be violated for, in quotes, failure. Recovery can't be forced.
okay.
It just needs to be clear that it doesn't allow revocation of probation. That would be the only change.
Okay. And then in section 5?
In section 5, it says, notwithstanding, in the department's language, notwithstanding other provisions of this, in the subchapter, a probation officer may arrest a person for a violation of a condition imposed pursuant to section 1807, subsection 2, and may commence probation revocation proceedings if that officer has probable cause to believe the person has committed a violation and determines there's a significant risk to safety of others, or the person cannot be managed through a non-custodial response. So language that would just say they're assessed to determine if they present a risk to self or others.
Okay, so it's not the so that it's not the probation officer who's making that assessment, but some kind of a healthcare provider.
Yeah, and I would say almost in concert, the probation officer has the concern, which is not a bad thing, but to make sure that they get that double checked by somebody who is qualified to make that determination, which I would say could be in the ER, or if they're in treatment with a particular person, they could have that person assessed. But I think realistically, the ER is more likely to be where they could get quick assessment.
Okay, that's great. That is very helpful. Thank you. I see Representative Harnett has his hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you. And I was just looking, Representative McCrate, at language that you sent earlier this week. And I believe you wanted the words assessment by a qualified professional inserted into paragraph 5, is that correct?
Yeah, that would be, I think that would cover it. It doesn't need to say ER. I'm assuming it would be through the ER, but a qualified professional who could be a substance abuse or substance use disorder counselor, but that might be difficult. So I'm trying to make it broader, an assessment by a qualified person.
Okay, thank you. And I need to leave to go to another committee. I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Representative Arnett. And then I see that we have a question by Representative Libby. Before we get to that, I just wanted to ask our analyst Peggy, the first concern that the bill sponsor raised about, whether the second paragraph of section 4 on page 3 of the amendment sort of would put the person in jeopardy of having the of being returned to jail. Is that language that you think we could develop in the course of today's work session? Do you have any suggestions for us?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think I'd have to spend a little more time on that, about how to, what 4 says, what you do is you kind of add a condition that the person, the first one is you add a condition that the person is referred to some kind of recovery services. And then the second paragraph says if they agree to that and then they fail, right? That's a violation, and probation revocation proceedings can be commenced. I just want to make sure, what you're looking at for what becomes that requirement is that they participate, but they don't necessarily have to, they can still relapse even though they're participating, I guess. So I'm not sure how you define the person fails to fulfill the additional conditions. What does it mean to fail to fulfill those conditions? And then what's the consequence for failing? It looks like it's a revocation of probation, which means back to incarceration. And I think both of those things were raised by Representative McCreight as concerns, right?
Yes.
Yeah, if I can jump in, just the word failure is a problem. And being reincarcerated is a problem. If you're willing, Megan Sway is in the waiting room and may be able to help with how to make sure we're wording this right.
Okay, that's a great suggestion. Let's take, I think we might have some committee questions, and then perhaps we can invite Ms. Megan Sway to join us. Go ahead, Representative Libby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions. The first of all, for the sponsor, and thank you for being here today, Representative McCreight. My first question is, as you may or may not know, we heard another bill earlier in this session, and there was a lot of conversation regarding assessing someone who may or may not be a risk to others. And so in looking at this, looking at the amendment, and I'm trying to figure out where this would fall in your bill. In that case, there are parameters being put in for a telehealth assessment, and I realize this is a different bill and a different issue. But if we're looking at someone potentially being a risk to the safety of others, that's the reason that the folks in the prior bill are not being taken to the ER. So I don't want to replicate that process where we take someone to the ER who might be a risk to the safety of others. And so I wonder if you have anything to add around that. And the other question, I'm just trying to figure out the logistics of both the original bill and the amendment. If, say, somebody who is on probation, they whatever word you want to use, they fail this program 3-4 times. At that point, probation still can't be revoked. Is that what I'm understanding?
Well, first of all, relapse does tend to be multiple times. It's not unexpected at all that it's a getting into recovery is a process. The idea of this would be, as Commissioner Liberty mentioned, graduated sanctions are part of this. It's not that there aren't sanctions, but they're not sending somebody back to jail when it has nothing to do with the crime they were committing, they were convicted of, or a new crime. So you might re-refer to recovery because it takes multiple times often, or you might do one of the other provisions, community service, something like that. It's just the going back to jail that's the problem, because as you heard testimony, that doesn't help people enter long-term recovery. It disrupts their lives even more. As to your first question, I didn't hear the other hearing, of course, but and I know you're very familiar with emergency rooms and emergency departments. When I was doing social work, clinical counseling, if we had somebody at risk, they did go to the ER. That was where they went. If telehealth is something you'd like to add, I'm fine with that. But I didn't hear the other bill, but I don't know why you would exclude the ER as an option.
Thank you.
Representative Moriarty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question for Representative McCrate and or Peggy. Where does it explicitly say that a violation of a condition of probation is not in and of itself a separate crime?
Well, violation of probation specific to use of drugs or alcohol, not other violations.
Okay, where does it say that? I just, could be my problem. I just haven't found it.
Peggy can.
Right, I think maybe I misspoke. I don't think a violation of probation is necessarily a crime. I think you just lose your probation.
Your probation is revoked. And a condition of probation oftentimes includes no use of drugs or alcohol, whether it has anything to do with what got them in trouble in the first place. So it's just saying that you wouldn't revoke probation simply because someone used drugs or alcohol, as long as they're not committing a crime or it's not related to the original crime.
All right. Okay. I have one follow-up question dealing with section 9. Sometimes, even in a short paragraph, there are a number of cross references, and you kind of find yourself bouncing from pillar to post and not really knowing where you come out. And that's where I am with section 9. Peggy, is there kind of a straightforward, plain English summary of that you can sort of articulate?
So section 9 of the bill, which is also section 9 in Commissioner Liberty's, no, it's not.
Let's see.
At some point.
The bill is section 9, amends 17A 1812 subsection 4. Commissioner Liberty's amendment to that section is he's listed as section 10. So
I'm looking at the commissioner's language.
Okay. So section 9, okay, that's a little bit different, is amending section 810 of the statute, which is commencement of probation revocation proceedings by summons. So this is how a probation officer would start the revocation proceeding for probation. And so this says, this is the standard power of the probation officer. If the probation officer has probable cause to believe that the person has violated a condition of probation, that officer may deliver to that person. So they give them a summons, or cause to be delivered to that person, a summons ordering the person to appear for a court hearing on the alleged violation. So that is a violation of probation. Go to court, the court can revoke your probation.
Okay,
Okay, so the commissioner's language is saying this doesn't apply, that you can't start the process if it's what you violated was the condition that you refrain from drug use. If there's no other allegation that that the alleged violation constitutes a crime.
right. Okay, thank you then.
Representative Libby, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm trying to figure out, I'm reading through this amendment and the original bill. So first of all, is there an amendment from the sponsor or just the one amendment?
There is the amendment from the Department of Corrections.
Okay.
And then the sponsor has requested that we add to paragraph 5, which is the very last section of the department's amendment.
Okay.
Do you need me to recite that language, or you all
Yes,
set?
if you wouldn't mind. I was looking for a sponsor's amendment, and so I didn't realize they were one and the same.
Okay, yeah, and so paragraph 5, which is at the very end of the DOC amendment, the third line down speaks to believing that the person has committed a violation of the condition, and the sponsor would like us to insert an assessment by a qualified professional determines there is a significant risk to the safety of others, or the person cannot be managed through non-custodial response. Okay. So it's just inserting those words, an assessment by a qualified professional, before the word determines. And then we do have a concern about using the word fails at the very end of the second line of the second paragraph of section 4, which is also on page 3 of the DOC amendment. And Representative Newell has a question, and we also have Megan Sway here, who may be able to help us with amendment language for the word fail. So let's go to Representative Newell and then Megan Sway. Go ahead, Representative Newell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please excuse me. Can I get some direction on locating the amendment? I've been looking everywhere in my ledge mail, in the committee materials.
So the amendment is attached to Commissioner Liberty's testimony, but I pasted it right into the bill analysis. I emailed the bill analysis, and it is posted in the electronic LD file. And I can re-email it to you if you'd like.
No, I just found 11 pages. Peggy.
Yes, there you go. You got it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Great. All right. So I'm just going to call on Megan Sway to please, are you able to help us with some language to use a word other than the word fails, and to better carry out the purpose of this bill?
Hi, good morning. Megan Sway, Policy Director at the ACLU of Maine. Thank you. I was wondering if, so the department has edited that second paragraph in under referral, the second paragraph there. If the person agrees in writing to the additional conditions under subsection 1, 3, or 4, and I was wondering if it was just 1 or 3, then revocation can happen. And that way, if they don't comply with the graduated sanctions, that is a reason for revocation, but you just take out the referral as a reason for revoking. And that way you're not failing in your, I don't know what a failure in the referral process would mean. And I think probably that gets pretty nitty gritty for legislation, but that might still allow you to hold someone responsible and revoke probation if they don't comply with graduated sanctions, which oftentimes means meeting more often with a probation officer, curfews, things like that, that would be something you could revoke for, but that for the referral itself, we're not subjecting that to a revocation. And to me, that's the cleanest way without doing a lot of rewriting of the statute.
Thank you for that suggestion. I'm going to ask you a follow-up question if you don't mind,
Of course.
because we're all trying in our minds and as we're looking at the paper, trying to envision what this will look at. Could you please read the first sentence of the second paragraph of section 4, where you suggested the changes? Read it, please, as it would read if we made the changes that you're suggesting.
If the person agrees in writing to the additional conditions under subsection 1 or 3, the conditions must be implemented. If the person does not agree, or if the person fails to fulfill the additional conditions to the satisfaction of the probation officer may commence probation revocation proceedings under section 1809 or 1810 for the violation that the probation officer had probable cause to believe occurred.
Okay, thank you. And so so we're striking the reference to subsection 2 and 4. And again, if you could just remind us what subsection 2 and 4 would be. It looks like 2 was actually crossed out, but.
Yeah, so 2 is crossed out in the bill, or is crossed out in the amendment. I think we altered it in the original bill. But this would mean if a person agreed to participate in a public restitution program or agreed to graduated sanctions and they failed in that agreement, then the revocation proceedings could commence. I think my understanding with the purpose of this bill was to, in many ways, aid the connection of people to recovery services. And so number 4 would still be important, but would not be a basis for revocation if something didn't go right there.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask you just one more question, if you don't mind.
Of course.
Instead of the word fails, do you think the words does not fulfill would be a more appropriate language choice than the word fails? Or do you feel like fails is the right word to use there?
I think both are fine. I think because we're not talking about someone failing in recovery, and it's instead talking about failing in a public restitution program or failing in a graduated sanction, the failure language, although no one likes to fail, it doesn't have the same stigma, and it would be, to my mind, not necessary to change that language, but I defer to the bill sponsor.
Okay. Now let's hear from the bill sponsor. Representative McCrate, how do you feel about those changes?
No, I think that's fine. My response about failing was just as Megan said, specific to failing in recovery, which is just not appropriate. If the committee prefers does not fulfill, that's even better for me, but either one is fine, as long as you're not talking about something related to a substance use disorder.
Thank you. I'm just now going to turn to our analyst. Peggy, do you think that language addresses the concern?
I think it does, and I apologize that I hadn't had the strike through in the amendment when I pasted it in, which really made it confusing for you. So it would, I think that makes it much clearer, and it doesn't raise the concern that Representative McCrate has about failing in the referral and the recovery services.
Thank you so much, Peggy. Committee members, are there any additional questions for our analyst or for Megan Sway or for the bill sponsor? Not seeing any questions. Committee members, is there discussion on this legislation? Is there a motion? Go ahead, Representative Harnett.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move ought to pass as amended.
Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Evangelos. And Okay, any discussion before we move on to a vote? Go ahead, Representative Libby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to say that I understand and appreciate the intentions of this bill. I will be voting no, ought not to pass. And the reason is that it seems like there's no ultimate recourse. If someone does continue to, whatever word you want to use, fail, someone has to be ready to go into recovery. And if they're not ready and repeatedly show through their behavior and actions that they're not ready, then there needs to be a consequence in the end of that. So understanding the good intentions of the bill, I will be voting ought not to pass.
Any further discussion on the bill? Go ahead, Representative McCray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Representative Libby. I actually agree with you 100%. This isn't that there would be no, if a person is offered recovery, which was one of the reasons that the bill started, was my constituent who's in recovery and on probation, wanted to make sure that that was an option people had. That's where this started. But the bill includes graduated sanctions. So if someone declines recovery services, there can be other sanctions. Those are included. So it's not to say that there's no recourse. It's to say, if you don't choose to take up recovery services, because you're not ready, or it just is the wrong time for whatever reason, that's not a problem, because that's the nature of recovery. It's to say that in itself does not get you reincarcerated. You can decline, you can not follow through and relapse and have other sanctions put in place, or a new try at recovery, something like that. So I don't disagree with you at all. And the bill does include graduated sanctions.
Thank you, Representative McCray. Yeah, and I would just say that that's exactly the reason why I'm supporting the bill, because I think the graduated sanctions are really important to encouraging people to undertake recovery services and to move forward. I think it's a really important piece of legislation. And with that, is the committee ready for the vote? Oh, we have a couple more hands up. Go ahead, Representative Libby, and then Representative Babbage.
Thank you. I would like to be sure that I'm not misunderstanding this bill in any way. It's my understanding that when someone chooses to go into a recovery service, that there's no recourse to go back. The intention of this, other than number 5, is that, and that's in the case of a risk to the safety of others, and that the person can't be managed through non-custodial response. If someone chooses to go into recovery versus participating in restitution or graduated sanction, they go into recovery service, there's no limit to the number of times that they can, violate probation and then just continue in that cycle. And that's what I have an issue with. So if I'm not understanding that correctly, I would love to be corrected, but I don't want to see this become a never-ending cycle of recovery and then off, and then recovery and off, and see folks go into this in bad faith, knowing that they can't be put back in prison, even if they, violate probation because they have chosen recovery.
Can I answer?
Yes, go ahead, Representative McCray.
Thank you. Thanks, Representative Libby. Yeah, but I would just remind you that the issue is not about probation violation related to the crime. It's probation violation about the standards that are so often or almost always put in as a condition that may have nothing to do with the original crime. So if someone has a condition of parole or probation, sorry, that they can't use drugs or alcohol unrelated to what got them in trouble in the first place, and then they're violated and sent back to jail, reincarcerated, that's what we're trying to get at. If if the crime is not related, they violate it, the probation officer does what the probation officer needs to do. I just want them to make a different standard if that's not what the issue is in the first place. I hope that helps.
Thank you so much, Representative McCrate. Representative Babbage, go ahead. We're not able to hear you, Representative.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yes, I understand. So I have to pass as amended the motion. There is a full amendment here, but I wondered if we were including the proposed changes in section 5.
Yes, that is part of the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that, Representative Babbage. Representative Newell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand this as offering an option for a person on probation with the option of entering the recovery program with the possibility of a violation of probation. So then I heard that it would be referred back to the probation officer to do what they need to do. So my question is, how does this change the role of the probation officer in responding? And are there additional referral processes that the probation officer would then utilize to somehow redirect? And I see Representative Libby's questioning as far as repeated violations of probation relating to this. So I'm just asking the question of whether or not there are additional resources or referral mechanisms that are going to be put in place that the probation officer would utilize so that we don't go into violations 2, 3, 4. I'm just asking if there are additional options. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Newell. Go ahead, Representative McCrate.
Thank you. Well, again, this is specific to the violation is not about the original crime. And the original intent of my constituent is let's make sure that people who are on probation know about recovery services and have the option for recovery services. And because we still send people back to be reincarcerated for use, which is not related to the crime, I want to make sure people don't go back to jail or to prison for a violation that had nothing to do with the crime. So if someone is referred for recovery services, that would accomplish step 1 of the original intent of this bill, to make sure that probation officers have awareness of recovery services and that they make those known to people. If someone relapses, which is not uncommon, if someone has a substance use disorder, then maybe they try a different type of treatment. And the probation officer, what I want them to do is help them to do that. But we also have recovery centers, and they're growing in Maine, and they offer these services as well as private practitioners. But Portland, for example, Bath just opened one. They're forgetting the number, 13 or more in the state. That would be a really appropriate referral because they do what you might think of as recovery services of counseling, but they also offer a broader support services. So if someone relapses, they would be in touch with perhaps that recovery center to get more services that they need. The other is the intentional peer support kind of service is, we think of that as more mental health, but oftentimes we're talking about both. And the broader approach is either of those services could help a person. We don't have enough services in Maine, but again, the point is, if your issue is a substance use disorder unrelated to the crime, and there's no new crime, it's a probation violation sort of on that standard list. Why send somebody back to jail when it's going to disrupt their lives and not do them any good? So relapse happens, and it's not just once typically. So let's keep trying till the person is able to enter long-term recovery.
Thank you for your response, Representative McCray. I think I just wanted to really echo those referral services as a point of reference for parole probation officers. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Is the committee ready for the vote? Looks like we are. So this is a motion ought to pass as amended, and the amendments are the changes that we discussed to the second paragraph of section 4 on the last page, and then the addition of the language in the third line of from the bottom of paragraph 5. I think everybody's familiar with that, the proposed amendments. We're ready when you are, Ms. Panett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. Recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Madam Chair, I have 8 members voting in the affirmative, 3 members voting in the negative, and 3 members are absent.
Thank you very much, Ms. Panett. And so the ought to pass as amended motion carries 8-3 with 3 absences. Representative McCray, thank you so much for being with the committee today and for bringing this legislation forward.
Thank you, committee. I appreciate it.
And the next work session we have is on LD.
The minority report would be ought not to pass.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. It takes a team to get this right. Okay, so now we're going to move on to LD 842, an act to reestablish parole. And the sponsor is Representative Evangelos. We'll hear first from our committee analyst, and then we'll hear from Representative Evangelos.
Thank you. So the purpose of this bill is to reinstate parole for everybody. We have a little tiny bit of parole left from people who committed their crimes and were sentenced prior to the criminal code being adopted, which switched into determinative sentencing and did away with parole completely. But anybody whose conviction was prior to that time is still subject to the parole law that was in effect at the time. So this bill would reestablish the option of parole for anybody who is sentenced to the Department of Corrections. It requires, here I've got so many materials here. It establishes who's eligible, how much time you had to have served before you're eligible for parole. It provides counsel for somebody who is up for parole for the parole board to review. It's a pretty comprehensive bill with regard to establishing what is referred to as positive reentry parole, and it's modeled in part on the parole law from the state of Colorado and uses some of the technical aspects of Maine's existing parole law. And Representative Evangelos had prepared an amendment revising the parole board membership, if that's something that you want to go forward and discuss. The you had lots and lots of testimony. The bill analysis includes some information. Representative Evangelos had provided several links of parole systems throughout the country. I asked our researcher, Darlene Shores Lynch in our office, to look at parole in other states where they had abolished parole and then reinstated it. And so there's some information there for you. And I know the Attorney General raised some questions, and one of the questions was about whether this is even constitutional, because can you apply it to somebody who has already been convicted? They committed their crime under the current system and they've been convicted and sentenced. And in looking at the law court decisions, it looks like, and I'm not sure if it was dicta or not, but there was a case in 1985 where two things happened. The legislature had provided so the law court identified the difference between a sentence reduction and parole. And the way the law court described parole, it says parole, however, does not shorten the length of a sentence. That's something the governor can do, is shorten the length of a sentence. Instead, parole is a change in the manner in which a sentence is served, and that the parolee remains under the custody of the institution from which he is released, but executes the unexpired portion of a sentence outside of confinement. So to me, that's the law court saying you can actually impose, you can make parole available retroactively. Just have to be careful how you do it, and you have to make sure you're not actually reducing the sentence. What you're doing, what parole does, it allows somebody to serve the sentence in different situations. The Attorney General also raised the question about how often parole would be reviewed, and there's a provision for appeal of a parole board decision, and that's not completely fleshed out. We're not sure what those circumstances would be, but I think those are things that we could figure out if you're going forward with this.
Thank you very much, Peggy. All right, and I see that the bill sponsor would like to speak with us, and Representative Evangelos, go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Carney. First of all, I did want to tell my colleagues that in my entire legislative service, I have never had such an outpouring of support for this idea. You saw it in the bill analysis, and people continue to write me. In fact, they're writing me from all over the world because some of our incarcerated are foreign nationals. Regarding the amendment, it is simply because the current parole board, it's somewhat of an antiquated operation. There's only, I believe, 4 residents of the Maine State Prison that still qualify for it. So it's really not a highly functional operation that meets regularly anymore. So I borrowed from Rhode Island and New Jersey and Massachusetts, and came up with a fairly straightforward expanded parole board, 7 people, and each one of them would be appointed by the governor, and they would each have certain skills that they would bring to the table. Secondly, in reference to the constitutional issues, Peggy has said it well. Parole is not a pardon or a commutation, and I want the committee to understand that it's a continuation of the sentence under the supervision of probation and parole. It's clearly constitutional. Parole is subject to conditions, and if you violate the conditions, you can be returned to prison to serve out the remainder of your term. So it is clearly constitutional. There is an ex post facto provision in the United States and Maine Constitution. It's Article 1, Section 11. And the interpretations of those are that you can never have a change in circumstances through legislation or court ruling that increases a sentence. It's sort of a double jeopardy clause. But the ex post facto is silent and does allow for relief in different means. And an important Supreme Court case in Maine on that was, I think it was Maine, it may have been federal, but it's Collins versus Youngblood. And that there can be no disadvantage imposed on somebody who's already serving time. So clearly, we are not forgiving or pardoning anyone. They have to not, of course, not everyone is going to qualify for parole. There are a series of measures that you're required to meet and then appear before the parole board. And it'll be at this discretion of the parole board whether you have met these circumstances or not. But clearly, the parole board has the authority to reject anyone. And certainly they take the severity of the crime into consideration. So I want to get that constitutional piece out of the way. And thank you for finding the other Supreme Court case. There were two questions raised in the public hearing. Representative Harnett raised them. I believe the bill analysis has some information regarding the 16 states that abolished parole. I do know that Virginia recently, the lower chamber, voted to restore parole, but the Senate blocked it. The second question revolved around success stories. And Dr. Arthur Jones is here today. He put 26 or 28 years in on the Rhode Island and New Jersey parole boards. And I would ask him to be invited in so he could answer Representative Harnett's question regarding the success stories, because he's aware of them. And if you have any other questions for him, he's an expert. And I would ask that at this point he be allowed in to answer that question, please.
I'm not muted. I'm going to bring him in. I understand that he is here specifically to answer Representative Harnett's questions, and he'll be here momentarily. Welcome, Dr. Jones. Could you please activate your audio and video?
I just did.
Perfect. Thank you. Welcome to the Judiciary Committee. And thank you for joining us today to answer Representative Harnett's questions. Do you want to restate your question, Representative Harnett?
I think Representative Evangelos did a good job. I was just curious with Dr. Jones's vast experience in 2 states with the parole system about truly success stories about people being released on parole and going on to a fruitful life.
Thank you, Representative Harnett. And Dr. Jones, you can go ahead when you're ready.
Yes, good morning, everyone on the committee. I just want to take this opportunity to talk about, parole and success stories, because I think it's very important. It gives people a second chance in life. And I have a couple of inmates who have done fairly well, and I have other inmates who have succeeded in life and not done as well as these two. But the first gentleman I want to talk about is a gentleman by the name of Matt Sheridan. And Matt Sheridan was an inmate at Railway State Prison when I first got on the parole board in 1983. And Matt was serving, life sentence for 2 murders. He didn't commit the murders himself, but he participated in it. And he came before me, and I gave him a 10-year future eligibility term. And I explained to him exactly what he needed to do, which was continue his education, get involved in counseling, and come back to see me in 10 years, mild working good time credit. He came back to see me, all new members of the board except for me. I had to advocate for him. When Matt came back to see me, he had finished his master's degree and taking some coursework toward his PhD. I advocated for him. He was granted parole. Matt went out, continued his education, got his PhD, and he's now a full professor at Rutgers University and has a national following. So, and you can easily look him up, on the internet. He's serving as faculty member at Rutgers University. I have another gentleman from Rhode Island, and his name is James Adam. James Adam was a young Black man who had been, convicted of drug possession, and he was, very lost at the time when he got incarcerated. Didn't know what he was doing, couldn't find a job. He came in, and Rhode Island had an apprenticeship program, a Mason apprenticeship program. He got involved in the apprenticeship program, completed his certification, got out, was paroled, and got out and went on to become a successful, brick mason. And now he has over 50 people, working for him in the brick mason trade. Never violated, able to turn his life around, contributing to his community. He even started an apprenticeship program on the outside for people who, were interested in brick mason. So, and I can tell you one more thing is that about 60 to 70% of the people who violate parole and go back are for technical violation. And it lends itself well with what was talked about with the previous bill for probation. When there's a technical violation, a person should not be placed back in prison. We should try to get help for them. And that's one of the things that we haven't done a very good job at, trying to help people once they return to the community. I have no further examples. If anyone have any questions for me, feel free to do so.
I have one question, Madam Chair.
Hang on just a second. Thank you very much, Dr. Jones, for providing that information. We appreciate hearing from you. And go ahead, Representative Evangelos.
Dr. Jones, in your experience on the parole boards, have you found that parole with the supervised release has contributed to lowering the recidivism rate?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's one of the, and especially when we have conditions and the inmates are participating in the conditions set by the board, it lowers the recidivism rate individually and for the parole system overall.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and thank you, Dr. Jones, for the answer. Committee members, at this point, we are going to see if there are questions for our analyst or for the bill sponsor or for, let's start with wrapping up questions for Dr. Jones. And I know folks have raised their hands, but if you have a question for Dr. Jones specifically, could you please keep your hand raised, otherwise lower it? Okay, no questions for Dr. Jones. Again, thank you so much, Dr. Jones. We're going to move you back to the attendee portion of the meeting. And let's see, Representative Libby, I think that you had your hand raised first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this question is for the sponsor, Representative Evangelos. My question is on page 5 of the bill, and it is on line 3 through 7. Parolee who violates the law while on parole, and the violation is punishable by imprisonment. So can you explain to me the structure of that? This is when someone has violated the law, and it says that the shall serve the second sentence beginning on the date of termination of the first sentence. So I'm trying to figure out what the date of termination of the first sentence. Can you explain this scenario to me, please? I'm not understanding fully.
Sure. So if you you violate your parole and you've broken the law, so let's just run a hypothetical. You were serving a 30-year sentence. You served 20 years. You have 10 years remaining on your sentence, and you were paroled. You went out and you violated the law again. You're going to go back and serve the remainder of your 10 years, and then this would be an additional add-on to your sentence.
Thank you for the clarification. My other question is, if I may, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
My question is on page 2, and it's in relation to that. It's really more general in regards to the timeline in number 5. So if parole is denied, then the subsequent review date must be set for 2 years. In rereading some of these testimonies, that seems like a pretty frequent reconsideration for a victim or victim's family to have to go through every 2 years. When I read through what they go through. So I wonder if you could outline the considerations that are included for the victims of these crimes in this bill.
Well, the rights of the victims are outlined in the bill, and they are part of the process. The existing executive clemency laws, where the governor has the power of executive clemency or commutation, if those are denied, your right of appeal or to resubmit is 1 year. I doubled it on this bill so that the powers that the governor has to grant executive clemency, if denied, you can apply 1 year from that date. In this case, it's doubled to 2 years. We do have an appeal provision. When I appeared before CLAC to defend this bill, one of the former deputy attorney generals, stressed to me that there must be an appeal process. So the final sentence in paragraph 5 is a person denied parole can appeal if they appeal it within 90 days. Otherwise, they're not allowed to bring anything forward until 2 years. Let's keep in mind that as those 2 years go by, they have to continue on their program of redemption and improving their lives, so that there are certain standards for them to even be allowed to bring it back in 2 years to get, the hearing in front of the parole board. If you are denied and go back and you're bitter and mad and don't do anything to improve yourself, your next petition is going to go nowhere. So 2 years was double what the current executive clemency law under the gubernatorial powers is. So I think it's reasonable. I mean, it was just a movie, but in Shawshank Redemption, Morgan Freeman used to go in once a year. So
I appreciate that.
1 year is common, but I did double what was in the gubernatorial powers section.
Thank you.
Representative Poirier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this does go along the lines of Representative Libby's questioning for Representative Evangelos. My concern is that a person convicted of even the most heinous crime maybe, and I might be missing something in the bill. I'm trying to locate where victim input would be considered, and in fact, how much of the consideration that would be. Can you point me to where that would be?
You cut out on us. I didn't hear your whole question, but I think you're.
As far as victim input is where I'm trying to see. I think that part would be very important, but I'm not seeing where that portion of the bill.
I'm looking for it. I know it's in here. Peggy, if you got it right off, you can chime in. Okay, parole hearing, page 2, top paragraph 3. The parole board may hear testimony from both the person seeking parole and any victims. So they are granted full hearing privileges in front of the board to make their case in opposition, just like they are in the executive clemency process. The director of the executive clemency board, the process is he recognizes the person seeking the relief, which in this case is the incarcerated individual. Second, all those in support. And then third, all those who are opposed. Sort of the same way we run our own meetings here. So the victim has full rights to participate in the hearing each time at every level and have their feelings known.
Representative Moriarty, go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question for the sponsor. Representative Evangelos, in the original bill, as I read it, the parole board has the authority to actually grant parole on its own vote, as opposed to making a recommendation to the governor. Is that a correct reading?
Could you point me to the page you're on?
Oh, sure. The top of page 2, just below where you were a moment ago. Number 4, titled Parole Granted.
Correct. This is not subject to, executive powers. This is a legislative remedy that is the prerogative of the branch of government, us, the House and Senate. And with the parole board is being empowered to grant someone parole to work out the remainder of their sentence under the supervision of probation and parole. And if they foul up, they can go back to prison and serve the remainder of their sentence. So there's not a role here for the governor that I see.
Now, the confusion I have is with the amendment, and that's on page 2, it's section 5206 and subparagraph 4. And it seems to give the governor a role, the parole board a role in making recommendations to the governor for pardons, reprieves, or commutations.
Right. But
So first of all, does the amendment change the power of the parole board to grant parole?
No, I think what that clause is referring to is that if the parole board believes that there are extraordinary circumstances beyond their power to grant parole, that they think this individual deserves a full pardon, that's another option that the parole board can get after.
Except it requires a request from the governor first, as I read it.
Yes. So that if somebody has done some extraordinarily good work and is applying for parole, it allows the governor to exercise her power to say, hey, I don't feel that you need to go through the process on this one. I'd like to pardon this person outright.
So it kind of expands the role of the parole board a little bit.
No, I think it's just stating that the governor has the power to exercise her authority or his authority to grant a pardon if they want to preempt to the hearing process on rare occasions. I think that's what it's in there for.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Harnett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Evangelos, I have a question about the paragraph 5, parole denied, which is on page 2 of the original bill.
Yes, sir.
And the last sentence, it says, a person denied parole may appeal the denial within 90 days. To whom does that person appeal?
To the parole board.
So to the board that just made
Correct.
That just issued the denial.
Correct. You appeal. You're appealing back to the parole board. You would state your facts and your grounds as to why you feel they made a mistake. You make your case, and then they decide.
Okay.
Really, not that much difference than how we in our post-conviction cases. Quite often, the same judge hears the post-conviction appeal.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Poirier, is your hand up with us? Another question? No, okay. Representative Harnett, did you have a follow-up question?
I did not, Madam Chair, sorry.
Thank you. Committee members, additional questions? Oh, go ahead, Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Evangelos, I don't mean to confuse our previous bill with this bill, but it it makes me think, and I can't find where it may address it, but the conditions of parole, if there are going to be separate conditions for each parolee, potentially, and if there's any violation of those parole conditions, would that negate the parole automatically, or is there second chance on something that isn't, again, breaking the law? And I'm sorry if I'm confusing the previous bill with this parole conditions, probation conditions versus parole conditions.
Well, it's a good question, Representative Thorne. It says on page 1, right at the bottom, that the parole board is going to, by rule, develop administrative release guidelines so that they can impose at that point, depending upon the circumstances of each individual, the parole board will put stipulations in regarding the behavior on the outside. And those guidelines would include, for instance, and this is totally hypothetical, but if the person may have had a drug or an alcohol problem, they may put a condition that they not have any alcohol. The probation or parole officer arrives at the house and there's a beer can in the refrigerator. I don't think someone's going back to prison for that one. You get a warning, I would hope, but they're going to develop those guidelines. But if you're out committing crimes, you're going back to prison. So that there are, there'll be standards and guidelines set up. And a lot of those guidelines are going to be set up around the individual. I mean, as Dr. Jones could tell you, each individual case, protocols will be set up around that individual, depending upon the nature of the crime and the progress they've made in prison and on the outside. So I think that answers it.
But there's no language in this bill that specifically addresses if a violation of parole conditions would negate the parole, correct?
Well, I think the guidelines they're going to develop those guidelines as part of the administrative process of the bill. But certainly one of the guidelines is going to be clearly if you do a serious violation, the powers of the parole board are going to include sending you back to prison.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Representative Evangelos, I had a couple of questions for you. Actually, it's kind of one question. It comes out in a couple of different places in the bill. There are a couple of points at which the board is empowered to develop processes and guidelines, but then there are also like really detailed factors that are part of the legislation. And I'm having a hard time kind of envisioning the responsibility of the board versus, I would just like to, I guess, understand a little bit more what the responsibilities of the board are and how much discretion the board has relative to what I think are really detailed factors that are outlined in the statute.
Right.
And then also speak to the training element, which is on page 3 of the original bill. Thank you.
So it's a continuation of my answer to Representative Thorne's question on page 2 under factors. It says, in developing the administrative release guidelines, the board shall consider these factors. There's a whole bunch of them. So the board will have the power. We're providing them an absolute power to carry out their responsibilities. A, to set up guidelines, and B, if the guidelines are violated, to revoke the parole. And I think there's quite a bit of language in here that allows them to set up guidelines so that they can set up a profile and a program for each person, a program for success, but also a program for responsibility in the case of a violation. What was the second question?
The second question really had to do with training, and I was as I was going through this, I was thinking about actually comparing like the training and evidence and stuff that a court hears when sentencing well, the evidence that the court hears when sentencing versus the role of the parole board afterwards. And then thinking back to what we heard about the extensive training that judges receive, and then wondering what the training program for the board would look like under this legislation. So those are the two kind of issues I was weighing in my mind as I was reading through it.
Sure. On page 3, it addresses the training. It's sort of going to be a continuing education, as it is for our justices and attorneys and others. And also in the amendment, the training and experience is outlined as to the different classifications, so that what this provision on paragraph 6 on page 3 is to make sure that, you know, things change over time, new circumstances are brought to light, and it's just to assure that on a regular basis, the parole board will be making efforts to keep its members up to best practices and up with current developments, similar to many professions, teaching, you know, and the like, many boards. So the parole board is empowered to make sure that it has regular training, and they're empowered to set those guidelines as to what that will be as part of the bill.
Thank you very much. Representative Libby?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, I think, for Peggy. Peggy, I realize that we don't have a fiscal note on this yet. Do we have any kind of analysis on the financial impact of this bill? Nothing. Okay.
Right. None yet. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Evangelos, did you have your hand up? Did you?
Yes, I want to make sure that, and I'll have plenty of input with the fiscal office over this, but yes, there will be a fiscal note attached with this, keeping in mind that every person that is qualified for parole and is released in the custody of the probation and parole system to carry out the remainder of their sentence, doing good work on the outside, saves the state $50,000 each time. So the states who have adopted parole are saving money. It's not costing them money. That parole is a financial winner in the long run. Dr. Jones could speak to that. But the states that I've researched, because they're spending a lot less money on incarceration, end up with a net savings. There may be an initial hit to set this thing up, but it is quickly going to pay for itself. I'll have to take that up with the fiscal office when the note comes out. But certainly the savings that are going to be available when good work is recognized and people are released from prison, it's $50,000 a year, folks. That's going to add up to a lot of money. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Evangelos. Representative Moriarty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In partial answer to Representative Libby's question, after the public hearing, Peggy and I had an email exchange, and I had asked whether the current parole board members were paid, to the extent that, I know they don't have a whole lot to do, but to the extent that they do hold hearings, are they paid? And I believe, Peggy, the answer was yes, in fact, they are paid for the time spent in reading all the materials and traveling and meeting and so forth. So there will be that financial consequence if the parole board is recreated. I didn't keep the email, Peggy. I didn't
No,
print.
right. I think they do get expenses, and I'm not sure how those are actually cataloged, whether it's for every hour or it's more like their travel and their meeting time. Right. I think another cost would be more of the supervision costs of more people on parole. We have a division of probation and parole right now. So it wouldn't just be the parole board. It would be people who would make sure whatever the requirements are that people are abiding by their parole conditions. But I wouldn't know what that cost would be, but I bet the fiscal office would be able to look at current costs and be able to figure that out, as well as looking at the incarceration costs avoided.
Representative Libby?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Evangelos and Representative Moriarty, for weighing in on that. My concern around the finances is really more global, as we have, I realize we're considering this one bill at this moment, but as we have had a lot of bills come out of our committee and I believe criminal justice that will make pretty substantial changes to our criminal justice system here in Maine. And I think it does behoove us to consider the sum total of those changes and the burden that will put on our system as we implement so many changes at once. And so that's more my point than the cost, which you may well be right, Representative Evangelos, that we see savings with this bill. But I also am concerned about implementing such broad change in so many ways all at once.
I'd like to respond to that briefly. When we adopted the new criminal code in May of 1976, as you've heard repeatedly in testimony in this committee, the incarceration rate in the state of Maine went up 400%. And that obviously has had a dramatic fiscal impact on the level of our corrections and incarceration budgets. Our prisoner population has exploded and it's very expensive. So Representative Libby, I just want you to keep in mind that some of the reforms are actually going to save us money.
Thank you both. Representative Babbage, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Evangelos, I congratulate you for working on this as you have for a long time and brought this before us. I wanted to ask, in your research, using the 3 model states that you spoke of, when we're talking about setting guidelines, I mean, this is a big bill, but in the guideline, administrative release guidelines and follow up there's a great deal of, there's direction, but there's also flexibility. I wanted to ask you if you were aware in those model states that you talked about, if these guidelines were actually in statute, or did you see wording that was permissive as this is?
I believe they are in statute, and this bill was pretty much based on Colorado's statute. So yes, and I think I'm not sure if permissive is the right word, but like any board that we appoint them with a structure and a mission, and then they develop the guidelines through their administrative procedures. You know, we appoint good people and trust them to carry out the intent of our laws. And I think that's what's been happening in most of the states.
Well, I'm thinking of Section L. I mean, not just Section L, but Section L does give them authorization to adopt something as they see appropriate and necessary. I was just wondering if that kind of flexibility is normal in a state code, or are they usually more specified than that?
The states I researched, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Colorado, it's very similar to this.
Okay.
They lay out certain parameters and factors, and then the board develops the administrative procedures around that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Representative Evangelos, I have a similar question for you related to the the guidelines. I guess it's on page 3. Well, there are guidelines for the administrative release and then guidelines for revocation. Are you envisioning that those would be something that the board would engage in rulemaking, and that they would be administrative rules subject to the usual rulemaking procedures? And then also, would they be routine technical or major substantive, or would they be something else?
Yes to the first part, and it would depend upon, I guess, the substance of the rules, whether they would be one or the other on the second part. I think what we're doing here is empowering a board, like many boards, to develop the guidelines to make the program work within the objectives and parameters of the bill. The board shall develop administrative revocation guidelines that must be used to evaluate complaints filed for parole revocation. The board shall develop these guidelines. So if you look at the draft amendment, we're appointing 7 professionals and trusting that they're going to carry out their mission. We do that with a lot of different boards.
Yeah, I'm actually not concerned so much about those issues as that you said that this was based on a Colorado statute, and I can see different points within the bill where it just seems like it doesn't quite mesh with Maine law. Like I would have kind of expected to see references to administrative rulemaking. So it was more of like this is a really important step to take, and if we're going to move forward, it has to be, I think, really consistent with Maine law so that it's implementable. And those were the concerns that I was raising. Thank you. Couple more hands up, Representative Harnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Evangelos, for bringing this bill forward. When you were drafting this, did you consider at any point about exempting some crimes from eligibility for parole? And I'm specifically talking about the crime of murder. We did hear from a lot of people who testified about what it's like to lose a loved one to that crime. I heard last night from a family friend who lost a son within the last year and a half, who was murdered. It was a classmate of my son. And I've often asked myself, I truly believe in second chances, but I ask myself how able I would be to forgive in that circumstance. And I'm wondering, again, that just gets me back to the question, did you consider exempting some crimes from eligibility for parole?
Well, I thought about it, but the models that I adapted into the bill included all crimes. And one of the things that's complicated in Maine is that we are getting people convicted of murder or aggravated attempted murder when they actually didn't commit the crime. We have something called accomplice liability. So in most of the parole boards and parole processes around the country, no crimes are exempt for consideration, but certainly the parole boards around the country hold a pretty strict standard when it comes to releasing somebody on parole who has been involved in some of the worst kind of homicides. And it's going to be somewhat at their discretion, but I know in the other states, on most of those types of crimes, it's a routine denial, just like it is with the 4 remaining incarcerated individuals in Maine. I don't know how often they apply, but they always get turned down. We leave that. Our current law allows all crimes subject to a parole application, but the parole board certainly will do its due diligence and deny with cause. But no, I'm going on the basis of other states' models and the fact that because of the way we've increased the criminal code to convict people of murder when they actually didn't commit the crime of murder. I don't think it's fair to exclude the application to somebody like that. You know, there are sometimes 2 or 3 people involved in a crime. It might be an attempted robbery. Two of the 3 individuals are just outside the store, and the third person loses it and kills somebody. In those instances, in Maine, all 3 of those people are charged with murder.
Thank you.
I don't want to cut off the ability of somebody that's serving 40 years for that, you know, 20 or 25 years later, to make an application to make their case in front of the board. But the board will have the final decision. And I think Dr. Jones will tell you that paroles are routinely denied for the most serious and heinous homicides. And those people very generally don't get out under parole.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Moriarty?
Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion at this point, but don't want to cut off anybody who may still have questions. So if there are those with questions, I will defer to them, and then perhaps it can bounce back to me.
Well, you can make your motion. Well, actually, let me just check in with people and see if there are questions. Thank you for raising it that way. Representative Libby, do you have a question? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just was wondering, I think this is probably a Peggy question, do we have any kind of numbers as far as what volume we're talking about? And is this going to move the parole board from something that, you know, folks are participating in basically for, you know, the cost of a drive and a meal, but spending all day on each case? Is this going to put that more into the realm of needing to be a part-time or full-time job? Wondering what those numbers look like.
I don't know what those numbers look like, and the bill establishes when somebody would be eligible for parole. So I think you'd have to look at kind of the population in section 5823 on page 1. You'd have to kind of look at each person that's sentenced to determine who would be eligible and when. Yeah, that would. I'm not even sure the fiscal office will be able to put that together.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Evangelos, did you want to try to answer that question as well?
Well, sure, Peggy's right. First of all, in order to qualify, you have to meet the stipulations of if you're in for 25 years to life, you have to serve a minimum of 20 years before you even can apply. But Representative Libby, there are 1,000 people in the Maine State Prison. And then in the rest of our system, there's approximately another 1,000. So there are 2,000 incarcerated people, keeping in mind that many of them are in prison because they suffered from mental illness or had a drug medical addiction problem. So I won't start pontificating, but I do have a lot to say about where we are in Maine, reference to some of the other states. We've seen the national rankings. We're at the bottom on all of them. So, but the application of this bill would affect the rights of all incarcerated individuals once they meet the standards to apply. Certainly the parole board's not going to be hearing hundreds and thousands of cases a year, but their guidelines will narrow down who they want to hear from on an annual basis. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Evangelos. And actually, I have another question for you. So will, excuse me, will the parole board members be paid or unpaid? And if they're paid, what will the payment structure look like?
Well, I imagine when the administrative details of the bill are fleshed out, the fiscal note will include the compensation required, but I do imagine it's going to be more substantial than the hearing the same 4 individuals that the current board is hearing. Typically, parole boards are paid.
Thank you. Other questions, committee members? Go ahead, Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that Representative Moriarty is getting ready to make a motion, and I just wanted to speak for a moment to let the bill sponsor know. I think that what he's doing is noble, and there's 2 sides to every story, and for every person that's incarcerated, that's a victim's form of justice. And the opposite of justice would be injustice. So that if there's no restrictions on anything, and typically everyone who's incarcerated, there's a victim involved, whether it's the victim of the business that was stolen from, or arson, or rape, or attempted murder, or assault, or something. Typically there's a victim that their form of justice is incarceration of the perpetrator. So, while we're looking at one side of it, that parole allows somebody to exercise their freedoms again, there's also a victim who's getting injustice by the perpetrator of their crime not being incarcerated. So for that reason, I'll be voting against this, should it be an ought to pass motion. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Representative Thorne. I did want to explain one piece of it, and you're right. These are difficult processes across the country, but I did send you a study this morning from the Pew Research. We aren't helping our victims when we release people from prison with no supervision. The likelihood of recidivating and returning to prison and committing another crime is very high. So in reference to the interests of society, putting a good program in place makes less victims. Understanding your point, in certain circumstances, there's nothing, and you will hear this at the parole board, you hear it in the other states I've studied, the incarcerated individual will turn to the family and basically say, there's nothing I can say that'll ever make up for your loss. I get it.
Thank you both for those comments, for sharing your thoughts. Representative Moriarty, do you wish to be recognized?
Yes, please. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll begin by saying that I appreciate the effort and the thought put into this proposal by Representative Evangelos, and I'm quite frankly in sympathy with the ultimate goal. But I do have some problems with where we stand at this point with this bill. And just a little bit of a background so that everyone understands where I'm coming from. The abolition of parole was part and parcel of the adoption of the Maine Criminal Code. I can't say for sure, but I believe that a commission was formed in approximately 1974, consisting of a number of prestigious and experienced attorneys and others involved in the criminal justice system, with instructions to totally revamp Maine's criminal laws. They must have reached their final, or made their final report by the end of 74, because I believe that in the first session of the legislature in the spring of 75, a bill was passed to adopt the Maine Criminal Code with an effective date of May 1, 1976, just over 45 years ago. So the abolition of parole was part and parcel of the creation of the current Maine Criminal Code. In the intervening 45 years, I'm not aware of any in-depth study of the criminal code and the sentencing changes and options that were part of that process. I can tell you that in my first semester of law school, One of my professors was a member of the commission that created the criminal code, and he's still in active practice. I am not prepared to make a radical course correction without the support of Maine-based analysis of this issue. I do not favor carrying this bill over because in January, I'm not going to know anything more than I know currently. I do want to keep the process moving. So I am suggesting, in fact, I will move that the bill be stricken in its current form and replaced with a resolve to create a study commission to review the potential restoration of parole as part of the overall criminal justice system, provided that the commission have a report date of December 1st, 2021, and that the Judiciary Committee be authorized to report out legislation in the second session of the 130th legislature.
Madam Chair, may I speak to that?
First, let's see if we have a second. Representative Evangelos. Representative Recca, go ahead.
Second.
Okay, a second by Representative Recca. And if we could just pause for a moment, because Representative Recca, you joined just a minute after introductions were finished, and I realized I missed you. I apologize.
Yeah, it's a little crazy right now, but I've gotten a system now. I'm watching you all on computer and I'm listening to the Criminal Justice Committee on headphones. So it's like making me crazy. Anyway, I'm Lois Reckitt from District 51 in South Portland. And that's it. Happy to be here.
Thank you so much, Representative. So we have a motion and a second, and the bill sponsor wishes to speak. Go ahead, Representative Evangelos.
Well, just before Representative Moriarty raised his hand, I was prepared to make a motion ought to pass as amended. And out of respect for the sponsor, I wish we could conduct that vote. The reasons why circumstances have changed since 1976 were that in the 1970s, draconian laws and sentencing provisions were put in place, which increased incarceration by tens of thousands of people across the nation. And states are taking action to reverse this. This is a modest proposal that is just going to adopt standards that are used already in 34 other states. It's not radical. And all we're doing is setting up a parole board, which we already have. This isn't a radical notion. We have a parole board, a 5-member parole board in place. So I'm not suggesting anything that we're not already doing. So I would ask that we be allowed to vote or not to pass motion, and those who can't support it will just have to vote no. I would hope that you would allow the sponsor that privilege. I was going to make a motion right when we both had our hands up and he got recognized. But that's the sponsor's wish and prerogative. I'm asking that I be allowed to make a motion not to pass. And then if you don't want to vote for it, vote no. That's how democracy works. Am I allowed to make a motion right now? I'll make it. I'll make a motion not to pass.
Well, we have a motion on the table, and I feel that we should proceed with the motion that's been made and seconded.
Well, I'm asking the person who made the motion to withdraw it out of respect for the sponsor, so I can make a motion on my bill that I've worked years on. I want to get an up or down vote. If you can't vote for it, I respect that. I respect anybody to vote yes or no in this committee, and I won't question it. But I would like to pursue with a ought to pass, and I'll rest with the results. That's my request.
So are you asking Representative Mori, are you asking me to rule on this, or are you asking Representative Moriarty to withdraw his motion?
No, I'm not asking you to rule on it. He has a right to make a motion. I'm just asking him in consideration of the work that's gone into this and the fact that I am the sponsor to allow an up and down vote on the bill. That's my wish. I was ready to make the motion. He just beat me to it.
I will just contribute to this discussion that I don't think that it's necessarily an up or down motion because there can be multiple reports, one of which could potentially be the same report that Representative Moriarty just outlined. I don't think that you can preclude people from voting either ought not to pass or ought to pass with your amendment.
I'm not asking for any preclusion. I'm asking for consideration to allow me to make a motion not to pass. That's all.
Representative Moriarty, do you wish to speak? Your hand is up.
Yes, I've heard my respected colleague, and out of consideration for the work that he's done and the effort that he's invested, I would be prepared to withdraw my motion for the purpose of allowing him to make a motion to pass. And then, should that fail, I would restate my motion.
Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, Representative Moriarty. Representative Record, are you withdrawing your second?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you wish to? No. Okay, we're going to move on to Representative Evangelos. Representative Evangelos, you are recognized.
Thank you, colleagues. I make a motion not to pass as amended on the composition of the parole board. With ought to pass as amended. Thank you.
And just to clarify, Representative Evangelos, so the amendments are the April 22 proposed amendments that you provided to the committee previously?
That is correct.
Thank you. I have a request for, oh, first of all, is there a second? Seconded by Representative Sheehan. And I also have a request for a corner caucus. Representative Babbage, did you have, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted a clarification as to should the motion fail, if we would be polled as to what the minority reports would be, or will we go directly to a new motion? I guess you have, well, no, the final report of the committee would require a polling of the membership, right? But you have the option of going to a new motion if you choose.
Which way the
Yes.
vote is.
We can do it either. We can do it either way, depending on what the outcome is of the initial vote.
The only disadvantage of polling the committee sometimes is that the last person to speak who voted against the motion might have the best idea. and their minority report might have had more people on it. So the discussion is necessary. I think that we know that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for adding that. Committee members, at this point, we actually have been going for 2 hours, and there is a request for a corner caucus. And so I will, let's take a 10-minute break and return. We'll be on recess until 10 past 11.
Madam Chair, which can I have the information as to whether it was both political parties that requested the caucuses or just one? Which party requested it?
A Democrat requested it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Any other questions, committee, before we take our little break? All righty, we'll see everybody back at 10 past 11. Thank you. Committee members, as you return from our recess, could you please activate your audio and, your video at least, so that we can all see each other and know who's back? A couple of folks will be rejoining us, so let's just be a little patient. I think we're still waiting for Representative Babbage. Am I missing anybody else who was here earlier before the recess?
Representative Thorne, I believe was, oh, he's back. And Representative Babbage is back.
Okay, I think that's everybody, right, Tom? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So I a couple of things, a procedural issue. We have an ought to pass as amended motion that's been seconded. We will take a vote on that. Depending on what happens with that vote, if that motion does not carry, then we would do I would ask for a second motion and vote. I also would like to speak to the pending motion, particularly for two reasons. One is that this is a really serious and important issue, and because I have so much respect for Representative Evangelos. I don't know why I'm getting choked up. I think because this would have impacted a family member of mine in a really positive way. But putting that aside, I would very much like us to send to the floor of the House and Senate a bill that had a clear path forward, could be implemented. My concerns about the current bill and why I'll be voting ought not to pass is that I can see that it's based on a Colorado statute. I think that there is much value in the bill as it's structured, but there are really key things that I think need work. And those include the rulemaking and sorting out the allocation of responsibility to the board and a lot of other details about how this parole board would function. And I just don't feel like those issues have been resolved in the bill and the amendment. And I just want to reiterate that I have tremendous respect for the work you've done on this, Representative Evangelos. And I regret that we don't have a motion that would allow the opportunity to address those issues. Representative Babbage, go ahead.
I do worry about the future of the bill as written right now. I very much want this 130th legislature to act on parole and reward the sponsor for a crusade that is very just. I will comment very briefly because I do not think that parole is insensitive to victims' rights. I have a worry. Victims, and especially victims' families, if it's a serious crime, I think might never get the kind of closure that they want. But I do think it's closure that they seek. And but I think us as lawmakers, I do think the civil route is the path for retribution, if I can use that word. But our goal here in the legislature, as I see it, is to seek justice in spite of the participants involved. the crime is against society. And our job is to, I think, ensure that our rules are proper so that society feels that there's justice and fairness. So as we go forward here, I want to express the fact that I really believe the 130th must take this issue to a vote on the floor. But in order to make it a better package without the opposition that's already been expressed, then I will support what has been proposed by Representative Moriarty. So thank you, Madam Chair, for that, allowing me that time.
You're welcome, Representative Babbage. Representative Evangelos?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to elaborate on an answer to a question that that you had proposed. Peggy helped me during the break, but the board adopts rules under the Administrative Procedures Act and routine technical rules. I didn't do a good job of answering that question that you posed to me. That's the answer. Thank you. I hope that helps a little bit because I know that was one of your concerns. So that is outlined in the bill. I just missed it.
Yeah, I was aware of that as well after the fact. Thank you for raising that. Representative Babbage? Okay. All right. Looks like the committee is ready for the vote. Is there any more discussion of the pending motion? Not seeing any. And thank you very much, Ms. Panett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
No.
Senator Carney votes no. Senator Sanborn. Senator Kime. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
No.
Representative Babbage votes no. Representative Galgay-Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckitt votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
No.
Representative Moriarty votes no. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. I'll call the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Madam Chair, I have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 6 members voting in the negative, and 3 members are absent.
Thank you very much, Ms. Panett. And so the ought to pass as amended motion fails, and we'll move on to a second motion, which Representative Evangelos? We're not able to hear you, Representative.
I'm sorry. Senator Carney, in all due respect, we can't say anything's failed until the 3 absent people have a chance to weigh in. They have a right to vote within the parameters of the committee. If you're going to revisit a vote on this with your intention of a separate motion, don't we allow them to vote within the time limits?
I need to look into that. Representative Libby, did you have a question?
Having looked at the numbers, I do not believe that holding for those absent will change this result. Just to put that out there.
I am going to I'm going to step away from the committee meeting for a moment. And Representative Moriarty, is your hand raised on this issue or to make a motion?
It's on this issue.
Okay, go ahead.
I think a good point has been made. I think procedurally, if the absentees vote and the result is changed, then anything that should take place after that point will have been mooted. So I think we can still continue to present motions and vote on them, knowing that should the first result reverse itself, everything that follows is moot.
Thank you for contributing that information. That is my inclination as well. And so we're going to move forward with another vote on this, understanding that they could be mooted. The committee members who are absent have until noon tomorrow to cast their votes. And with that, I'll recognize Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think to be copacetic, I will restate my motion for the record for those who are following our meeting. I move ought to pass as amended. The amendment being that the bill as it stands be stricken and that it be replaced with a resolution creating a study commission to examine the reinstatement of parole as part of Maine's overall sentencing option or structure of settlement options, with the further provisions that the committee report back to us no later than December 1st, 2021, and that thereafter judiciary may report a bill to the second session of the 130th legislature.
And is there a second on that motion? Representative Babbage, seconds. And I see a couple of Representative Evangelos, your hand is up. And so we've got a motion ought to pass as amended to create a study commission, and it's been seconded. And so any discussion on the motion? Go ahead, Representative Evangelos.
Thank you, Senator Carney. I guess I'm a little confused about the process we're following. Every single other bill we voted on, we had ought to pass and then ought not to pass. And the dissenters weighed in on what the nature of their ought not to pass was. It seemed that the process that we're doing right now is preempting the 5 votes that voted for the bill. Shouldn't this be, it was 5 to 6 to 3. If the 6 that voted no, they should make their intentions known as to, what their vote is. They won the vote. We have 5 votes ought to pass. It's entirely possible that the 6 votes aren't in conveyance with each other. It could be 3 and 3. There could be 3 outright ought not to pass and 3 who wanted the study. I don't understand why we're not, every single vote we've taken in this committee this session has been ought to pass, ought not to pass. We recognize the dissenters. How do you want to be recognized as ought not to pass as amended, or ought not to pass outright, or ought to pass, or ought to pass as amended? In this case, you're abrogating 5 yes votes and not counting them. I don't recall we've done that at all this year. And so I'm going to raise an objection to this. I think that the 6 people who won the majority should state what they want to do under the confines of the vote we just held.
Your objection is noted, and it has been well stated. It's recorded on YouTube. We're going to move forward with the vote. And the reason for that is that we actually don't know ultimately how the vote on the preceding motion will turn out. It could be a tie. The motion could fail. People could change their votes. And so at this point, we're going to proceed understanding that you have concerns and objections about it and that you've stated them on the record.
Yeah, I don't think that's good enough. I guess I want an explanation as to why we're not abiding by 100% of the other votes we held in this committee, why you're setting up a separate process just for this bill, violating the 5 yes votes that have already been cast. I just don't understand. This seems to be a workaround around a vote we just took. The people who voted 6 can say ought not to pass, study group recommended. That would be their vote. It's entirely possible that the 6 are not united in their opposition.
I mean, we can certainly table this right now, Representative Evangelos. My concern is at the end of the day, I am concerned that this really important bill will come with a majority ought not to pass vote, and that we will not have an opportunity to move forward with this important topic. And so I am trying to create an opportunity, if the motion you made does not carry, that there is a path forward for this bill. And I appreciate that you're disagreeing with the approach that I'm taking, but that is the approach that I'm taking. And so we are going to.
Well, is there a parliamentarian available to us that could tell us whether we're following the appropriate protocols? I've never experienced this in 8 years. So I just want to make sure that the actions that we're taking are not violating the constitutional rights of people to vote on the committee and have their votes heard and counted. This seems to be a work around that. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but have we done this year before?
We did it early on a couple of times. And then when it seemed like there was a very clear vote and that people had made up their minds and there was not going to be any consideration of additional reports, that we went ahead with it. But I think early on we had at least a couple of votes that we did this way. But I mean, I'm happy to take a recess and get some kind of parliamentarian authority to weigh in on this. So is there a motion to table this while I can sort that out?
May I ask a quick question first, Madam Speaker?
Yes, go ahead, Representative Thorne.
My hand was first.
Okay, go ahead, Representative Moriarty.
Okay, sorry, Jim, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay, that's okay.
I was the first member of the committee to make a motion. And having heard from the sponsor, I agreed to withdraw my motion on the condition that if the sponsor's motion failed, I would then have the opportunity to restate and remake my motion. That condition was acceptable to the sponsor. So I think we're past this point of objection to procedure.
You're right, Stephen. You did say that, and I'll honor it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you both. Let's see, Representative Thorne, why don't you go ahead, because you got cut off mid-sentence.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. Hopefully it's an easy question, but procedurally, and I'm a freshman legislator, but the majority has an opportunity to make many different motions after a vote, one of which is ought to pass with a different amendment, correct? Which is what Representative Moriarty just made.
Well, it's not because there's a majority. What happened was that the motion ought to pass as amended did not receive a majority of votes. And so now we are moving on to a second motion on that because the original motion didn't carry. So
but of those second motions, it could be ought not to pass. It could be ought to pass with a different amendment, correct?
Which is
and
where
that's
we are.
what we're doing in this case.
Yep.
And is there an opportunity, like there's sometimes a split minority report, is there an ability to make a split, in this case, majority report? Or do we
It
have to
probably
vote
would
on the
not-
first motion?
It probably would not end up being a majority report if it was split, because you would count it in, it would be divided and would not. So if there were 7 people voting ought to pass, but they had different reports, one was voting for ought to pass with one amendment, one was ought to pass with a different amendment, those two, that would be 2 separate reports with 3 votes each, or 4 votes and 3 votes, or whatever.
So in this case, the first one out of the gate, the first motion with their hand up is the motion that everybody has to vote on.
Unless, yes, we are moving forward on the motion that Representative Moriarty made. And if
And I
that
can't
motion
make-
does not pass, then we can have another motion.
I can't make an objection to that motion and make another motion of ought not to pass at this point.
Your objection would be to vote against it.
I see.
We're moving to a vote on the motion.
Thank you.
But we still have the opportunity to have discussion on the motion now that I think we've clarified the procedural issues. Go ahead, Representative Babbage, and then Representative Harnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify and ask, but is it correct that no matter what the motion is, we can always have ought to pass, ought not to pass, or ought to pass as we think it should be, regardless of the motion? And then secondly, I'm asking, is this bill going to have language review? If it does, that also is an opportunity for us to ask for reconsideration and change our vote to a report that we want. So I want to know if that's correct, and is that something that will happen with this bill?
So yes, there would be a language, if there is a bill that passed that was ought to pass as amended, there would be a language review on the amendment. We could do a motion to reconsider at that point in time. I didn't really follow your first question, Representative Babbage, and I think it was kind of, you can.
A declarative statement?
Or, yeah, or, yeah, I'm just not following. And you can re-ask it, or we can.
No, I think I was hoping to help Representative Thorne in explaining that you can express yourself exactly as you want to, regardless of the motion.
If you voted, yeah, thank you, Representative Babbage. Yeah, Representative Thorne, if you vote, if you do not vote for the motion, then you will be asked what your minority report is, or what your report is, as we've done with other votes.
And is it okay if I ask the sponsor a question before we go to vote?
Yes, go ahead.
Representative Evangelos, what's the preference of an ought not to pass motion over an ought to pass as amended as Representative Moriarty suggested?
I think.
What's your preference?
I think I don't dictate what my colleagues, they vote their conscience, and you will do the same, sir. I'm not going to speak to that. Your preference is your preference, sir. I have my own preferences. My own preferences were quite clear. I wanted an ought to pass as amended. And I have a couple of questions also that my preference will be expressed when I vote, and I'm not going to dictate what you should do either.
Just a question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Thorne. Representative Babbage, your hand is still up. Did you have another question? No, okay. Representative Harnett, excuse me, Representative Harnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't mean to add to the confusion. I think it's a simple question. This motion that is on the table in front of us right now, that is before us right now, is open to all committee members to vote on. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Then at some point, I would like to speak to the motion.
You may speak to the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Evangelos. And this has been a difficult morning voting wise for me. First and foremost, I thank the representative for bringing this important bill forward. Secondly, I want to see parole restored in the state of Maine. I don't want to see a bill be unsuccessful and the fight being over. I did vote on the first ought to pass as amended vote because I wanted to express my support for the bill's sponsor. I will be voting yes on the ought to pass as amended presented by Representative Moriarty, because I think it provides the best vehicle to see this bill enacted in the 130th legislature. We heard strong opposition from both the governor's office and the attorney general's office about this bill.
Not going to be asking for any more absence.
I think without a study, without getting input from a variety of professionals in this area, that opposition is going to remain. I am hopeful that with the resolve being put into place, we can come back with a better bill to be voted on in the second session, the second year of this session. So that's why I will be voting yes on Representative Moriarty's motion today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Sheehan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Along the lines of Representative Harnett's statement and in line with conversations that I've had with Representative Evangelos, reestablishing parole is not a radical request. Parole needs to be reestablished in our state to serve justice, and I cannot take a vote that will compromise that possibility. However, it has to happen. I will support that process, and that's why I will be voting in support of Representative Moriarty's motion. We can't let this bill die. Thank you.
Committee members, is there, I know Representative Evangelos, you have your hand raised. I was thinking I would give you the last word. Committee members, is there anybody else who wishes to weigh in before we start moving toward a vote? Not seeing any other discussion. Go ahead, Representative Evangelos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be as brief as possible. Could you repeat the motion? I just want to make sure what I'm voting on here.
Yes, Representative Moriarty, I sensed that you were reading from something, and I have handwritten notes, but they are not as clear as probably your typewritten motion. Could
Well,
you
actually,
read it?
What I have is handwritten, and it's like shorthand, but and this is from memory, but it's on tape, so we can check it. My motion is ought to pass as amended. The amendment is would entail the striking of the bill in its current form and replacement with a resolve to form a study commission to examine the reinstitution of parole as part of Maine's criminal justice sentencing program, and that the study commission will have a December 1st, 2021 report deadline to the Judiciary Committee, and that the Judiciary Committee has the authority to report out legislation to the second session of the 130th legislature.
So, Madam Chair, my question is, who appoints the study group? Who appoints the members? How does that, what are the mechanics around that?
We would address that in language review. There are other instances where this committee has done taken a similar process of changing legislation to a study resolve. And so we would take that up on language review.
So it's the members of this committee that make the recommendation as to who would be comprised on the study group?
Yes.
And I just want you to know, Senator Carney, the reason for my reservations around this is that when I appeared before CLAC, the two individuals who were diametrically opposed to parole, they were not going to support it one way or the other, were the two trying to push a study group. And so I questioned the motives behind it. That's why I was, how I feel about these study groups. I'm nervous right from the beginning if those type of people get put on the study group as a device to kill the bill. So you're telling me that we will control who's appointed to it.
Well, so that is a good question. Typically, what the study resolves say is that they list a number of people who will be appointed to the commission and allocate authority to, for example, the House leadership or Senate leadership to designate certain members of the study group. We will have a draft of the language in the resolve that we will take up on language review. I will make sure that we have ample time and can have a really robust and careful conversation about who would be on the study commission. As you know, this is an issue that I care a lot about too. And I know every member of this committee cares. And so we will make sure that we take the time to get that, to come up with the resolve language and the composition of a study group that we're satisfied with.
Okay, thank you. So the committee will be able to weigh in on the composition. That's a yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. And lastly, Representative Moriarty, I just want to make sure in your motion that there's a qualifier that when the three remaining members weigh in and vote on the original motion, I want it understood that we're voting on another motion while the original motion is technically still alive. Three members have a chance to vote. If two out of those three vote yes, then the ought to pass, in fact, did pass. So I want to make sure we have appropriate language on Representative Moriarty's motion, which I am honoring, that there's a qualifier to honor the input of the last three people to vote, which could change the whole dynamics here. I don't know how you.
I don't think it's appropriate to include that in this pending motion, because if the vote on the initial motion changes, then this motion is void.
Thank you.
All right. A couple more hands up. I would like us to move to a vote at some point. Representative Moriarty, go ahead.
Nothing to say at this point. I was just going to say I agree with your comment about my motion being void if the result changes.
Thank you.
Sorry for not taking the hand down.
That's okay. Representative Libby, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll also keep it very quick. I think my understanding is, of course, it goes without saying that we'll have representation from both parties and legislators on the commission to study. I just would like to have on the record that I would like to see representation from the current parole board as well in the makeup.
Well, thank you for registering that. I do want to raise a concern to the committee. I've received some input from our legislative analyst on the issue that we've been talking about, and it seems that Peggy, would you like to because I want everybody to really understand, and I apologize for any parliamentarian error that I have inadvertently led us down a wrong path. But I do really want to make sure that I honor all of the hard work that everybody has done today on this. So Peggy, can you weigh in for us on the status of the vote and the consequences of us voting on Representative Moriarty's motion?
So this is my understanding, and I am not a parliamentarian. I can't say the word either. And if you really want a ruling, then maybe you do, refer the question. But my understanding is the vote is taken by those who are present. And if it doesn't pass, if you don't have a majority of those who are present, then you take a new vote. And so my understanding is the 3 people who were not here to vote on Representative Evangelos's initial motion, actually, because there was a subsequent motion, they don't weigh in on that. Especially if the subsequent motion means there's a changing of votes. So if people who voted in favor of Representative Evangelos's motion, which received 5 votes of the folks there, then vote in favor of Representative Moriarty's motion, that changes the makeup. I don't think that you leave the vote. I don't think you can leave a vote open, but go on to another motion.
Thank you. That is a really helpful clarification. Representative Moriarty?
Well, here's a practical thought. I expect that Senator Sanborn and Senator Keim are elsewhere in committee.
Let's not talk about other people and their potential votes. I'm thinking that, I guess I see 2 paths forward. We can table the current motion and take it up later. Committee members who are absent have until noon tomorrow. We could also, and I think that would be my recommendation. Go ahead, Peggy.
I was just gonna say I could maybe, while the bill is tabled, I could put together some language about some options about who would be in the study committee, so that it wouldn't be you'd have some guidance, or you can give me some guidance on how to go forward with drafting that option.
I think that is yet another excellent suggestion and a good reason to have a motion to table. Representative Harnett, did you wish to be recognized?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think you may have just said this. We could table, see what the ultimate disposition is of the first motion, and we will know that by 12 noon tomorrow, and then take this vote back up depending on the outcome of that vote. Is that where we're headed?
Yes, and I was hoping that you might actually make a motion.
Then I would make a motion.
Okay. May I just?
Because a motion to table is not debatable. I know Representative Babbage.
Okay, go ahead, Representative
I am
Babbage.
prepared to make that motion.
No, I just wanted to say, and I don't know this. Am I being heard? Yes. Outside of the legislature, I know that the practice is often that an affirmative vote must be taken, so that if something is moved and something is defeated, then the opposite motion is made so that there is a majority in the affirmative to the motion. Do you understand what I'm saying? Had we done, I don't know that that's necessary in the legislature, because we poll those that are defeated for their position when they vote no. But that's the clarifying question we need. Do we need an affirmative motion here? I think too. So I think maybe the tabling is in order until we determine that.
Thank you, Representative Babbage. Peggy, go ahead.
Sorry, I think that if you table right now, the motion that is pending is Representative Moriarty's.
And so he would have to withdraw his motion.
That's my understanding.
Thank you. for
Like
that.
I said, I am not the expert here.
Representative Moriarty, do you wish to withdraw your motion?
I will do so.
Thank you very much.
Bad day for making motions.
Representative Babbage, do you wish to, do you support withdrawal of the motion? Thank you. All right, is there a motion to table? By Representative Harnett, is there a second? Seconded by Representative Reckitt. And so thank you very much, everyone. We have a motion to table on 8:42. A motion to table is non-debatable, and our committee clerk is here to take the vote on the motion to table. We have in the past done this by raising our electronic hands and leaving them up. And just to avoid any confusion, I'm going to ask Supi to call the roll because we have been up and down and in and out a lot today. So Ms. Panett, if you could go ahead.
Madam Chair, I'll be more than happy to call the roll. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckitt votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. I will call the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Madam Chair, I have 8 members voting in the affirmative, 3 members voting in the negative, and 3 members are absent.
Thank you very much, Ms. Panett. So the tabling motion carries 8-3. LD 842 is tabled, and we will hope to address that tomorrow afternoon during the course of our work sessions. Representative Evangelos, go ahead. We're not able to hear you, Representative.
I'm sorry. I just received a phone call from my aide that Rob Hunt and Derek, the Senate President's clerk, don't feel, it goes to my original point that the 6 opponents may have had disparate views, and then in fact the majority could, the 5 might be the majority, and they've asked you take a 5-minute break and call them.
Thank you. We will do that. Okay, everybody. It is a little bit before noon. We'll come back at 12:05.
I guess you could contact the clerk's office and take it up.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry. I just got a call on that. I'm only.
No, it's important to get it right. Thank you.
So here's the bad news for everybody. Criminal justice is over for the day. So I'm now back on. And I only have to use these 2 ears as opposed to these 4 ears, which I have been doing since 9 o'clock this morning. So I'm feeling very well back.
I think that's good news.
Yes, I do too, actually. And if we take a lunch break, it'll be even better news at some point. However, we have just a couple, 3 bills left to do today, I noticed.
Are you suggesting we've earned a lunch break?
I don't know about yet, but soon.
I think there's only 14 more to go.
Yes, I just counted. You're right. Only 14 more.
Yeah, and at this rate.
Well, the good news is that I spent until midnight last night writing my testimony for my major initiative bill that's coming up for hearing tomorrow in criminal justice. And so it's done. So that's good. So I'm calm now, opposed to like crafting it in my head at 3 o'clock in the morning, which is
Sure.
what I was doing prior. But anyway, it's now done, and I'm checking it with a couple of people on edits, and then I'll be ready to submit it. So. Which means I'm much calmer than I've been for weeks thinking about it. So does anybody have a hint of what time frame we're going to do today here? Anyone
Nope.
heard? You did hear about I had to hear from somebody outside the legislature about the posting of Judge Stanfill for the Chiefs.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So,
Yep.
I went to Russia with her for a week. That was
No
exciting.
kidding.
Yeah. I did a whole rule of law thing in Arkhangelis the first year, and then Arkhangelis and Pskov, Russia. Yeah, that's if you read the paper. Yeah, that's somebody sent me the paper article. Yeah, I know, Valerie. Yeah. So thank you, though. Anyway, so I know her fairly well. I watched her jump in an open ice hole in the river in let's see, what month was that? It wasn't warm. I'll just tell you, because they had to saw through the ice to make this.
That was voluntary?
Yeah. I didn't volunteer, but I believe she and the police officer from South Portland both volunteered. So, but
Wow.
yeah, she's got a lot of guts. So it'll be interesting.
Ice fishermen have to deal with a lot of ice holes.
Yeah, but they don't generally jump into them. That's voluntarily. That's the thing.
I don't think I'd jump in just knowing what happened to Rasputin.
Well, that's the same area of the world where that happened, right? So, but then there was a sauna that you went to right afterwards. So, and then some kind of buffet, something. It's hard to remember. It was quite a long time ago now. I can't remember. But I'd have to look back at my journals to tell you when. Sometimes I have to leaf through them to figure out where I was when, or look at my old passport. And then I start feeling really old. So. Oh, it will be very nice not to be listening in 87 different directions here. That was very bad because they were notifying me by text when there was a vote coming up. Plus I had the earphones when I wanted to hear what was going on over there. And then I had to make sure they were off or on. So they kept hearing you when I would take the earphones off. So then I'd have to mute this. It's just like crazy. But it gave me good practice because it's going to be like that all week long, I'm afraid. So usually it's only one day a week, but this one's going to be.
You were scheduled for the day?
Yeah.
Really?
But we whipped through everything.
Wow.
Unlike
Just gonna say, what's it like, Lois, to be in a committee like that?
Say what?
What's it like?
Honest to God, yeah, we did. Well, there were 3 votes that I said, well, when are we doing these? They said, well, we did them yesterday. I said, okay, great. So we did 1, 2, 3, 4.
And we're doing good. We're on number 2 of 16. It's
Yeah,
afternoon.
Yeah, we did 8 of the 8 we had.
A little ahead of
But we
schedule.
do.
Maybe we'll knock off early today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'd be frantic except that my testimony's done, so that makes me feel better.
Well, while we're having this conversation, I got curious about, I heard something, and I don't know if we can discuss it on this, but
Just so you know, you're being heard on YouTube. That's the only thing you got to remember.
right. Well, we've asked other questions, so
Yeah.
we can't. But
Yeah, no problem. I'm just making sure you knew that. That's all.
yeah, no, that's why I say, it's a valid point to say, and I'm sure that's what they're discussing, is that the 6 no's on the original vote, if there is, I think that's what Jeff or Representative Evangelos was suggesting from his phone call, that if those 6 are divided in any way, that the 5 original that voted yes may be the majority and pass the motion in that case. And that was why I was curious about, the first motion made after that, if that carried for all the no's,
Yeah. Jim, I think in that case, because it's likely that nobody would have a majority of the committee, that they would be reports A, B, and C.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about the majority of the committee as opposed to the majority of the vote. I don't know.
And that any subsequent, I just caught on to that any subsequent vote after that initial vote would preclude the absentees from voting in any subsequent votes. That it would close that original vote off. Which is kind of surprising why we took a tabling motion. But I guess after a tabling motion, everything's reset. But that would be a good question, is after a tabling vote, can you go back to the original vote and have those 3 absentees vote on that original vote now that we've had a tabling vote?
Oh, yeah, I think you can.
It wasn't the table of the original vote, though.
It was tabling of my motion, not Jeff's motion.
No, that's
right. It's a secondary motion after the original motion of ought to pass as amended.
What we have done is we have not ended the work session. So technically, anything is up for consideration.
So,
I mean, we may have to reconsider. Well, I don't know.
The interesting fact is if any of the procedures that we did to get to this point were deemed in violation of the parliamentary procedures, would that negate, any vote that we took or subsequent to the initial?
Yeah.
Well, we didn't get there, so because we didn't vote yet on Stevens, so, and we're all acting in good faith. It's just a little confusing. So, and I appreciate everybody's comments today.
I apologize to Steve. I didn't know I was on open mic when I said it was a bad day to make motions.
Well, I didn't take that personally.
Maybe it's actually a really good day since there have been so many of them.
Yeah.
Chris, this is taking a long time. It looks like the Supreme Court's getting involved.
Yep.
You know, I'm totally absorbed with state government. And then I go outside and my wife tells me what's going on in the world, around the country and the world. I mean,
I don't know how many state reps and senators I've talked to this year that haven't even had time to watch the news.
Yeah.
That's a scary thought.
I know.
Representative, oh, no, I'll hold that.
Hi, everybody. Thank you very much for your patience. So we've got a lot of clarification, and I just want to explain to everybody what I certainly have learned. And again, thank you for your patience and your understanding. So as a committee, this bill is brought to us by a member of the House. And so as a committee, we are making a report to the House. And so in that vein, we are not necessarily evaluating right at this juncture which vote passes and which vote fails. We are going to accurately reflect in our reports to the House how we feel about this legislation. And so in this case, for example, we might have 2 reports to the House. We might have 3 reports. We could have more than 3 reports. What I suggest that we do, because I feel like a fresh start would be a really good place for us to be, I would like to have a motion to reconsider, have Representative Evangelos make his ought to pass as amended motion and have it seconded, do the vote, and then ask those who are not voting in favor of the motion to give their reports. Does that process seem acceptable to everybody? I'm going to ask the bill sponsor first. And
Yes.
then Representative Thorne, I'll come to you.
Yes, that's what I was driving at. I wasn't being adversarial. I just was thinking that in the normal protocols of what you just described is what I was always used to doing. And I do honor Representative Moriarty's offer as well. This isn't, confrontational at all. I just wanted to make sure that we were getting it right so we didn't get challenged later.
Great. Okay.
And then as I understand, the House Judiciary Chair will move on the floor whatever he wants to move based on several reports.
We're not there yet. Let's get the vote done.
But yeah, so yeah, I think Representative Thorne had a question before I do that.
and we also have to take the bill off the table. And let me start by that. We're taking LD 842, which has been tabled, off the table, and resuming our work session on it. And then Representative Thorne, would you like to ask your question or yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. See, it's the day for asking procedural questions. And I'm curious why we have to go back to the original motion when we've already voted on that original motion and we have the results of that. Why can't we go straight to the question that was never asked is, what is the report of the majority? And get that from each member.
Because when we took that vote, we were all under the misimpression that we would have 2 separate votes, and that was not the case. And so I want to take us back to before we had that misimpression. And I apologize for not having all of this information before this particular situation arose. It's been something that I've never confronted before, and it's taken me a while to figure it out. But it just makes sense to return to a fresh start.
So am I clear in understanding that we are going back to 1 vote and 1 vote only on this for today?
Yes, we will have 1 motion. We will vote. Those who are not voting in favor of the motion will be able to state their reports to the committee clerk, and it will be recorded that way. And then anybody who is not here with us today can either, by noon tomorrow, either vote for one of the reports that is issued or can vote separately on their own report. Representative Moriarty?
Is it possible to bring the two senators in?
No,
No?
no.
Oh, I just assumed they were doing their own committee work and could bounce back and forth.
No, not possible. Go ahead, Representative Babbage.
Yeah, I want to know if there's any possibility of us as a committee getting a unanimous or a large majority vote to support the study in order to revisit this in January. The study for many of us is a compromise vote. And should we not have that as a feasible alternative, it forces us into ought to pass and not to pass positions, I think.
Well, Chris, it will be a feasible alternative regardless of the numbers, because the House chair can move a report when we're in session on the floor. You can take that up with him. I mean, that's how it usually works. So,
Well, I guess what I'm expressing, Representative Evangelos, is that this is a major change in the right direction as far as I'm concerned. It's a kind of a legacy vote, and I want to be on what I consider to be the right side of the issue. But I'm a cautious person, and I would like some experts other than the public hearing that we had to weigh in and give it more authority next session. But if that's not a prevailing viewpoint, then I would vote differently.
And I do, Representative Babbage, just to follow up, I do anticipate that there will be, for example, I expect to vote on a committee report that would support the study group. The study resolve, excuse me. So that will be my report after I cast my vote. Representative Newell?
Thank you, Chair. Just a question in regard to process.
Mm-hmm.
When you make the motion to reconsider, is that open to any motion?
It would be open to any motion. As the chair, I would recognize the bill sponsor, Representative Evangelos, because again, I'm just trying to get us back to kind of where I wish with the knowledge I wish I had when we first started to vote. And so if the motion to reconsider passes, my inclination would be to recognize Representative Evangelos for the purpose of making his motion. And then people could support that motion or could not support it and articulate different reports.
Senator Carney, I would support your ruling on that because some people may have been voting based on a misunderstanding. So I think your point's well taken. And I mean, if there's no other discussion, I'll do as you requested. Am I making a motion? Is it called withdraw, reconsider? Is it a motion to reconsider that I should do?
You can't make the reconsideration motion because the
Somebody from the prevailing side.
somebody from the
I'm not on the
prevailing side has to make it.
Okay,
So,
okay, thank you.
yeah. Okie doke. So are there any other questions before we move on to a motion to reconsider? Not seeing any. So is there a motion to reconsider? Representative Babbage has moved to reconsider. Is there a second? Representative Moriarty has seconded. And so now, and just because I feel like I don't want us to make any more missteps. We're going to do a roll call vote on the motion to reconsider so that everything is crystal clear. And Ms. Panett is here to do the roll call.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Kime. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Madam Chair, I have 11 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 3 are absent.
Thank you very much, Ms. Panett. And so the motion to reconsider passes 11-0. And now I would recognize Representative Evangelos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move LD 842, an act to reestablish parole, ought to pass as amended.
Thank you. And is there a second? Seconded by Representative Sheehan. Is there any discussion on the motion? Go ahead, Representative Harnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it an appropriate time to speak to the motion?
It is.
Thank you. Colleagues, I apologize for not understanding the parliamentarian rules as well as I should have. And I will be changing my vote from my original vote, and I want to explain why. I believe in the restoration of parole. I respect and admire the work of the bill's sponsor. But above all, I want to see it get passed. I do not think that in its current form, that is going to happen. I think that it needs work, and therefore I will be voting no on the motion ought not to pass when called upon, because I want to do everything within my power to move this bill forward in a way that it can be enacted into law in the 103rd legislature. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Harnett. Committee members, are there other discussion of the pending motion? Go ahead, Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It sounds counterintuitive, but I agree with what Representative Hartnett just said. And I think the way to keep this matter alive is to vote no on the motion.
Thank you, Representative Moriarty. Representative Evangelos? We're not able to hear you, Representative.
Three for three on that. I ought to go into baseball. There's a lot of speculation involved in this discussion, and I see no evidence, regardless of which course we take, that the governor is going to change her position. She's violently opposed to parole and has indicated she's going to veto it. And so I have to do what I think is right. And I will also respect the prerogative of the chair on the floor of the House of Representatives to move according to the majority of the committee. That's all I have to say.
Other discussion, committee members?
Yes, I have one.
Oh, go ahead, Chris, Representative Babbage.
Whoops, I just lost the video. Hold on a moment. Whoops.
We can see you and hear you.
Okay. I couldn't see. Yes, I wanted to ask about options should the study never be taken off the table. Would the chairs be, I mean, legislative council is the option. Is that correct? And I'm of the opinion that a majority of the committee, I'm of that opinion. I know it may not be, may be close, but wants to pursue this. So it is my great hope that we will have a study that will refresh our enthusiasm for doing something positive with this bill. But if that should not come to fruition, merely because of a financial decision in June, then I know that there is also the option for the committee and the committee leadership to express that we revisit this.
Thank you, Representative Babbage. Anyone else? Is the committee ready for a vote? It appears that we are. Thank you very much, Ms. Panett. And so this is the vote on Representative Evangelos's motion ought to pass as amended, which includes the original bill language and the April 22nd amendment that we've had quite some time to consider. And yes. Okay, you may proceed, Ms. Panett.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
No.
Senator Carney votes no. Senator Sanborn. Senator Kime. Representative Harnett.
No.
Representative Harnett votes no. Representative Babbage.
No.
Representative Babbage votes no. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
No.
Representative Moriarty votes no. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
4 for 4, yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
No.
Representative Newell votes no. I will recall the absentees. Senator Sam. I'm getting a feedback. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Madam Chair, I have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 8 members voting in the negative, and 3 members are absent.
Thank you very much, Ms. Panett. And I'm going to ask those who voted no to articulate their report. And I'm just going to call folks' names so that we can be clear on that. Representative Libby?
I am ought to pass as amended by Representative Moriarty.
Representative Poirier?
Not to pass.
Representative Thorne?
Ought not to pass.
Representative Newell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ought to pass as amended by Representative Moriarty.
Representative Moriarty?
Ought to pass in accordance with my earlier motion.
Thank you. Representative Babbage?
Ought to pass as amended with the Moriarty amendment.
Representative Harnett?
Ought to pass with the Moriarty amendment.
And that would be my position as well. And so I think I've covered everybody. Did anybody not accurately record their votes? Okay, it looks like we have all cast our votes. And so that will conclude our work session on LD 842. And, Ms. Panett, do you need anything further from us?
No, I do not. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Representative Moriarty.
Madam Chair, what was the significance of the vote we just took, and where are we now?
Yes, thank you. Just so where we are now is that we have 3 reports on LD 842. One is ought to pass as amended with the sponsor's amendment, which has 3 votes, Representative Reckitt, Representative Sheehan, and Representative Evangelos. We have, excuse me one moment. Robocalls do not respect committee meeting time. So that was the first committee report. The second committee report is an ought to pass as amended with what we've been referring to as the Moriarty Amendment. And that has myself, Representative Harnett, Representative Babbage, Representative Moriarty, Representative Newell, and Representative Libby. And then we have an ought not to pass. And the members who cast their votes in that manner are Representatives Poirier and Thorne. And I think that, everybody all set with that? And so by noon tomorrow, the 3 absent committee members will have an opportunity to cast their votes by communicating with their presiding officers. And then the votes will be completed and that bill will come back to our committee for language review. And I think that's it. Peggy, have I missed anything? Okay, thank you. Everybody all set on 842? And thanks all for hanging in there. Appreciate your patience. Go ahead, Representative Thorne.
I just say I want to play bridge with everybody so they can talk about their hands before they play their cards.
Committee members, at this point, I would propose that we take a half-hour lunch break before we take up our remaining bills. Does that seem appropriate to everyone? I'm seeing lots of nodding heads. Representative Evangelos, your hand is up, and so is yours, Representative Moriarty. I don't know if you both have something.
No. On the next bill is LD 788. I'm very hopeful that it will be a quick one. And the attorney, he was asked one specific question by the committee, Jeremy Pratt, and he's been in the waiting room. I hate to tie up his day any longer. He was specifically asked a question regarding when did
Let me just interrupt you right there. Committee members, is everybody okay doing one more bill this morning? Is that okay with everybody? Yep, I'm seeing lots of thumbs up. Okay, we're going to go ahead then. We will.
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
On my schedule, 776 was next.
Yes, that's my understanding as well. And that's the one you're asking us to take up. Is that right, Representative Evangelos?
No, it was, I'm sorry, I got confused. It was 788, the the alignment of the good time. Mr. Pratt's been on our call since 9 a.m. this morning, and I know he wrote me and said he has an answer to one question, and then.
Okay, let's go. Thank you for pointing out, Representative Thorne, that I had missed 776. We are going to do.
My only point was that the sponsor of 776, Representative Costain, has been on since then as well, waiting. So
yes, point well taken. We're going to take a half-hour break because it seems like everybody needs a little lunch break. We will return at 1:15, committee members, and then we'll take up 776 and follow our original bill order. Thank you all so much. See you soon.
Thanks. Yep.
Steve, you're not muted, just for the record.
Chris, are you still there?
Hold on. Yes, I am, Jeff.
What was the LD we took up first? I got the wrong number here.
Hold on a minute. I'll get my sheet wherever I put it.
8:58.
All right, thank you.
8:58. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee members. As you come back, if you could activate your video so I know that you are here. Thank you, Aaron. Representative Sheehan. Okay, again, committee members, as you return, if you could activate your video so I know that you're really here and we can start up our afternoon's work sessions. Thank you, Representative Babbage, Senator Carney, Representative Evangelos, Representative Reckitt, Representative Newell, the incomparable Peggy Reinsch, Representative Thorne, come in. I did. Thank you.
You inspired me after our conversation about pistachios.
Yeah, they're so good. I had to move them over there.
Well, I've been known to, when I get that container, just pick out all the pistachios first.
I hear you.
And then I pick up the cashews.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we have 9 members returning and present. So we will pick up with our, I'm going to have to wait for our committee clerk to get back to her office. She just stopped in to say hello.
Senator Carney, question.
I'm muted. Yes.
Are we going into 776?
Yes, we are. And
Thank you.
Sorry about that. I just had to talk to our clerk. We are going to open the work session on LD 776, an act to amend the length of time and circumstances for which a sheriff may furlough individuals incarcerated in a county jail. And I've asked for the bill's sponsor, Representative Costain, to be moved over as a panelist. Welcome, Representative Costain. Nice to see you. And I will now silence my phone and turn it over to Peggy to give us a 30,000-foot view of your bill analysis.
Great, thank you. LD 776 amends the statute governing sheriff's actions. Current law allows a sheriff to establish rules for a prisoner, so somebody in a county jail, to be furloughed. The law right now says the furlough may be granted for not more than 3 days at one time. This would extend that to a total of 7 days, and it would clarify it would be to participate, in addition to visit a dying relative to obtain medical services. It would add to participate in a program operated by a jail that conditions release on regular daily reporting to the jail of the prisoner's location and activities. The law goes on to say for any other reason consistent with the rehabilitation of the inmate. So it's really extending it to 7 days to allow the people in the jail to participate in programming, and they wouldn't be staying in the jail for those programs.
Thank you very much, Peggy. And I would invite Representative Costain, if you have anything to add to the report of our analyst, jump right in.
Thank you, sir. The only thing I would say is the big advantage of this program would be, as you know, a second offense OUI is a 7-day sentence. So a lot of times what happens is they'll defer the sentence. They'll go to classes during the day or programming and then go home at night and come back. So that's what the big thing of the 7-day programming is from 3. Now, nothing says they can't do 3 days and then 3 days. It's just a lot of extra paperwork that they have to do. And that's why I was asked to put this bill in, because a lot of the sentences now are 7 days. That's why they want that.
Well, thank you very much for bringing the bill forward. And it's, you know, we often use the term, this bill is pretty straightforward, but actually this bill is really straightforward. And I note that there was quite a bit of testimony in support. There was no testimony in opposition. So I would turn it over to ask if there are any committee members who have any questions for the analyst, Representative Thorne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. When we're talking about the furlough, is this a previous, how can I say it? I'm trying to determine if this is an existing furlough or whether it can take and have the sheriff extend that, or was there somebody else that normally gave the furlough besides the sheriff? Did they have to wait for a board to be heard and seen?
My understanding is that the sheriff has established rules, and that's all it is. I mean, the sheriff provides for the furlough. There's not a board or the county commissioners or anybody.
Okay, and if I remember listening to Sheriff Morton talk about it, it just allows him some leverage to extend that out for those that are well behaved. I'm done.
Speaking of well-behaved, that's right. And Representative Costain and Peggy, just so I'm clear, this just extends the time from the maximum of 3 days now to 7 days. Is that correct? Are there any other questions from committee members? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion. Senator Carney? Or
Actually, I'll lower my hand and let Representative Poirier go forward.
thank you, Representative Poirier.
I was going to make a motion, so if Senator Carney was going to do the same, I would.
Nope, why don't you go ahead? Why don't you go ahead, Representative?
Okay, I make a motion ought to pass.
Okay, motion ought to pass by Representative Poirier. Do I have a second? Representative Libby? Seconded by Representative Libby. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I would ask the committee clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Kime. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. I will call the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Mr. Chair, I have 11 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 3 members are absent.
Thank you very much, Soupy. Thank you, committee members, and thank you, Representative Costain, for bringing this bill forward. We greatly appreciate you being before the Judiciary Committee today.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, committee.
Now, if we can just do the next 14 bills like that, we will be done by 2:30. But I don't want to jinx myself. We will now turn to LD 788, an act to align the pre-conviction and post-conviction discretionary deductions for time served, introduced by our colleague Representative Evangelos. Peggy, if you could give us the overview of your analysis.
Thank you. LD 788 is an act to align the pre-conviction and post-conviction discretionary deductions for time served. The purpose of this bill is to make sure that if you're pre-conviction or post-conviction in jail, you're earning the same amount of good time. You can't go backwards. We're going to go forward. So that's why there is a new subsection 4A, which was printed with the wrong date in it because it is going backwards. And it equalizes the amount of good time that a person earns, whether they are awaiting trial or after they've been convicted. There were a couple of amendments proposed. One is Representative Evangelos and Clack both noted that the date was wrong. And so I have redrafted it in, if you have the bill analysis on page 4, to amend the existing law that provides for good time and make that terminate October 1st, 2021. And then the new one would start up October 1st, 2021. That's making sure there's 90 days after your statutory adjournment date. The other amendment that was proposed was by the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence. They thought it was very important to make sure that victims were aware that somebody might be released earlier than it would seem like based on the sentence. And so they suggested, and I believe Representative Evangelos accepted their recommendation, that information that is provided to the victim would be a new paragraph, that the final disposition of the charges against the defendant, including the amount of deductions to time served that a defendant has accumulated as of the date of sentencing, on or before the date of sentencing, the attorney for the state obtains that information and, there's a typo there, at which the defendant was incarcerated on the relevant charges. So that information is provided to the victim. So if they need to prepare when the defendant is actually released, they're ready. So those were the two amendments that were discussed at the public hearing.
Thank you very much, Peggy. And before turning it over to questions for the committee, I would ask the bill sponsor, Representative Evangelos, if he has anything to add. And I also know that you had brought along an attorney who wanted to address some questions raised by the committee. So I will turn it over to Representative Evangelos and ask the committee clerk to move over Jeremy Pratt. Is that the correct name, Representative Evangelos?
It is. He's in court. He had to go. But
okay.
I did some research. There was only one question outstanding. Someone was wondering when this disparity occurred, and according to the research I did in the Maine Criminal Code, it occurred around the time that the code was adopted. That's what created the disparity. He just wrote me an email and said that he's in court. So I wanted to just answer the question, not as professionally as he could. I wanted to note there was no opposition to this bill. I'm in support of Andrea Mancuso. Her notice amendment. That's just a fair and square way to address this. Victims of domestic violence should get notice that somebody's getting out early. And I'm in support of the change in the date. I have nothing else to add. I'd be happy to make the motion. I don't want to cut anybody else off, but I do want to expedite the afternoon.
Sure. I will just quickly ask, are there any questions from committee members for our analyst or for the bill sponsor? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll move on to pass with the Mancuso amendment and the change in the date.
Motion made by Representative Evangelos. Do I have a second? seconded by Representative Sheehan. Is there any discussion? Representative Moriarty?
Nope, that was a second.
Oh, okay. Is there any discussion from committee members? Seeing none, I would ask the committee clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Kime. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Mr. Chair, I have 11 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 3 members are absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much to committee members, and thank you, Representative Evangelos, for bringing the bill forward. And with that, with a slight twinge of guilt, we were switching off after every 2 bills. So I will now turn it back over to Senator Carney, knowing that I got the better end of that deal. Senator.
I am reluctant to take the virtual gavel from you because you've been so efficient. Do you want to keep going, Representative Harnett?
I'll keep going until we get to a tough bill, the ones that you like.
Perfect. Yeah, if they're super confusing, I'll take it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next bill that we will be going into work session on is LD 1134, an act to amend the Maine Bail Code regarding certain conditions of release and the Maine Criminal Code regarding warrantless arrests. And that was introduced, sponsored by Representative Talbot Ross. I don't know if she is available. I do not see her in the attendee room. I know that it had been introduced on her behalf by Representative Reckett. But with that, I will turn it over to our analyst, Peggy.
Thank you. And this bill amends the bail code. And once again, we're talking about violations of conditions of bail, and as opposed to violations of conditions of probation. Most violations of bail conditions can end up as a crime, depending on the underlying crime that the person is on bail. So what this bill is intended to do is to wipe away the Class C opportunity for a violation of bail to exist, and then also limit some of the Class E crimes, limit some of the bail conditions to be Class E crimes if they're violated. Now, my understanding is that the sponsor is asking you to look at a much more truncated bill, and Megan Sway has been in contact with the chair and with me, and she maybe you want to move her over so she can express the sponsor's idea that drop off the warrantless arrest piece and just go forward with I think it's just the proposed amendment that was provided on April 22nd. I think it's just the first page of that. But I must admit, I just got this message this morning, so I'm not really sure exactly what the sponsor's intent is.
And that's the proposed amendment on page 7 of your bill analysis?
I bet it is.
Newer one?
No, it's that amendment, but I think some of that amendment would actually be dropped.
Yeah, I don't have the technological capacity to bring Megan Sway over.
Soupy does that for me. So she'll.
Oh, now I can do it. I'm empowered. Hang on a sec.
Welcome to the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Sway. If you could explain where we are, and do these amendments replace the entire initial proposal?
Hi, good afternoon. Again, Megan Sway, Policy Director at the ACLU of Maine. My understanding is that these amendments, I do not believe replace the entire, I think there might be a section that was left off. Basically, just to recap quickly, because it's been a long time and this is a confusing bill. The bill had two portions. One was about violations of conditions of bail release, and one was about warrantless arrest. And the sponsor has decided to go forward only with the portions of the bill that deal with violations of conditions of release, and to leave the warrantless arrest statute in place. You heard the Maine State Police had an issue with that, and we are leaving that alone. So the attempt is to bring Maine closer to 47 other states that don't criminalize violations of conditions of release. If there's a violation that is serious enough, a district attorney can still ask for a bail revocation, but it wouldn't be an additional new crime if it wasn't a crime in and of itself. The part that we have left out is it will leave everything as currently is in the law if the crime is alleged to be against a family or household member, or a DV or sexual assault crime. I hope I explained that right.
Okay, so thank you very much, Ms. Sway. Peggy, am I correct then that Section 6 from the original bill is no longer in play? That's the section that dealt with warrantless.
Right. I think Section 4 goes out. Section 5, Section 6. I think those are all the warrantless arrests.
Okay.
Is that?
So,
Megan's nodding. Okay.
okay, so we're left then with sections 1, 2, and 3.
Right. And the amendment that was proposed on April 22nd replaces 1 and replaces 2, but we're keeping Section 3 from the bill.
Okay. Are there questions from committee members for Ms. Sway or for the bill analyst, Representative Reckett?
Well, now I'm thoroughly confused. And I'm looking at the bill itself. Section 4, is that what we're talking about?
Section 4 is.
Don't look at Section 4 anymore.
Don't just throw out 4. Okay.
Throw out 4, 5, and 6. So the amendment amends Section 1 of the bill to it. All that Section 1 in the bill was amending was paragraph A of Section 1092 of the Bail Code, and didn't touch paragraph B. And paragraph B creates a Class C crime if the underlying crime was punishable by a maximum period of imprisonment. So if the other underlying crime was a Class C or greater, then violation of a condition of release is a Class C crime under current law. The purpose of this bill is to say most violations of release are not crimes at all. So we're going to take out the Class C crime and make some violations Class E crimes. Under current law, everything's a Class E crime unless it's a Class C crime. So that's what we're doing with Section 1 of the amendment, which replaces Section 1 of the bill. And I realized that when I gave you the current law, I didn't give you all the different conditions of release. And maybe that's more confusing, but if you wanted to look at those, so the things that are still be a Class E crime for the conditions of release, that would still be a Class E crime if you violated them, would be abide by the specified restrictions on personal associations, place of abode, or travel. Avoid all contact with a victim. 8 is refrain from possessing a firearm or other dangerous weapon. We're taking 10A out, which is enter and remain in a long-term residential facility for the treatment of substance use disorder. So that's not, you violate that and it will not be a Class E crime. 13 is return to custody for specified hours following release for employment, schooling, or other limited purposes. So that's somebody who is still has a custody requirement. Or 19, participate in an electronic monitoring program if available. I don't even know if there are any available right now, but so violation of those that we just talked about would still be a Class E crime. Violation of any other conditions of release would not be a Class E crime. Is that correct, Megan? Is that the intention?
Yes, but they would still be subject to bail revocation. So,
Right.
So as a penalty, you could still be returned to jail. It just wouldn't be an extra charge, an extra criminal charge.
A separate crime.
Yes.
All by itself.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question, Representative Reckett?
Yes, it does. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Libby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Peggy. You may have answered this question already, but not in a way that I understood. So let me ask. I'm looking at the amendment in the bill analysis. Is that the correct amendment?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so what that says to me, and maybe I'm missing something, is that there are 3 different pieces that it does. It removes lines 2 through 5 and lines 6 through 16 on page 1. And then on page 3, it removes lines 7 through 11. So I don't understand how section 4, which is line 21 on page 1, how that is not there anymore.
Right. So when I prepared this bill analysis, it was before the sponsor requested to take the warrantless arrest pieces out.
Okay.
So my answer to your question, is that the correct amendment, was wrong. It's not the correct amendment. After section 2 in the amendment, ignore everything else. Sections 1 and 2 in the amendment are still good.
Oh, so the prior amendment that said to strike 1, 2, and 6 is no longer accurate. Only section 1 and 2 exist now, and 3 through 6 are gone?
No, 3 still exists because that's still in the bail code, and that is still saying it's an affirmative defense to a prosecution under 1 and 1A. 1A is being enacted by section 2.
Okay.
That the violation resulted from just cause.
And I apologize, in the future, I will try to get you guys like what you're looking at ahead of time so that you're not doing this.
Yes. Okay, I think that answers my question for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Libby. Are there additional questions from committee members? Seeing none. Representative Poirier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to get a clarification here on the Maine State Police that had testified in opposition had raised a big question as far as drug offenses being removed from the statutes here. And I just want to make sure, is that the case, that those offenses are removed from this?
So the drug offenses, it would still be a violation of, if that's one of the conditions and you violate it, then you are still subject to having your bail revoked and you can go back to jail for that. But it's not a separate crime because it's a violation of the bail condition. If you commit another crime, then that's a completely separate issue and you've committed another crime. But it doesn't make your violation of the bail condition yet another crime. Does that make sense?
Yes, I believe so. So it basically, it's not like a condition of the bail anymore type.
It's still a condition of bail. It's just if you violate it, it doesn't create one more crime for you. So if you had I don't know, a Class D crime, you're out on bail. One of your conditions is to not possess, maybe it was I don't know, not possess illegal drugs. You're caught with illegal drugs. That might be a crime. If you possess a huge amount of something, that might be its own crime. Charge that separately. But the violation of your bail condition does not result in a crime. Your bail will probably be revoked and you'll go back to jail, but the violation of the bail condition is not a crime.
Okay, thank you.
Does that answer your question, Representative Poirier?
Yes, thank you.
Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wonder if I could get a clarification of the implications. If is there anyone from state police available that could speak on the implications of this?
I am not seeing anyone that I recognize as being from the state police, but I would ask if there's anybody in the attendee room who is representing the state police to please raise your electronic hand. I do see Major Scott is in the panel. If I could have Major Scott moved over. Welcome back to the Judiciary Committee, Major Scott. Are you able to respond to Representative Thorne's question?
Oh, good afternoon, Representative Harnett and Senator Carney, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Major Brian Scott with the State Police. So I can try to answer the question. So this bill was actually assigned to Major Bill Ross, and I know he and Lieutenant Colonel Harwood did have some conversations and meetings with Megan Sway and some others. Unfortunately, I don't know exactly where they landed on everything, where this has not been a bill that I've taken part in. My understanding, when I think about the enforcement perspective, I guess I do find myself also questioning if it's a violation of condition of release, but it's not a Class E crime or a Class D crime. What is it? And how is it enforceable? But that may be something that was already discussed in my absence. And I'm sorry, I couldn't be more helpful with it. I just haven't been on top of this bill. I can try to get you an answer and get back to you, but I understand the work session is right now. I can reach out to Major Ross, try to get you an answer.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate your honesty, Major Scott. I guess my question is, it is not currently a law violation, or is it a law violation to for someone to do something that is in and of itself, by itself, not a law violation, like drinking beer to excess, or something like that that wouldn't ordinarily be a law violation, but because it's a parole violation, or not parole violation, I got parole on the brain, because it's a
bail.
I've lost the word.
It's a bail condition.
A bail condition. Does that make it a chargeable offense, or just an arrestable offense that they're never charged for officially?
So Representative Thorne, I think I understand your question. The way that it's done currently would be a violation of condition of release that is not normally a crime in and of itself. And you had mentioned like alcohol consumption. So if someone's 21 years of age and older and they consume intoxicants, there's no violation whatsoever. But if it is a condition of their release currently and they violate that condition of release, that is a crime now because it's a violation of the condition of release. So I'm not quite sure what it becomes with this amendment. What I'm hearing is it would no longer be a crime unless it was one of those particular chapters that were outlined. But maybe again, maybe Megan would know, or even Representative Talbot Ross, I think, was involved with a couple of the conversations with our leadership team here, and that may have been worked out. I'm just not familiar with it. I am communicating right now with Major Ross. He wasn't aware that this was occurring right now. He's sending me some information, but by the time I have to review it, you might have moved on. Sorry, I couldn't be more helpful.
We'll keep an ear open. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Major Scott.
You're welcome.
Ms. Sway, you have your hand up. You might be able to answer that question about the discussions with the state, please.
Yes, so currently under Title 15, Section 1095, even if a violation of condition of release is not charged as a new crime, it can still be an arrestable. The DA can still have the police arrest a person for violating that condition. And so right now, things that are not a crime ordinarily, if they're a bail condition and they're violated, are a crime. This would say that it is no longer a separate charge, but it is still something that your bail can be revoked for doing, and you can still be arrested and sent back to jail for doing that. And it does not require a warrant under Title 15, Section 1095, if the DA asks the police to do that.
Okay, so it just does not, the person does not have a separate criminal charge based on the violation of the condition of release.
Correct.
But they are
But it's
still,
still a violation, and it's still a reason to revoke bail if the district attorney determines it is.
so still a consequence, just not an additional crime. Okay, and I see that the bill sponsor, Representative Talbot Ross, has joined us. Do you have anything to add, Representative Talbot Ross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the opportunity to weigh in. The only thing that I would add that Ms. Sway just articulated is that there still are exemptions to that. So in working with the community advocates for domestic violence, all of the crimes against persons, some crimes that prosecutors still wanted in there would still be in there. So to Representative Thorne's point, there would still be some exemptions to what we're talking about. I just want to make sure that you understand there's still some carve-outs that remain in the current, that are in current law, that would remain in current law.
And those are the subparagraphs that are identified in the amendment, correct?
That's correct.
Are there, Representative Poirier, do you have an additional question? No, okay, your hand was still up. Oh, well, I was just notified that you cannot vote because we do not have a senator present. So I would ask if there are additional questions from committee members that might take us to when a senator arrives. Representative Libby.
Thank you. I would like to request a corner caucus before we vote anyway.
Okay, how long do you need?
5 minutes.
Okay. We'll recess for a corner caucus until just a little before 2 o'clock.
Tom?
Yes, sir.
I see that Jeremy Pratt has rejoined the attendee room. Can we just ask him, I've written him an email and told him we're all set on the bill he was helping us with. I don't know if he knows that or whether he's here for another bill, but if he's not here for another bill, I don't want him tying the rest of his day up with us because we're done. So can we ask him that?
Sure. I don't know exactly how to do that. Can you just send him a message and ask him?
I sent him a couple of emails. I'm sure, I don't know if he can hear us right now, but if he's here for other bills, that's fine. But I haven't heard back from him on an email, and I'm concerned that he thinks we're still acting on the bill. So
I meant if we could put it in the chat, he would see it. But
oh,
he's just watching.
Geez, Jeremy, life must be slow. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
How you doing, Peggy?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. We're both tired, I can tell.
Yeah. But you know, good work is good for you.
Yeah. Hey, Peggy, when you have a second, you made a reference to a Supreme Court decision that kind of differentiated a couple of items on that parole bill. Could you send it to me when you have a moment? No hurry on that, just make a note.
It was actually mentioned in the AG's testimony. It's Gilbert versus State, 1986.
Oh, he came to an opposite conclusion.
Well,
that case was about two things. And one of them was the legislature enacting a law that ended up reducing the sentence, which is different than parole. Parole's not changing the sentence.
Okay, thank you for that.
I'll still send it to you.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, hello, Representative Harnett. I'm here.
I saw that. I was just notified by Peggy when I asked her, what do I do? What do I do? But we had a plan, but I'm glad,
Okay.
glad you're back. The Republicans are on a corner caucus. They should be back in a couple of minutes. And we are still on LD 1134.
Okay. Is there, Representative Harnett, is there a pending motion?
There is not.
Okay, thank you.
Right before I was asking for a motion, I was notified that we couldn't vote. So but we still had questions from committee members, and that's why there's the corner caucus.
All right, I could stay logged into both meetings.
Okay, I anticipate a motion shortly.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, do you still need Megan Sway in the panelists?
Why don't we wait to see the result of the corner caucus to see if they might have questions?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for the little tap on the ear. Representative Libby, does that mean your caucus is complete?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. I have just been informed as people, if you could, there's too many devices going off here. Major Scott has informed me that Major Ross is on the phone. I need to send him a link to see if he can respond to your questions. Can you send Major Ross a link? I don't even know. It just says he's on the phone, but I don't know what that means. Okay. We are endeavoring to get Major Ross, who is on the phone, somehow in as a panelist. So give us a minute or two while Soupy works her magic.
Mr. Chair, may I ask Peggy a question in the meantime?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So Peggy, I think I have come to a better understanding of the new version of the bill. Am I at all correct in approximating it somewhat as being similar to the parole bill we heard earlier, but just in regards to bail instead, where
Probation.
yes, sorry.
Yeah, right. I'm
Sorry,
getting them all
probation.
mixed up today, which is why I'm, yeah, right.
Similar in that if someone violates the condition of release for bail in this bill, that it is not going to be an automatic back to jail. If it's a crime, a new crime versus just a violation of condition of release, that those are differentiated more clearly.
So if it's a brand new, I'm sorry, are you done?
Yeah, yes, brand new crime versus simply a violation of condition of release, similar
So
to the
brand
bill
new
we heard
crime.
earlier.
Okay, brand new crime, whether it's a violation of condition of release or not, is a brand new crime.
Right.
And that can be, I'm assuming they could be arrested and, you know, go through all that for that separate brand new crime. If it's a condition of release that they violated, that's not a crime normally.
Mm-hmm.
Under current law, violating a condition of release for bail is a crime. It's either a Class C crime,
okay,
or if your underlying crime, the reason that you're out on bail, is a Class C or above, then violating it can be a Class C crime.
okay.
So what this bill is trying to do is say, in most cases, violation of a condition of release is not a crime. It's still, as Ms. Sway said, the DA can say, you violated this, we want you arrested. Bail can be revoked. They can be returned to jail because they violated it, but not because it's not a new crime. There are exceptions. The exceptions are the ones we listed. The other exception, which we didn't really talk about, was if the underlying crime is a crime against a family, then any violation of a condition of release remains a Class E crime. I'm getting that right? Okay, that's what Section 2 does. The new subsection 1A, it carves out this category of underlying crimes. If your underlying crime is a domestic violence or a sexual assault, then everything still applies with regard to all the conditions of release, and any condition of release is still a Class E crime. It's a separate Class E crime in addition to being able to have your bail revoked and re-incarcerated because you violated bail.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Libby. And we're still waiting for Major Ross. He's been sent an invitation, and as soon as he arrives, he will be moved over as a panelist. So if you have additional questions for our wonderful analyst, you got a free shot.
We're focusing today on mercy, I think. Starting with Peggy.
Yes. So
Mercy is a good thing. Yeah, so from now on, we will organize our work sessions by theme.
Okay. Representative Libby, you have your hand up?
Thank you, I do. Seeing as Major Ross is not here yet, I wonder if I could infringe upon Peggy's good graces a little bit more. I'm reading through the current law and I'm trying to figure out what changes section by section, and it's difficult to figure out. So I wonder if you could do some form of screen sharing and point out what does change. Is that possible?
I think so. Let me see if I can pull up something that's useful. Where's my screen share? Okay, so my little hourglass there is telling me to be patient. Okay, so this is what I sent to you this morning. This is part of the bail code, pre-conviction bail, the standard for release for a crime bailable as of right pre-conviction. Sounds like a mouthful. Here are the conditions that we talked about. If you remember, there are certain conditions that if you violate those, it's still going to be a Class E crime. Those are 4. We're not amending this section. It's just there for your information. 4, 5, 8, not 10A, 13, and 19. And so we're not changing those, but those are just there for your information. And then what the amendment is going to change is in the enforcement article. And this is, let me just make this a little tiny bit smaller. So we're going to, and I highlight all this? Okay, so this is what we're amending with section 1. We're going to amend paragraph A to say it's a Class E crime only if the condition is specified in section 1026 and it's 4, 5, 8, 13, or 19. And we're totally repealing paragraph B. And then section, nope, we add in a new, that's what right here means. There's a new subsection 1A, and that's the new section that says if your underlying crime is against a family or a household member or sexual assault, or the other crimes against a person, then anytime you violate any condition of bail, it is still a Class E crime. And then we amend affirmative defense to pull in subsection 1A that were just enacted here. We're just putting in place here about the crimes against the person. And that's it. You're not amending anything else.
Sorry, I think actually we're supposed to be amending 1092 and not 1091.
Oh,
1091 is failure to appear, and that would still be a crime.
You're right. That's why it didn't look right.
I'm sorry. I wanted to make sure failure to appear is a crime in every jurisdiction, and we're not seeking to change that here.
Okay, my total mistake. Thank you, Megan. Looks very much the same though.
Yeah.
And I totally messed up the statutes by saying that's what we were amending. We're amending 1092 here. Here's the class E crime, and we're saying instead of class E crime always, it's just if you violate those conditions. We're repealing B, so it's never a class C crime. Adding in a new subsection 1A, and then changing this affirmative defense to also apply to the new subsection 1A. Thank you, Megan. Any other questions I can't answer for you, Representative Libby?
Just one final clarifying question, and that is in the bill itself, lines 14 through 16 are shown as added, and that is basically that section right there that you have highlighted. You're saying that section is being removed?
So in the bill, it was establishing the 2 tiers. Okay. And the sponsor, a class E or a class C, and the sponsor decided she did not want to do that. And so the amendment that she provided at the time of the hearing strikes out those 2 separate paragraphs and just makes it a class E crime.
Okay, so the amendment is lines 1 through 20 minus 14 through 16.
Yes and no. I mean, the amendment is not touching section 3, but section 3 remains. So if you want to know what it looks like, what the final bill, the final act would look like, it would be 1, 2, and 3 with the changes in the amendment to 1 and 2, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So I believe the change to section 2 is just crossing out paragraph B. Yep. And writing in class E crime at the end of line 12. You're not really changing, the amendment doesn't change any of those crimes. It's just saying there is always a class E crime.
Okay, thank you. That's clarifying. Thank you, Peggy and all.
It takes a whole team sometimes. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing.
Peggy, can I toss a question out?
Sure.
Can the sponsor take this back to the reviser and ask for a renewed version?
No.
Really?
Really. A corrected version is only printed if there is a problem in printing or you know, something that the revisor's office didn't correct.
Okay.
A sponsor changing their mind gets a committee amendment.
All right.
Or a sponsor refining their needs.
Anyway, it can't be done.
No.
What if Megan were to take a shot at rewriting a single unified bill? This is hopelessly confusing.
Well, would you like, I mean, what I'd be happy to put together an amendment that just replaces the bill. Would that be helpful?
Well, I don't want to put any more work on your site.
It would be very easy.
You're sure that's okay, Peggy, on your workload? Because we are unable to reach Major Ross, and I've been communicating with Major Scott, who's really here on other bills, who's indicated, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, he can correct me, that the amendment's a lot better than the original proposal. The state police more comfortable with it, but they had not worked through to a complete agreement at the end. Is that accurate, Major Scott? And
yes, sir.
it sounds like committee members, thank you, I'm sorry. not let you answer. I saw you nodding your head. And I'm hearing from committee members, it's going to be a lot easier to have a document in front of you that describes things along the way that Representative Moriarty asked. So with that, I would entertain a motion to table the work session on LD 1134. We have a motion to table. Representative Poirier, is that a second? Thank you. A second, and motion to table is not debatable. I would ask everybody to just raise your electronic hand. Representative Thorne? Did you have a question, sir? No? Okay. If you could raise your electronic hand so I know if you're in support of a motion to table until we have the document back in front of us. And I'm seeing lots of hands, but not hands from everybody who's down. I am seeing lots of hands. Okay. I would ask you to bring your hands down. This isn't Simon Says. And
Aaron, your hands up.
And I now said, Representative Breckett, is there anybody opposed to the motion to table? Seeing none, but now I have a question from our committee clerk. Soupy?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I don't believe we can take a vote without a senator in the bill.
Even on a motion to table?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a vote. You could just set it aside and wait till she gets here. I'm sorry, and I have my.
If it helps, I have the amendment ready.
You are Representative Thorne?
If it helps, you can move me to senator.
But then we would have to assign you to another committee, and we wouldn't want to do that, Representative Thorne. We have our share of senators. Would the committee be amenable to having Peggy walk us through the amendment that she somehow miraculously prepared while I am floundering?
I guess I'd wait, Tom, until Anna's back and can actually hear it herself.
Why don't
Hello,
we?
everybody. I'm just logging in on my other device. I'll be with you in a second.
Oh,
okay.
And then we'll fill you all in on all the fun you've been missing.
Okay, I'll be right there.
Thank you. Representative Poirier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that I really want to hear the state police weigh in on the amendment as well. So if we're able to get their response to it, or if we do want to table it for another day when they're able to review it as well, that would weigh heavily on my decision on this. So
I understand that concern, and as try as we might to reach Major Ross, we've not been able to. He's in a remote location. Let me see. Hold on. So I learned something new every day. I just was told by the speaker that we can request permission to vote without a senator by contacting leadership. But now that we have our good senator back, the bottom line is we have a motion to table LD 1134 until a document that Peggy's working on right now can show the entire bill in one page, so we're not jumping back and forth. And we also have a request from Representative Poirier who wants to hear from Major Ross from the state police, who is unable to join us now due to technical difficulties. So what I will do is move the vote on the motion to table. And again, I would ask all those in support of the motion to table to please raise your electronic hand. And keep them up. And I would ask you to lower your hands just so I can confirm that there's nobody who is opposed. Are there any persons opposed to the motion to table? Seeing none, I will close the work session, or the work session on LD 1134 is tabled until we have an opportunity to review the document Peggy prepared and to hear from the state police. And I got to tell you, there's something going on above the ceiling in my office that makes me think people are going to come crashing down on me at any moment. To the bill sponsor, we will let you know as soon as we are able to reschedule this, Representative Talbot Ross. And with that, I believe the next work session that we have scheduled is LD 834, an act to ensure the appropriate allocation of victim restitution. I will check to see if the bill sponsor, Representative Stover, is in the attendee room. And I do not see her, but I will turn it over to our analyst to give us her analysis of this bill, LD 834.
Thank you. So current law deals with restitution when the person who is supposed to receive, the victim who is supposed to receive the restitution has died, and the offender's obligation continues. It's not affected by the death of the victim. It's forwarded to the estate of the victim. So that's current law. The bill wants to address the situation where the offender is actually a beneficiary of the estate of the victim. And so when the offender is paying restitution, it actually comes back to the offender because the offender is a beneficiary. I'm just double checking that it says may not, it's heir, beneficiary, or recipient of the estate's assets. So that would apply. It looks like it's intended to apply even if the estate, if there's a will that provides the offender would receive a portion of the estate. What the bill says is if the victim's estate doesn't have any other heirs or beneficiaries, then the restitution would be paid to the victim's compensation fund or the victim's property compensation fund, based on where why the restitution was being paid. But the purpose is so the offender doesn't really recoup any of the restitution that the offender is paying.
Okay. Thank you, Peggy. Are there questions from, let me just check again to see if the bill sponsor is in the attendee room. She is not, so I will turn it over to questions. Representative Libby.
I don't actually have any questions. It seems like a very simple bill correcting something that should have been corrected anyway. So I do have a motion, although I see Representative Gauguin-Reckitt's hand is up as well.
Let me just see if she has a question before, but always have.
No, feel free. I had the same idea. Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, Representative Libby.
I'd like to move ought to pass.
We have a motion ought to pass by Representative Libby, seconded by Representative Reckitt. Is that correct?
Yes.
Any discussion from committee members? Seeing none, I would ask Representative Thorne.
I just wanted to make sure there was absolutely no changes to this as written.
There is no amendment. Isn't that correct, Peggy?
That's correct. I don't know of any.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Representative Thorne. I would ask the committee clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckitt votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Mr. Chair, I have 10 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 4 are absent.
Thank you very much, Supi. And with that, I will close the work session on LD 834. Thank you, committee members, for working through that so quickly. The next bill before us, we will enter a work session on LD 1226, which is a resolve directing the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Maine Tribal Populations to examine restorative justice. I will check to see if the bill's sponsor, Representative Talbot Ross, is still with us in the attendee room. I do not see her, but I'm sure somebody will try to reach her. As we await the arrival of the bill's sponsor, I would turn it over to Peggy to provide her analysis.
Great, thank you. So this is a resolve that is directed at the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Maine Tribal Populations. It directs the commission to conduct a review of proposed and past national restorative justice legislation and make recommendations for advancing restorative justice legislation in the state. And the commission itself has authority to submit legislation based on its recommendations to the second regular session of the 130th legislature. The commission itself already has, I believe, authority to submit legislation. So that's not creating a new power, but it would be about restorative justice, their recommendations, the commission's recommendations. And I see the sponsor and the chair of the commission has joined the group.
I see that Representative Talbot Ross has joined us. Representative Talbot Ross, do you have anything else to add on LD 1226?
I appreciate the opportunity, Mr. Chair. I think I'm good. We'll can answer any more questions from the committee, but it's pretty simple step forward, I hope.
I have just one question, then I'll turn it over to other committee members. Would it be a problem to amend it to just make sure that copy of that report is provided to the Judiciary Committee when it's completed?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep. No problem at all.
Representative Libby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today, Representative Talbot Ross. My question is, and this is, I think, I'm new to the committee and I'm trying to figure out how these resolves work. Is this something that the commission does not have jurisdiction over currently? Because as I understand it, as Peggy said, the commission is authorized to submit legislation already. So does the commission not have jurisdiction over the areas listed in this bill? I'm trying to figure out why this bill is necessary if the commission already has the ability to submit legislation.
So thank you, Representative, for the question, because this is not part of the Permanent Commission's current workload. This is the legislature saying restorative justice is important enough area of our justice system, and in the ways in which we look at conflict resolution and the ways in which we make whole communities when harm has been committed, that we care enough about that. We value that enough that we're going to ask this permanent commission that is uniquely comprised of 15 members of our community to take a look at what the legislature now says is a priority in understanding harm, reduction of harm, the administration of justice, and most importantly, making sure that we do not continue to put people in our correctional facilities when we can resolve conflict in a more humane way.
Sure. A follow-up, if I could, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative, go ahead.
I think my question, Representative, just has more to do with the mechanics of how resolves work and commissions work. And I'm still kind of figuring that out. And as we all know, this has been a very weird legislative session. So rather than kind of asking these questions in the hallway, that is my question here is, so the way the commission works, the commission can't just say, we think there's an issue around this, we'd like to take a look at this, without the legislature, without us directing the commission to do so? That's my question.
So thank you, Representative Libby. The Permanent Commission would act just like any other entity in the state. So resolves in the legislature are constantly directing an entity to prioritize a certain set of work. This would not be something that the Permanent Commission would take on without the resolve, if that's what you're asking.
Yes.
I'm getting a little confused because you keep using the word jurisdiction, and jurisdiction is not something that would apply for this particular bill.
I'm probably using the wrong word.
Yeah. So the point here is that the legislature from the Judiciary Committee is saying to the Permanent Commission, we would like for you to make this part of your workload, which it would not normally be part of.
Okay.
So it places a priority on this work. It actually, the resolve is really quite effective in work not staying hidden from the public and just being conducted by an entity that work never comes back to the legislature. So this is a vehicle, Representative, so that you all say without any doubt, this is a priority for this entity to take on. And we'd like to hear back what it is that you learn, because we value this so much that we then may want to move other components of this forward. It's very much different than the Permanent Commission just saying to itself, let's go study restorative justice or practice. It's a very different level of work.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I appreciate you letting me clarify that question.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Representative Libby, and thank you for the response, Representative Talbot Ross. Senator Carney.
Thank you. I probably don't need to add anything, but I'll just chime in from my experience as a legislator in response to Representative Libby's question. So the Permanent Commission is really a resource to all three branches of government. And I do think that resolves like this establish a really effective way for communication between the Permanent Commission and the legislative branch of government. I know that there's an agriculture resolve that has been referred to the Permanent Commission, and also a resolve related to disparities in access to prenatal care that have been resolved to the Permanent Commission. So resolves like this really help us as a committee and the legislature as a body do its work more effectively. And I would just add that I'm really supportive of this resolve and excited to see us move forward with this information about restorative justice.
Thank you, Senator Carney. Are there additional questions from the committee? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion. Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe it was Senator Carney's hand that was up prior to mine.
Oh, okay. I thought that might have been up from her question time. Senator Carney.
Go ahead, Representative Newell. If you're planning to make a motion, I'll second your motion.
On the contrary, Senator, I will do the second.
Okay, I move ought to pass as amended on LD 1226. I mean, excuse me, just ought to pass on LD 1226.
We did, I'm not sure if you were here, Senator Carney, but we did ask for an amendment just to have the report be delivered to the Judiciary Committee. Would that be consistent with your motion?
Yes, thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you. So we have a motion from Senator Carney, ought to pass as amended, seconded by Representative Newell. The discussion from committee members. Seeing none, I would ask the committee clerk to please call the roll.
Representative Harnett, I believe that Representative Thorne had his hand raised.
I'm sorry, his actual hand is not on my screen, so I could not see that. Representative Thorne.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Senator Carney. And I'm just curious on here, and just for clarification purposes, this resolve is on the status of racial, indigenous, and Maine tribal populations to examine restorative justice versus the entire population restorative justice. It wouldn't apply to the entire population, only specified populations.
That's simply the name of the commission. That's the name that the commission has in statute as it has been established. The summary of the bill provided by our analyst makes it clear that there are many areas that they are going to look at in terms of education, juvenile justice, adult diversion, and correctional settings for advancing restorative justice legislation in this state. I would read that to mean the entire state, but that's simply the name of the commission. I don't know if that responds to your inquiry, Representative Thorne.
It does. It's just a little misleading on the name versus just the name of the committee, the commission, I guess, versus what the commission studies, the entire population.
Well,
and I just clarification on that.
Yeah, I would again just point out that in Title V of the Maine statute, section 12004-A, subsection 74-J, that's the name that was given to the commission. So if there are no, and I want to check because I can't see people raising their real hands if they're on a different screen. Are there additional questions from committee members before discussion, before proceeding to the vote? Seeing none, I would ask the committee clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yeah. Yes.
Excuse me. Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan.
Yes.
Representative Hagan votes yes. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Mr. Chair, I have 9 members voting in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 2 are absent.
Thank you very much, Soupy, and thank you for committee members for their vote and participation. I'd like to thank the bill sponsor, Representative Talbot Ross, for bringing the bill forward to the Judiciary Committee. And with that, I will close the work session on LD.
Mr. Chair,
Yes. Oh, I'm
minority
sorry.
report would be ought not to pass.
Thank you, and I apologize for that oversight, and I'm glad that you reminded me. And you got that information, Peggy and Soupy? Thank you. With that, I will now close the public hearing on LD 1226. And before beginning our next work session, I noted that we were joined by our colleague, Representative David Hagan. If you could introduce yourself, Representative Hagan.
Hi, I'm Dave Hagan. I thank you, Mr. Chair. I represent House District 101, Hamden and Newburgh. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice to see you, Representative Hagan.
You too.
I will now open the public hearing on work session on LD 844, and welcome the bill's sponsor and ask to have Representative Morales be moved over as a panelist, and then turn to our analyst, Peggy Reich.
So this is one of these bills where it's really crucial to have the sponsor here, because the bill is a concept draft, and Representative Morales has presented an amendment for you, and I resent it, and it's in the electronic LD file. But the purpose of the bill is to examine and amend the conditions of release and probation, and kind of along the same lines that we were talking about in the a recent bill about conditions of release for bail. So this is actually focused more on probation, I believe. And Representative Morales has put together the amendment that I think she can talk you through. She also had a lot of information provided from the Department of Corrections, which I think we've included a little bit in the analysis. And I included the pre-conviction bail conditions as well as post-conviction bail conditions in the analysis, if that is something you want to still be talking about with her bill, and it looks like it is.
Thank you, and welcome to the Judiciary Committee, Representative Morales. Before turning it over to you, I do see a hand up, Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you pointed out, this was a concept draft at the time of the April 20 public hearing, and we now have a 12-page bill. I would move to refer this back for a public hearing on the actual bill.
Thank you, Representative Moriarty. We have a motion to move this back to schedule a public hearing on the 12-page amendment that was originally presented as a concept draft. Do I have a second? Seconded by Representative Evangelos. I do note that the bill sponsor is here, so before turning it to discussion, Representative Morales, is there anything you want to say before we take the vote on the motion?
Yes, I would love to. Thank you so much for having me here. And, you know, so that you all know, this concept was presented to you, and the hearing was on the specific terms that we're talking about today. That, you know, what I presented to you at the hearing was regarding some of the provisions that the stakeholders, which include the Department of Corrections, which include Maine Pretrial Services, which include the prosecutors, our domestic violence advocates, and our recovery advocates, all came together after we had this hearing and before to then finalize the details to bring to this committee. And so I would just submit to you that what I want to present to you today is the result of the hearing and was actually a substance of the hearing. And I have worked closely with all of the stakeholders, including, I'll, if allowed, I'll tell you the areas where there's sticking points, and most of the areas there's not sticking points. Most of the areas we all agreed, all the stakeholders agreed on these provisions. So thank you.
Thank you. And I think the committee's concern is that it's also the public that has the opportunity to weigh in at a public hearing. And what we had before us at that time was a concept draft. But I thank you very much for bringing the bill forward. And I would ask if there, before asking for the vote, if there are any questions or discussion by committee members. Senator Carney.
Thank you, Chair Harnett. I would like to point out that I think that we will have time to schedule the public hearing on 8/44 this session before we finish our committee work. But in light of the fact that the bill sponsor is here and that we are all being pulled in a lot of different directions, I would just like to suggest that we hear from the bill sponsor, particularly with regard to those sticking points, so that we have that information and at least get that piece of the public hearing completed today.
Okay, just in terms of process, do I need to table the question that is before? Right now we have a motion and a second to move this to a public hearing. Can I ask the movement, Representative Moriarty, if you are comfortable with having a limited presentation on sticking points before moving?
I guess that's fine. We'll just have to obviously retain what we hear until such time as we have a hearing.
Okay, and I believe the second was Representative Evangelos. Is that okay with you, Representative Evangelos? So Representative Morales, if you could touch upon the Representative Libby.
Thank you. The chair can do what the chairs or committee decide is best. I personally, given the plethora of work that we have this legislative session and the need for public to be able to weigh in on the full picture, I apologize, Representative Morales, but I would vastly prefer that Representative Morales come back for the public hearing so that the public is privy to the same information in public hearing that we are and don't have to scan back through YouTube to get a full picture of this bill. So I would request that we move all of the bill activity to the public hearing.
I fully anticipate Representative Morales being here for the full public hearing, and I see this as more of an opportunity just to educate the committee about areas where there is disagreement, all of which will be presented to the public at the public hearing. Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering, does this also include the amendment that is separate from the bill analysis?
The amendment is what we believe needs to have a public hearing. That's the 12-page amendment.
Oh, okay. Let me go back to where I need to go back. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Morales, if you could briefly touch upon the areas of disagreement.
Yes, and so they only fall not in the conditions of release section, which is section 1026. So the sticking points are not in that area at all. It's on the conditions of probation, which is section 1807 of the code. And for the most part, we've cleaned up the language in both sections so that they meet the intent and the goals of these sections. And then what the Department of Corrections is in disagreement with the DV advocates, the prosecutors, the defense attorneys, the recovery advocates, and Maine pretrial is around wanting probation violations to remain for all alcohol and drug use, even legal drug use. Also wanting probation violations for failing to complete or attend voluntary treatment. And then they are in agreement with removing all of the fees. So there's a significant amount of fees associated with supervision of probation, electronic monitoring, they're okay with removing those, but what they would like to keep is the fees that are when someone on probation is seeking to go out of state for any reason. There is a fee required for that person to submit to the Department of Corrections, and they want to keep that fee. So those are the big the areas of disagreement in the two sections of the code that this bill pertains to.
Thank you very much, Representative Morales, and we can flesh those out in more detail at the public hearing, and maybe in the interim, some of those might be resolved. But we will notify you of the scheduled public hearing as soon as that's set up. So we have before us the motion by Representative Moriarty, seconded by Representative Evangelos, to schedule a public hearing on LD 844, and I would ask the committee clerk to please call the roll. Representative Hagan. Sorry, I should have asked if there were discussion from committee members. Representative Hagan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I just got here. I apologize for my long day of work. The roofers were here. They tore off all my shingles, and it rained like crazy. So I've been kind of in and out trying to get puddles off my floor. I don't know what we're doing. I thought we already had a hearing on this.
We
So I
had
apologize.
we had a hearing before having the concept, before having the 12-page amendment in hand.
Okay.
And that's what the public hearing will focus on.
All right. So we're just going to vote to put this off to a hearing.
To a hearing, correct.
Thank you.
Other questions or discussion by committee members? Seeing none, I would ask Supi to please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Kime. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. My apologies, Representative Babbage.
My apologies, my cursor was not available. Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan.
Yes.
Representative Hagan votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Yes.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. I will recall the absentees. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Mr. Chair, I have 12 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 2 are absent.
Thank you very much, Supi. And with that, I will close the pseudo work session on LD 844. We will schedule that for a public hearing, and I will now turn the gavel back over to my co-chair, Senator Carney.
Thank you very much, co-chair. And we'll move on to, we've closed the work session on 844. We'll open the work session on our next bill, which is LD 1270. And Representative Evangelos, your hand is raised. Go ahead. And we're not able to hear you, Representative.
Sorry. You may remember last week, I took the Attorney General's offer up on his collaboration on the Conviction Integrity Unit. Yesterday, I had a long meeting with him and a Deputy Attorney General on this bill as well. And his office is offered to conduct some research as to whether an actual resentencing unit is necessary, or whether the research can produce a fix of the existing statute and the rules around it. they've asked for a little more time. That's the bottom line. I'm trying to save the committee some time here today. And we're not ready. He's going to be reporting back to me as soon as possible. Once I get that, I'll be back to you as soon as possible. So I make I make a motion. I played too much football. I make a motion to table.
Thank you, Representative Evangelos. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Sheehan. And committee members, if we can follow our usual process for voting on the tabling motion, what I'll do is pardon me? Okay. I'll call for those who are voting in favor and have people leave their hands up until we've counted, and then opposed. And so this is just those in favor. Please raise your electronic hands and leave them up until I call for the opposition votes. And you all set? Great. Okay, so that's 8 votes in favor of the tabling motion. And now please lower your hands. And those who are opposed to the tabling motion, please raise your hands. Representative Reckett, I think your hand may still be up. Thank you. And so thank you all for using your electronic hands for that vote. And so the vote on the motion to table is 8-4. And so LD 1270 has been tabled, and we'll close the work session on LD 1270 and move on to our next work session, which is LD 1143, an act to protect tenants from unnecessary evictions. And the full sponsor is here. Is our chair, Representative Harnett. And Representative Hagan, your hand is still up. Do you have a question? Okay. And so Peggy, if you could please give us the bill analysis on 1143.
Okay. LD 1143 is an act to protect tenants from unnecessary evictions. It repeals the ability of a landlord to, it provides that a landlord may not terminate a tenancy at will without cause. And so that's basically it. And I know Representative Harnett has an amendment that he asked me to share around.
I did. Whoops. Yep. Thank you very much, Peggy. And the amendment that I proposed, which may be subsequently modified, was at the public hearing. One of the concerns we heard was that this could result in month-to-month tenancies lasting ad infinitum, just going on forever and ever. And the amendment that has been suggested and shared provides that the 30-day notice of termination of tenancy, a tenancy at will may be terminated upon 30 days written notice only as follows. And the first will allow that termination to take place in that manner when the tenancy is located in a 1 to 4 unit dwelling, 1 unit of which is occupied by the owner, or 1 year after the creation of a tenancy between the parties for the rental unit, and annually thereafter, either party may terminate upon 30 days written notice. This notice must be served upon the other party within 30 days of the anniversary date of the creation of the tenancy between the parties for the rental unit. And I want to suggest a further amendment to that second provision, because that provision makes it appear that you can only terminate it at the annual renewal period. And the additional amendment I'd like to put forward is taking out the language I just read, and it would be 1 year after the creation of the tenancy between the parties and monthly thereafter. So both parties would have the right to terminate that tenancy on a 30-day notice after the 1-year period has expired.
Committee members, would it be helpful to have the amendment screen shared? Wave your hand if you'd like to have it screen shared. Representative Thorne would very much like to have it screen shared. It was a very enthusiastic hand wave. Peggy, do you mind screen sharing it? And then Representative Harnett, could you take us through that additional change once it's on?
I will do that. Thank you.
Okay, let me find it.
Okay. And in the interim, we've been joined by Senator Sanborn. Would you like to introduce yourself, Senator Sanborn?
Sure, Senator Carney, thank you. My name is Heather Sanborn. I represent Senate District 28, which is half of Portland and half of Westbrook. And my other committee has just adjourned, so that's why I am joining you late.
Thank you for joining us.
So here's the amendment that I shared that Representative Harnett has just modified a bit. So tenancies at will must be terminated by either party as set forth in subsections 1, 1A, and 2. 1 is current law, and this would be adding 1A. And paragraph A is the when the unit is located in a 1 to 4 unit dwelling, like an apartment building with 4 units, and one of them is occupied by the owner. And then the other situation is after it's gone to a 1 year, after the tenancy has existed for at least a year. The language that I put together has it being able to terminate on that yearly anniversary, and Representative Harnett wants to change this a bit. So I'm not sure if you want me to try to change this as you talk, or
You're a modern marvel if you can do that, but I would, it's much shorter. It is paragraph B would read 1 year after the creation of a tenancy between the parties and monthly thereafter. And you did it.
and that's with a 30-day notice.
Correct.
So we don't need, do we not need this language anymore?
That is correct.
So can I just ask a clarifying question? So the 30-day notice is, oh, it's already within 1A. Perfect. Thank you.
Right there.
Okay, and I see that, yeah.
And I would point out, if I could, there was some concerns raised at the public hearing about what about unruly tenants? What about tenants that are breaking the law? What about tenants that are posing a risk to the physical safety of others or persons not paying rent? And those are all covered by the 7-day notice process that is in existing law. What this bill is designed to do is simply to provide some due process to persons who are living in at will tenancies. And that's all I have to say. So.
It looks like we have a couple of hands up. Senator Sanborn, you want to go ahead with your question or statement?
Yeah, I apologize. I'm dropping in, halfway through the work session maybe. And so maybe this was already explained, but my question with regard to this bill as written before 30 seconds ago was, and I guess sort of still remains, I think at-will tenancy is often used when both parties anticipate there might be a real estate transfer. So, allow the lease to expire, but the house is on the market and, let's wait and see what happens. You guys can stay here until we figure out, when it's going to sell. At least I've certainly seen that happen. Again, here we might not be talking about apartments, but one unit, single family homes even, as well as condominiums and so forth. I I am puzzled a little bit by the idea that a tenancy at will now would have to be at least 1 year long, because I think tenancy at will is often month to month is sort of the idea of it. It's a more informal arrangement in many cases, not in all cases, but so I like the direction that the amendment in B is going, because it does give that sort of monthly opportunity to communicate and then give 30 days notice. But I'm puzzled a little bit about what you do in that first year of the tenancy at will. If, for example, there's a pending real estate transfer, and everybody knows there's a pending real estate transfer, there's a sign in front of the house, but that's why we have a tenancy at will. Can you speak to that, Tom? Or maybe there's someone else who can help me wrap my head around the.
I can start, and then I would ask that Frank D'Alessandro be moved in as a panelist. It's really to try to eliminate no cause evictions in this setting. For cause evictions will continue to be permitted. It's simply the 30-day notice and you have to leave. But I am not familiar with the scenario that you just painted about, the house in transition. So I would ask that Mr. D'Alessandro, I think, could be better equipped to answer that question.
Go ahead, Mr. D'Alessandro. Welcome to the Judiciary Committee, and you can go ahead with your addressing that question.
Thank you. Well, there's a couple ways that can be dealt with. I mean, the cleanest way would be that it would be dealt with is that if the house was under, if this is prior to the creation of a tenancy and someone wants to sell the property, the cleanest way so that everybody's on the same page is just to have a lease agreement, which could be a month-to-month lease agreement, and it could be terminated either at the end of the lease agreement, or the lease agreement could set forth in the lease agreement itself that a cause for termination would be sale of the property.
Senator Sanborn, did you have a follow-up question for Mr. D'Alessandro?
Yeah, so, I mean, I guess, so can you enter if we were to pass this bill, could you enter into a lease that said we can terminate this on 30 days notice for no cause at all?
There is no, so terminations of lease agreements are covered by 14 MRS 6001, which is a statute right before 6002 and so basically there is no prohibition on, as long as it's it's not discriminatory, a lease could be terminated upon agreement of the parties when they enter into the lease agreement for any reason.
Okay. So
the only restriction in 6001 is that if the lease has no termination clause at all in it, then it defaults to the provisions of the tenancy at will statute to terminate, except that even under current law, you can't terminate for no cause if there's no reason, unless it says that in the lease agreement. So the lease agreement can say that either party can terminate on 30 days, no cause. But if the lease is silent, then it defaults to the for cause provisions of 6002, the tenancy at will statute.
can I ask another follow-up, Senator Carney?
Yes, go ahead.
So my question then is, it strikes me that this bill isn't going to protect anybody from landlords who are experienced and who have, may have a whole bunch of properties or be a slumlord or whatever you want to call it, but it would potentially trip up those who rarely rent property and don't know that they need to enter into a a lease that covers them so that they can end the tenancy. And so isn't it a situation where those who are least likely to abuse it are in more informal situations are the ones that are going to get tripped up by this, but the folks who would be professional landlords can contract around this bill. Is that true, Mr. D'Alessandro?
Well, I mean, it's hard to anticipate everything, but in our experience is that lease landlords who use leases typically have them for a year or at least 6 months. I have not run into the situation where it's a month-to-month tenancy, except that after what does occur is that often after the expiration of the lease term, which is typically 1 year, then after that, it goes to a month-to-month tenant. It goes to a month-to-month lease agreement, which kind of tracks what the sponsor's amendment is, that after a year, it then goes to a situation which either party can terminate on 30 days notice.
I'm going to move on to some other questions for Mr. D'Alessandro. Go ahead. Representative Libby, is your question for, no, it's not. Okay. Representative Moriarty, do you have a question for Mr. D'Alessandro? No. Okay. Committee members, does anyone else have a question for Mr. D'Alessandro? I am not seeing any. I'm going to return you to the attendee portion of the meeting.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for appearing before the committee today. And Representative Libby, go ahead.
Thank you. I have a question for Peggy. I think I'm looking at the amendment, and I know that you struck the portion under B on the second page where the notice must be served, etc. So I'm trying to figure out, though, in section B there on page 2, it says 1 year after the creation of a tenancy between the parties for the rental unit and annually thereafter. So annually thereafter, so the opportunity to terminate the tenancy upon 30 days notice is at literally at the 1 year, at the 2 year, at the 3 year mark, or once you hit 1 year, then you can from then onward terminate with 30 days notice.
I think that I think you're interpreting the language that was shared yesterday correctly, but that is no longer what Representative Harnett is supporting. He would change that to monthly thereafter instead of annually thereafter.
Okay, thank you. And my other question, Madam Chair, would be that given these changes, I would love to get some input from either, either Daniel Bernier or Ned Payne on the changes made within the amendment and get their feedback.
Okay, I'm going to bring Danielle Bernier onto the panel. And I'll just allow you, Representative Libby, to ask your question directly to Danielle Bernier.
Wait till he gets here.
Welcome to the Judiciary Committee once again. Representative Libby has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming, Mr. Bernier. In your testimony previously during the public hearing, your concern was surrounding protecting good tenants from bad tenants. And I wonder if you have an opinion on the amendment, given that concern, and how that would affect protecting the good tenants, and if that is accomplished at all with the amendment.
You have your 4-cause evictions, which are for threats of violence, damage, nuisance, those types of things. The huge problem in those cases is because you have somebody living in fairly close quarters, is the other tenants are usually afraid to testify. And that's not just, I would say, in the majority of cases, they're afraid to testify and don't want to testify. So when somebody's threatening other people, proving it in front of a judge is quite difficult. The other tenants often will either just move out or stay quiet. I think I gave a memo where I gave you a few examples of things I've seen over the years. I've seen some, pretty horrendous cases of that over the years. Now, what the amendment, as I understand it, I'm still kind of digesting it, is basically it creates an automatic 1-year lease for your first year. Then after that, you can go back and you can terminate for no cause on a 30-day notice. You can go back to being a month-to-month tenant. Now, so during that first year, if you let someone in and they start threatening and harassing other tenants, you're going to have to go to court and prove that they are making threats to other tenants versus do it on a no-cause notice. One kind of portion of this that I would rather strenuously disagree with is that there are not a lot of written month-to-month tenancies. In fact, in this area, the lease the Apartment Owners Association pushes, which I drafted, is a month-to-month lease. I think Portland is a market which tends to be more year-long leases. I don't know that that's true of most of the rest of the state, that you see a lot more written month-to-month leases outside of the Portland area. And see, one of the things that I'm still unclear, I don't know that I fully agree that it's clear, does this only apply in the situation where there is no written lease? And if you have a written lease, can you still evict under the terms of the lease? As you started this hearing, I was working on a lease to get to Senator Sanborn's question, where somebody's selling their house in June, but the buyer is agreeing they can stay till December. So there will be a written month agreement for less than 12 months. Can I still do that? I don't know if that's as clear under this amendment as Mr. D'Alessandro, and I like Frank, to be clear. I think he believes that's true. I'm not sure I agree the judges are going to say that that is true when you stand in front of them. So I think it leaves tenants still vulnerable during that first year to the tenant they're afraid to testify against. I also think during that first year, are the terms of your lease null and void, and you can only evict for these 7 or 8 statutory 7-day reasons.
Thank you.
Representative Thorne, do you have a question?
I did. Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, and I don't know if Mr. Bernier can answer, whether or not there's a way to incorporate in a lease the landlord's ability to terminate the lease at any time.
Yeah, I'm actually regretting the written document I gave you. I almost attached the standard lease that I prepared for the Central Maine Apartment Owners Association, and I regret that I didn't attach it for you because it is written as a month-to-month lease, which automatically renews. It lays out the expectations for the tenant, but it is a standard month-to-month lease. Now, a landlord cannot terminate on less than a 30-day notice. Only the legislature can prepare a reason for a 7-day notice. When we refer to the statutory reasons for eviction, those are actually the statutory reasons for a 7-day notice. These are things which historically the legislature have said, these reasons are so important, we're going to let the landlord give a 7-day notice. Your reasons for a 30-day notice are usually built into your lease. And it could be something, as Senator Sanborn said, you're selling the property. That's actually a fairly common reason to give a 30-day notice. You're selling the property, and the buyer wants the property empty when they buy it. So the landlord usually creates the reasons in their lease for a 30-day notice, and they can also say that it's month to month. And one of the kind of questions I have here, are we, during that first year, if a landlord has a written lease, can they still evict for the reasons set forth in their lease? And I just think we would want to be very clear on that. Or are we just saying that it's only these 7-day notice reasons in statute? That's far from a complete list of reasons for eviction. Those are merely the ones that the legislator have said, these are such priorities, you can do it on a 7-day notice rather than a 30-day.
Thank you.
All set? Okay. Representative Moriarty, go ahead. We're not able to hear you. There you go.
I think that we don't need to get into the nuances of leases, which can be almost innumerable in number, in our discussion this afternoon. As I see it, the next two bills deal with tenancies in extraordinary circumstances. This bill basically deals with the basic law for tenancies at will, which would apply all the time unless there are other extraordinary things going on. Having been a tenant at will a number of times without a lease, I had no difficulties with that arrangement. And for even the perfect tenant, a landlord under current law still must give 30 days notice to evict. So there is procedural protection built in for that tenant who may not have anticipated the notice. Why would a landlord want to evict a perfect tenant? We can't really speculate as to the various reasons, but perhaps either the unit or the entire floor needs to be gutted for renovation or some other purpose like that. A landlord, as the property owner, it seems to me, has rights and interests as well as the tenant. And I think that the current law, as it stands now, provides the flexibility that both parties demand and probably, frankly, want. There are probably a lot of tenants who don't want the constraints of a lease, and the same is true for landlords. So I would be inclined to leave the law, the basic law, exactly as it stands now.
Thank you, Representative Moriarty. Committee members, are there any additional questions for Daniel Bernier? Representative Harnett, do you have a question for? We're not able to hear you.
I guess it is a question for Mr. Bernier. Nice to see you again, Mr. Bernier. Would you agree that 6002 only deals with tenancies at will, correct?
It deals with tenants at will. Now that's not, look through that chapter and you won't find that defined. There is an interpretation given there. And the thing that makes me nervous is if we're going to go down this road, I think you need to define tenants at will. The common law definition of tenant at will is a little bit broader than, if you looked it up in Black's Law Dictionary, is a little bit broader, and tenant at will historically had a broader definition than what Mr. D'Alessandro is giving it. And it's not specifically defined in statute. So if we're going to use it as it doesn't apply to a written lease, I think you need to define that as part of this bill.
And that's my point. A written lease, having a written lease is different than being in a tenancy at will.
Yes.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree. I would feel better if you actually defined it as you went through there, because there is no definition in the chapter itself. And the other thing that I would point out, when your eviction hearings are quick hearings, judges do not have law clerks doing a lot of research for them, so they're making quick decisions on scanning a statute. It's not like they have, it's not like a brief to the law court. They have a couple of minutes to make a decision. So I think to be very clear when you make this change, it does not apply to a case with a written lease would be very important.
If that change were made, would that give you more comfort with the bill?
Well, and I very much appreciate what you've done here. So, I mean, I can't say that we would withdraw our opposition, but yes, I think it would be a significant improvement in the bill if it were very clear on that point. Yes.
Then I see there are other hands up, but at some point, Senator Carney, I would make a motion to table to address that concern raised by Mr. Bernier.
Okay, thank you. And let's take a moment to wrap up with additional questions. First, additional questions for Mr. Bernier. Representative Evangelos, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to offer something up based on what Representative Moriarty raised and with what Mr. Bernier is positing, but I can certainly see a motive in today's real estate market on the part of a landlord. He's renting or she's renting to me for $600 a month. They know what kind of a job I have, working in the legislature, making 12 grand a year. And the real estate market has changed. And the landlord knows he can get $1,200 a month out for it. And there's a motive right there to adversely impact a renter who has been paying their rent in good faith. So I want to throw that out there. That person should have some kind of rights. It's not their fault. The market changed. You don't want to get booted out on the sidewalk because of those circumstances.
Thank you, Representative Evangelos. And I know Representative Moriarty, you have your hand raised, but I did want to pose a question as well to Daniel Bernier. So what I'm concerned about, and I don't know if in Central Maine it's as big of an issue as it is down here in Southern Maine, but the 30-day notice is given the lack of availability of housing in general for rent and the lack of affordable apartments to rent. A lot of tenants are finding that 30 days is not enough time to find replacement housing, regardless of the reason for the landlord's desire to get the tenant out of the apartment. Can you share with us any thoughts that you might have about how to address that situation so that we don't have people who, lose a stable housing situation and aren't able to replace it just because the market is so tight?
One, I do agree that's a problem right now. I think I'm seeing more tenants contest evictions because they have no place to go. So I even in this area, I think that's a problem. First of all, we need to encourage to have more landlords to address that problem rather than discourage landlords. So it is something I'm regularly hearing from tenants on evictions. They have no place to go. 5 years ago, I would not hear that. I'm concerned as we look at all the different bills, and there's some down in Health and Human Services, some in Labor and Housing being thrown at landlords, you're going to exacerbate that problem by discouraging people from being landlords. I will say is if we can still do written month-to-month tenancies, and like I say, I wish I'd given you guys the lease that a fair chunk of the landlords use in this area, then the impact of this bill isn't that negative for the landlords, but I think Senator Sanborn was alluding to, it doesn't achieve that much either. With respect to your question, remember at the end of the 30 days too, if the tenant doesn't move out, they still have a right to a hearing. And so you serve them with a notice of a hearing. They go to the hearing. At mediation, my traditional experience is most tenants simply ask for more time to get out. Now, I would usually recommend a landlord give them that time, but pre-COVID, under a 30-day notice, you were probably looking at about 2 to 2.5 months to get a tenant out. So they probably had between 60 and 75 days from the service of that notice before they'd have to find another place if the landlord gave them that is if the landlord was not going to give them more time. During COVID, from the time they get the notice, and right now it's a 45-day notice, the process of eviction can take anywhere from 3 to 5 months to get through. So right now they've got a significant period of time. One thing I do also find a lot is the tenants wait to the last minute to start looking. To get to 1508, if there's a notice attached to that you're talking about attaching the tenants to have them call options, there may be some things to do there with getting better information to tenants at the beginning of the eviction process. But it's a real problem, but my real answer is you need more landlords. You can't discourage people from becoming landlords if we want to solve this housing shortage. And if I just add one other thing on, when it comes to raising rent, a landlord can just give a tenant a 45-day notice of raising rent. To evict somebody to raise rent, you've got a landlord who's a fool. I mean, I'm sorry, it's just, you just give them the 45-day written notice if you want to take their rent from $600 to $1,200. Under a month-to-month lease. It would make no sense to evict somebody just to raise their rent.
Thank you for that information. Committee members, any other questions for Daniel Bernier? I am not seeing any. I'm going to send you back through cyberspace to the attendee portion of the meeting. And committee members, any additional discussion or, well, let's start with questions for our legislative analyst. Any additional questions? Not seeing any. Okay. And Representative Harnett, go ahead.
If there are no additional questions, I would make a motion to table. I'm trying to just have some time to figure out a way to get this right that works for both tenants and Mr. Bernier's clients as well, to make sure that we're being as clear as possible on the ability to use written leases, but also to protect tenants that are truly tenants at will.
Thank you. And is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Representative Evangelos. And committee members, I would ask that we follow our usual procedure for voting on a tabling motion. So first, those who are in favor of the motion to table, raise your electronic hands and leave them up until we give you the all clear. Okay, are you all set, Supi?
9.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let's lower our hands. And then those who are opposed to the tabling motion, if you could please raise your hands.
Nine, 4.
Yes. Right, so the tabling motion, the tabling motion carries, and LD 11.3 is tabled, and we will close the work session and move on to our next bill. And that is, so we'll open up the work session on LD 1255, an act to prohibit evictions until 90 days after the end of the governor's declaration of emergency. And that is a bill that's sponsored by Representative Grayson. And I'm just looking to see if he is here. And he does not appear to be here. Peggy, would you like to give us the bill analysis, please?
Sure. So this bill is, you can see it does not amend a statute, a title of the statute. If enacted, this would actually become a private and special law. It is a short-term direction to everybody that says a judgment for forcible entry and detainer may not be granted until 90 days after the expiration of the public health emergency initially proclaimed by the governor March 15th, 2020. In any case where the grounds for the termination of the tenancy are non-payment of rent or expiration of the term of the lease, or for tenancy at will for a reason not set forth in 6002 subsection 1 paragraphs A, B, and D to F, so skipping C. So I believe C is non-payment. I can find 662. C is, oh, I'm sorry, yes. So C is the tenant is 7 days or more in arrears of payment of rent. So it's kind of a double negative there. Termination of a tenancy at will for a reason not set forth in A, B, D to F. So substantial damage, permitted a nuisance, tenant is a perpetrator of domestic violence, sexual assault, or stalking, and the victim is also a tenant. E is the tenant or the tenant's guest is a perpetrator of violence. And F is the person occupying the premises is not an authorized occupant of the premises. So if it's any reason other than those, then the tenancy could not be terminated if it's an at-will tenancy.
Committee members, are there questions for Peggy? I'm not seeing any questions. Committee members, is there discussion of the bill? Go ahead, Representative Libby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like to make the point that on line 17, number 1, non-payment of rent, this should be really a moot point, given that there is rent assistance available. And if a landlord is not receiving rent from their tenant, now we're 14 months into this, and this would add another 3. What recourse can they have? They can't apply for the rent assistance. So if a tenant A doesn't pay their rent, but then B doesn't apply for rent assistance, it seems like this bill would really put that landlord in a very precarious spot. They have to pay their mortgage somehow and utilities and all of their responsibilities, or they can't provide housing for that tenant. So I just would like to consider not just the tenant here, but the landlord's needs, because without landlords, we can't have tenants.
Thank you, Representative Libby. Representative Moriarty, I think you were next.
Madam Chair, do we have anybody from the Judicial Department with us this afternoon?
No, we do not.
Not. Is Mr. Bernier still here?
He is.
Could I ask him a question?
Yes, well, let's ask him if we can ask him. I'll bring him to the panel.
He may refuse.
See if he is willing to answer a question.
Okay, Mr. Bernier, given your years of experience in this area and your current involvement, what is the status of forcible entry and detainer litigation right now? Are they happening at all? Are they simply backlogged and accumulating?
They are happening. Let's see, I've got one Thursday. I mean, so we are going through hearings. It is a longer drawn out process right now. First of all, as you're aware, the governor gave an order where the 30-day notice became a 45-day notice, and what was a 7-day eviction notice for failure to pay rent is now a 30-day notice for failure to pay rent. I believe her order actually already extends beyond like 60 days after the emergency ends. So she extended the notice periods under her order. The courts also had an issue because they stopped hearing evictions, I'm going to say March 18th of 2020, and did not start hearing them until August of 2020. So they had a backlog. And they were afraid of lots of people showing up at once, because ordinarily I can schedule on a Thursday at 1 in Waterville, I can schedule as many evictions as I want because they have a day of the week. Augusta's Mondays at 1, Skowhegan's twice a month on Fridays at 1. So I could throw in 50 cases on that day. They were afraid of that, so they did not go back to their pre-COVID system. They went to a system where there's a telephonic docket call. I have to call the court and they'll only do like 2 or 3 of them at a time. And that's what I have tomorrow at 1:30. Then a few weeks after that, you'll get mediation. And a few weeks after that, you will get your final hearing. Now, you also have the CDC order where if you're evicting for failure to pay rent, many tenants are immune from that if they've applied for government assistance, they've talked to their landlord, they've tried to make some sort of arrangement with their landlord. I can't do all 5 CDC requirements off the top of my head. The big one is that they got to apply for the government assistance. And that's where a lot of tenants fell down in the CDC order. So the courts are going through these. Now the process in a Waterville or Augusta, which I view as more urban, I realize to people in Portland, they're not, the process takes about 3 to 4 months. If you're in a Newport, which has a very small docket, the process can take much longer than that. And there is a backlog they've been working through. I think we've worked through a decent chunk of it at this point, at least in this part of the state.
So did I understand you correctly? In Waterville and Augusta right now, as a practical matter, you're looking at 3 to 4 months for
to do
a
an
routine?
eviction. Yeah.
Okay.
and in a more rural court longer. Because a court like Newport might only hold eviction hearings once a month. Waterville holds them 3 times a month. Augusta, I think 4 times a month.
Okay, all right, then, thank you.
That's it. Committee members, before I return Mr. Bernier back to the attendee space, are there any additional questions for him? Not seeing any. Representative Reckitt, go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Bernier.
I just wanted to alert you that Representative Lookner, I think, is waiting to get in now.
Oh, he has arrived. Great. Thank you. Appreciate you alerting me to that, Representative.
Well, first I alerted him to the fact that we were doing this right now, and then I alerted you. So,
Okay, I think he is joining us. Let me just see. Oh, there we go. He raised his hand and I couldn't find him on the list. Welcome, Representative Lookner. Thank you for joining us today.
Good afternoon.
To speak on LD 1255?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Reckitt. I'm usually the one corralling people in criminal justice to get on our Zoom. Members of the committee, so I think, we're still knee deep in this pandemic, and there's very much so a need to keep people with a roof over their heads and to ensure that folks aren't being displaced by a combination of a housing crisis and a real spike in demand for real estate that is driving potential displacements. We do like having a robust real estate market, but in my opinion, that's no reason to leave people on the streets and prolong the public health crisis that we're currently mired in. So I still see the need very much so for this bill to advance. And yeah, that's what I've got.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you a question. Mr. Bernier just mentioned that he thought the executive order kept the main eviction moratorium in effect until 60 days after the state of emergency ends? Or is that, maybe that's just the 45-day notice?
Yeah, in the executive order issued by Governor Mills, there's really nothing in there as of this moment that extends it to 90 days after the state of emergency. The protections that were in place originally were because the courts were not hearing evictions cases. So that was something, but those cases have picked back up, and as you've heard, there is a bit of a backlog, but I don't think that's a robust enough protection to rely on to keep people with housing at this juncture.
Thank you so much for answering those questions. Committee members, are there any other questions for the bill sponsor? I am not seeing, and I actually have another question for you, because this is something that I think one of the members of the public who spoke on the bill raised. And I do think it's it's an issue that's a very real issue. We've got a lot of landlords who are small business people. They might have a very, one building that they're renting, that's their source of income. They may be paying a mortgage on that. And if we're excusing tenants from paying rent, how do we balance the interest between needing to keep tenants housed and not having the property owners default on their mortgages?
Yes, thank you for that question, Senator. And it is a legitimate concern, and it does need to be weighed. Right now, there are programs in place for tenants to access rental assistance. So that fund is there. and tenants should be made aware of that. Maine Housing is doing a lot of work around making tenants, aware that that funding is available. A few things. Originally, when I was considering this bill, I thought, I would include a foreclosure moratorium and among other protections for, small property owners. Turns out that, that there are a lot of laws to protect those folks, and it makes it much harder to foreclose than it does to evict. It's harder to get somebody who owns property out of the property they own than it is to get a renter out of the property that they rent. So I decided not to include that because also a lot of the data shows that folks who own their homes aren't struggling nearly as badly economically as people who are renting at this moment in time. So I did not include that, but when it comes to the small landlords, I would really say, that rental fund is available. They should be working with their tenants to keep them in place. Right now, we're not excusing tenants from having to pay back. There's nothing in this bill about, we're waiving rent, so somebody can't pay their rent for 3 months. We're not saying the landlord is not entitled to collecting that back rent. We're just saying, for the meantime, while we're still hitting 200 cases, the coronavirus a day, that we want folks in their houses. It's public health good. So that's the intent and the extent of this bill.
Thank you for answering my question. Committee members, are there any additional questions for the bill sponsor? I am not seeing any. Committee members, are there any questions for our analyst? Any discussion of the pending legislation LD 1255? Go ahead, Representative Babbage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may, we've heard about the fact that tenants who use the process actually have several months prior to eviction being realized. And I wanted to give Representative Lookner an opportunity to respond to that.
Yeah, so going through the courts, it can take, it can take 90 days to, or, depending on the case, if it's a, no cause eviction for a tenancy at will, it's a shorter period of time, but it's a fact of, are we just relying on the backup in the courts to keep a roof over people's heads? At this moment in time, I think that's just not a robust enough protection. That's not a reliable enough, that's not a reliable way to keep people in their homes. So it can and it should take several months. You shouldn't just be able to show up at somebody's house and say you're out tomorrow. And that's why we do have some of these protections in place. But I think they should just be strengthened for the duration of the state of emergency that we're in.
If I may, Madam Chair,
yes,
we just heard that 45 days prior to a rent hike, a tenant can be noticed for a rent hike of any amount. Is part of your concern with this bill that landlords who want to get a better price for their property rental are going to put people out potentially on the street in a civil emergency?
Is that addressed to me, Representative Babbage?
It is, Representative. Yes.
That is one of my concerns. Frankly, I think at this moment in time, we shouldn't allow market dynamics to force people out on the street. If I can get a lot more money for a unit that I'm renting, and I've had a family in there. I met prior to the pandemic, I met a woman who, when I was volunteering at Preble Street, that had happened to. This woman was in her 60s. Her landlord had increased her rent, you know, and she couldn't pay, and she ended up having to leave. So I think, you know, and then she was homeless. So that we should be preventing that at this juncture. I know it's a lot to ask. It's not fun. It's not easy. We're asking for a lot of sacrifice for the public good from these landlords, and most of them are doing their utmost to keep people with a roof over their heads. So I admit that, and you know, it is quite a burden to place on folks, but I think right now the priority ought to be public health, ought to be keeping people in their homes, and that's why I put forward this bill in the first place.
Any additional questions, committee members? I have one more question for you then, Representative Lookner.
Sure.
You consider including in this legislation criteria for being eligible for an eviction moratorium, similar to the criteria that are included in the federal CDC eviction moratorium? And if you considered them and didn't incorporate them, could you please tell us why?
No, I haven't considered them. I think the federal evictions moratorium was really narrow in its scope, and it only really captured folks who were in evictions that were for specifically inability to pay due to financial hardship, provable financial hardship caused by the pandemic. It did not make any mention of no cause evictions. It didn't make any mention of just a vast swath of other people who are renting their homes at this moment in time. So, you know, I put this in to expand that because I think, you know, keeping people in their homes ought to be a priority of this legislature, and it'll be better for us in the long run if we can just, you know, hang on these last few months, keep people in their homes these last few months until, you know, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. So, yeah.
Thank you. Committee members, any additional questions for the sponsor? Any discussion? Go ahead, Representative Libby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank you for being here today, Representative Lookner. I appreciate your very good intentions with this bill, and throughout our discussions about it, I think we have learned a lot. So I would like to move ought not to pass and speak to my motion.
Let's see. Is there a second to Representative Libby's ought not to pass, seconded by Representative Hagan? Representative Libby, you can proceed with speaking to your motion.
Thank you. As we have heard testimony on this bill, it seems like a lot of the concerns that the sponsor brought up have been addressed, first by Governor Mills and the extended notice, so that we're not seeing the 7 days, but it is in fact taking, I believe it's 30 days, and the fact that this extends past the state of emergency by 60 days. The other piece that we're seeing, that we've heard about all through, not just regarding tenant relationships, but throughout all of the judiciary branch, is the extensive backlog, and hearing that there already is kind of a backstop created by that we know is not going anywhere. We're seeing these processes take 3 to 4 months right now, and so that is going to continue. The other piece is personally myself learning that a landlord can raise rent at any time with a 45-day notice. It seems there's no need to evict someone to raise the rent. So that is a moot point. And so for all those reasons, I would say that this is a bit redundant to what Governor Mills has already done and seems to be taking care of the situation for us.
Thank you, Representative Libby. So we have an ought not to pass motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? I would like to add that I feel that there is a need for protection. However, I don't think that this bill really engages in any kind of a balancing that will really limit the evictions and impose a moratorium essentially to people who are most in need of them. I'm really struggling because I appreciate the need to keep people housed during the remainder of the pandemic, but I also really feel like there needs to be a balancing of interests as well, and I'm not seeing that in this legislation, unfortunately. Any other discussion from the members? Are we ready for the vote? I think we are. Thank you very much, Ms. Panett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
No.
Representative Harnett votes no. Representative Babbage.
No.
Representative Babbage votes no. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
No.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes no. Representative Moriarty. Representative Sheehan. Representative Hagan.
Yes.
Representative Hagan votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
No.
Representative Evangelos votes no. Representative Newell.
No.
Representative Newell votes no. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Moriarty.
I'm sorry, I had been muted, I think. My vote was no.
Representative Moriarty votes no. Representative Sheehan.
No.
Representative Sheehan votes no. Madam Chair, I have 6 members voting in the affirmative, 7 members voting in the negative, and 1 member is absent.
Thank you very much. And thank you, committee members, for those who voted no on the motion. Could you please tell us what your report is?
Ought to pass.
Pass.
Thank you very much. Everybody in agreement with that?
Yes.
And so we'll close the work session on LD 1255 and open the work session on LD 1296. And committee members, I did just actually, before we open, thank you so much, Representative Luckner.
Welcome. Take care.
I did want to raise, we have a bill that relates to housing during this state of civil emergency next. And I would like to know if we can all move forward and consider that one before we take a little break and complete the rest of our work today. Is one more bill okay with everybody before we do a break?
Yes.
Looking at our clerk, Ms. Panett, and Supi and Peggy, is that okay with the two of you? All right, seeing some thumbs up. Representative Newell, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you considering a break now, or are you considering going into 1296?
I was thinking we do 1296, which is similar.
Can I just mention, Madam Chair, that Representative Collins, the bill sponsor, is currently presenting to the IDEA Committee right now.
Okay, well, perhaps we should take a break and then hope that he can join us. So it is 4 o'clock now. How do people feel? 5 or 10 minutes, 15 minutes? What would be best for people? Okay, I'm going to say 10 minutes.
Yep.
We'll return at 4:10, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, committee members. As you return from our break, could you please activate your cameras just so that we all have a sense of who has returned? Looks like a number of us have returned, and I did, let's see. Let's see. So we will, I think we should resume our work today with is LD 1296. The bill sponsor is not here yet. So let's skip over that one. Go ahead, Representative Harnett.
I just wanted to let you know, Madam Chair, that I've texted Representative Collins, so I assume he is still an idea.
Actually, he just appeared.
See what I know.
All right, so I am going to bring him over. And while he's heading over here, I just have one thing that I need to attend to, so I'm going to go off screen for a moment. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Welcome, Representative Collins, to the Judiciary Committee. We'll open the work session on LD 1296. And Peggy, if you could go ahead with the bill analysis, please.
Sure, thank you. So this is an act to guarantee housing rights during a state of civil emergency, and it has two pieces. First, it amends Title 14 in the landlord-tenant statutes and adds a new section that says, during a state of emergency proclaimed by the governor, pursuant to Title 37B, Section 742, the process of forcible entry and detainer may not be commenced or maintained, and judgment for forcible entry and detainer may not be granted for failure of a tenant to pay rent. So it's based on the failure to pay rent, similar to the executive order. And then the second section amends Title 35A with regard to utility customers, and it directs that the PUC has to adopt rules that provide that there may be no termination or disconnection during a state of emergency proclaimed by the governor. And it's an emergency and it would apply to more than just this emergency. It would be any emergency declared by the governor. And I know that the sponsor had listened to a lot of the comments and said he was going to try to bring in some language that addressed some of the concerns, especially since some assistance for tenants is triggered by a disconnection notice. And I know that the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee is also dealing with a bill dealing with some of those same issues. That's it.
Thank you. Very concise. And Representative Collings, did you wish to speak to the committee?
Yes, if you would indulge me. Thank you, Senator Carney, Representative Arnett, distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm Benjamin Collings, House District 42, part of the City of Portland. And thank you for waiting for me. I was in another committee on another work session, and they took a break to deliberate, and I was wondering what to do. I felt like I was in one of those movie scenes where I had a leg in one car and a leg in the other car, and a truck was coming at me. I didn't know which car to, jump. Anyway, but they voted to table my bill, so I jumped completely into the Judiciary Committee. So thank you for once again for waiting for me to address you. And as the analyst has Peggy mentioned, yes. As I mentioned in the public hearing, my intent would be to make some, if it's not clear in this, in the original drafting, my intent was, number one, as far as rights of renters, I in no way wanted to imply that if someone broke the law, such as, crimes committed, drugs, vandalism, destruction of property, just has been relevant currently right now when they've had moratoriums federally, or other states or communities have done it around the country. It was more about your lease or staying in your building without having the ability to pay due to the pandemic. But the factors that couldn't save you, or if you did something obviously illegally or did something very, something egregious to the extent where there's just no justification to let you stay. So that was the intent of this bill as well. That's how I would want it to be. I also would want it to be to the extent, Central Maine Power during this pandemic was still issuing notices and reminders that if people didn't pay, then they could have their, and the water company as well, they were saying, if you don't pay, you could have the shut off. Please contact us and work with us. So I would want it to be stated that if that's what triggers getting help, they both can happen at once. You don't have to not allow assistance based on that, which I believe is kind of a poor way to get assistance by, threat of utility shut off or threat of eviction. Until you have that extreme situation, you can't get assistance in some cases. But I completely intend for this language to include something to that extent. And I don't see why you can't do both. And then the other part, which I would like clarified, was that some people, for example, from I think a water district may have mentioned this, or another utility company, an electricity company, that in some cases, I mean, they got into really technical arguments here, these theoretical scenarios, but what if there was some natural catastrophe and for public safety, they had to shut off the water? Well, obviously, I mean, I wouldn't do anything to do that. Just like in the pandemic, there's construction work, and sometimes in certain neighborhoods, your water or electricity is shut off for a short period of time. Or if there was a fire or something, then yeah, like, you know, shut the power. So I no way, if the language implies that that would be the case, then I would want that changed, because those very kind of technical arguments, which, I mean, I don't think they really get to the heart of the subject of the bill, but those are the points where I would like those fixed, if the committee was willing to work to that extent with me. So that's just what I wanted to say on that part. As far as the intent of this bill and why it's important, I think it's even more so that we have our own process. As you can see, I know there's been a stay issued in federal court, but there was a federal judge that ruled that the CDC can't grant national eviction moratoriums. The ruling of the judge wasn't that there couldn't be a federal eviction moratorium. They just said that technically the CDC shouldn't have the ability to do that. And there's a stay right now, and they're going to revisit that. But that just shows the volatility. And as state of Maine, I think we should have our own policies in place in the case of a state of emergency to the extent of COVID-19. I hope to God nothing to this extent happens again in our lifetime. But if it does, I think we should not have any doubt. We should be deliberate and very clear and say, you know, if there's a civil emergency, an emergency where when you're out and in close contact with people outside of a house, you could get people sick or worse. I mean, I think it's very relevant that we address an issue like that and say that at no time when there's such a civil state of emergency should we not protect people and allow any scenario where this could happen. I mean, yes, granted, well, most property owners have been great in Maine. They've worked with the federal and state programs. They've worked with tenants. They've worked things out. But there's cases where people haven't wanted to work things out, and I think we should address those scenarios and not have any doubt. Again, in the hopefully unlikely future situation where we're in a state of emergency to this level for this amount of time, where by virtue of you being outside of your home, forced out of your home, it would be not just a grave danger under normal circumstances, but even exasperated to a point of, you know, some pretty bad things happening. So, and with that, I hope that was clear enough about my intention of how, if this bill moves forward, how I would like the language to be stated in response to those technical points brought up by people in the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Collings. Let's see if committee members have any questions for you. Committee members, are there questions for Representative Collings? I see that Representative Arnett has one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to see you, Representative Collings. Thank you for bringing this bill forward. I'm looking at your new section 6016B, and you have this applied during any state of emergency declared by the governor pursuant to 37B section 742. Is that term defined anywhere? The emergency. I'm looking at the definition section and not. So I'm wondering how broad that term is. I mean, you know, when we had power outages, you know, during the ice storm, was that a civil emergency?
Yeah. And that's a good point, Representative Arnett. And it's one of those scenarios where maybe I didn't have it drafted perfectly, but it was a scenario where I wanted it to apply for extreme circumstances like this, I in no mean intended it to be for something that was like, there might be like a flood one day, and then, or there might be like a small, windstorm one day. I mean, that was not my intent at all. And I don't have the legal mind to say like how to fix that in statute immediately, like some of you do. But no, I don't want that to be, I mean, I didn't know how to translate what I thought was sort of a more common sense idea into, all these technical parts of Maine law that would deal with that. I don't know the answer for that. I'm sure there's a way to remedy that. I don't know, just responding to you instantly, how I would say, oh, go to this section and put in this word and that word. I'm trying to think of it now as we speak, but I'm not as smart as all of you.
May I have a follow-up, Senator Carney?
As long as it includes letting Representative Collins know that he is smart.
That was going to be my lead-in. You're plenty smart, Ben, Representative Collins. What does this do that the governor's emergency order didn't do, at least in terms of landlord-tenant relations, putting aside the utilities question?
It just would make it, in my mind, if it could be passed and it was worded the way that satisfied everyone and didn't have all, unintended things pop up that, unwittingly may happen that I wasn't foreseeing, is that I just wanted to be certain that in a case that we find ourselves in, that no one should have that uncertainty, or there shouldn't be any window that someone, if through no fault of their own, wasn't able to be employed, wasn't able to have income, and you're in the middle of a deadly health crisis, that being thrown out should be like the last thing you'd want to do in a health crisis. And I mean, so the way that it was dealt with first indirectly was, there were limitations on courts on the eviction procedure, so that indirectly stopped this, but it didn't completely stop it. I mean, some evictions were still filed. I don't know if people just didn't know their rights and left, but there is a scenario if people don't know their rights. I don't know how many people left. And then I do know that it was said from the executive branch that they didn't do this, as was the case in other states and some cities, and as was the case in other countries. I guess I would look more at other states within the United States, because there's a precedent in law that happens in the United States then. But there was an argument made that we can't do this. There might be some legal issues to do it, but I don't agree with that assertion, because it happened all in other parts of the country, and they were allowed to do so. So and again, it's an emergency crisis. It's not a normal situation where, I mean, I wish there were more protections in general for people being thrown out when they shouldn't be. But in this case, I just didn't see 100% the protection. There were indirect ways through orders or through state or federal orders that delayed some evictions or utility shutoffs, but there was no automatic written in stone, place we could go to here in Maine that said, like, here's how you're protected. And I don't know if we'd ever even have to use it. It may never happen again, but in the case that it does, I mean, rather than us having to go through hoops to see what a governor or a federal government's going to do, we just would have the certainty that there's a law and people are covered, and people wouldn't even have to be stressed out about that. So
thank you, Representative.
Senator Sanborn, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, my question was about what type of emergency we're really talking about here. So there's sort of a number of different things we could think of, but a public health state of emergency might be what you're thinking of. And even potentially another COVID-19 state of emergency, which could happen again if a new variant comes out that eludes the vaccines or so forth and causes lots of transmission. And I guess I would just really encourage us to think about what that state of emergency trigger, since this is an automatic thing, it wouldn't just give the governor the power to suspend evictions, but would instead just automatically suspend evictions. And states of emergency, that's a really broad category. It could be the aftermath of a war or an attack or a natural disaster, a nuclear disaster, or an energy crisis where we run out of fuel, or there are lots of different types of things that might cause an emergency. And perhaps an appropriate remedy would be ending evictions, but I'm not convinced that all of them are at all tied to that. So I guess I would just throw that out as a word of caution to the committee. And then, having sat on the EUT committee in the past, Maine has a moratorium every single winter on utility shutoffs from November 15th to April 15th. And there is much discussion about what types of notices are permitted to be sent during that time and how scary they're allowed to sound, because it's a balancing act of trying to get folks to not stop paying their bills for the entire winter. Just knowing that come April 15th, that's going to put people in a really bad spot where they're going to have to catch up. So the EUT committee, I would say, has great expertise and much institutional knowledge about this issue of what notices can be sent during shutoffs and things. And I would really urge this committee not to take action on utility shutoffs because the EUT committee knows so much more about it and has thought through it so much more, I think, and many times over the last many years, including during this session, I believe. So I'll stop there.
Go ahead, Representative Libby.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion and speak to my motion. I'd like to move ought not to pass. And if I may speak to my motion.
Let's see if there's a second. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Hagan.
Thank you. I think we've heard today and in prior days regarding how this has been handled for this emergency. And I would echo what Senator Sanborn has said about EUT being the appropriate place to handle shutoffs. I really think that each emergency should be handled discreetly. The issues at hand right now during this emergency have been handled by the executive order dated July 30th, 2020, and I think has this issue for this emergency well in hand. And I would rather see a bill that is much more nuanced regarding any future emergencies.
Other discussion, committee members? I'd like to weigh in. Representative Collins came to our committee today and he requested some time to work on an amendment and kind of sketched out the amendment that he wanted us to consider. I think that Senator Sanborn has also suggested that Section 2 of this is not something that this committee should decide, but I think that there are important aspects of Section 1 that we need to look into further. And I think that this bill could be a really important vehicle for us to provide some protection during a state of emergency. And I agree with the bill sponsor that it's not quite there yet, but it's something that could definitely be worked on. And so I will not be supporting the motion. Go ahead, Representative Evangelos.
Do I understand then that the bill sponsor needs some more time?
Yes, that is what he suggested.
So are we entertaining a tabling motion or not to pass?
Well, I did not want to come out of session, and so I did not make a motion to table. I wanted to give others a chance to weigh in.
Normally, and this isn't a partisan issue, but out of respect for the bill sponsors, we do try to accommodate them on time constraints and providing the committee more information, but I'll let the people who made the motion take it up from there.
Representative Harnett?
Thank you very much, Senator Carney. And it's been a long day, so I won't repeat a lot of what has been said, but I will be, I think the proposal is too broad. I think it needs to be tailored in terms of what type of civil emergency we are talking about. I agree that the utilities portion should not be in front of this committee. I will be opposing the ought not to pass motion because I think that this LD, if amended properly, could provide significant protections in the event of a future emergency like the one we've been experiencing since March of 2020. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Harnett. Representative Babbage?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I am sympathetic with the designs and intent of the sponsor, but honestly, I know how spread thin Representative Collins is in his different committees that he attends with the many bills he sponsored. But I would have hoped that the amendment might have been ready today for us. But I am willing to give him more time. I do think procedurally, Madam Chair, if we entertain a not to pass a motion, then if it does fail, well, regardless if it fails or if it doesn't, we'll be asked for a report from the others. And I think we'll go down the same rabbit hole that we did previously procedurally. So I think the first question we've got to answer is, shall we give the sponsor more time? And in that vein, I would move to table.
There is a, thank you, Representative Babbage. There's a motion to table. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Harnett. The table is non-debatable, and we'll vote on this motion as the motion to table as we have our others with the show of hands. In just a moment.
I'm sorry, I had that.
So for those who are in favor of the motion to table, please raise your electronic hands and keep them raised. And I'll ask for those opposed in just a moment. You all set? Okay. And now let's all lower our hands. And those who are opposed to the tabling motion, please raise your hands.
Madam Chair, may I ask how many were in favor of tabling?
9.
Thank you.
And, okay. All set, Soupy?
Fine, thank you.
Thank you, committee members. So the motion to table carries. The hands were jumping around a little bit. By my count, it was 9-4. Representative Hagan, do you have your hand raised? Do you wish to speak? No. All set. Okay. And Representative Thorne, are you all set as well?
Yes, Madam Chair.
We will, that concludes the work session on LD 1296. And then at this point, I believe that our colleague, Representative Evangelos, has to leave for another meeting. And Representative Evangelos, did you wish us to move to table LD 214? Take it up.
I'm still going to stay with you as long as I can. I'm not leaving right now, but I am concerned that 214 could take 2 or 3 hours discussion, and I don't think it's realistic that we pursue it today. What do you think about that? Do you think it would take some time? I don't see it as a bill that's not going to be subject to quite a bit of debate. trying to be realistic.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you don't need to leave right now, we can keep working our way through the agenda. Although if you do need to leave, then just know that we will table it.
Sure, if you want us to take it out of order and table it now, I'll make that motion, or I'll wait. But I plan on staying with the committee as long as I can.
Great, but let's take it out of order then and table it. So we're going to adjust our agenda a little bit, everybody, and open the work session on LD 214, an act to eliminate qualified immunity for police officers. And so the work session on 214 is now open. And is there a motion to table?
I'll make a motion. I just want the committee to know it's just around time constraints, and I'm not around the bill, just respecting everybody's the late hour and the other things we have to do. That's the only motivation. So I'll make a motion to table on those grounds.
Thank you very much, Representative Evangelos. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Harnett. And let's do this vote the same way we did the previous one. All of those who are in favor of the motion to table, raise your electronic hands, please, and keep them raised. Okay, and then all set to be okay. So those who were in favor of the motion, you can lower your hands. Representative Harnett, I think your hand might still be up. Thank you. And those who are opposed to the tabling motion, please raise your hands. Thank you very much. And are you all set, Supi?
I am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, and so with that, we've tabled LD 214. Now we will jump back up to where we were in the agenda, and that is with LD 1508, an act to prevent homelessness by establishing an eviction mediation program. And I see a couple of hands up. Representative Hagan, is your hand up residual or new? Okay, thanks. And Representative Thorne, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could get the vote on what it was to table.
I'm sorry, I didn't recite it. It was 9-4. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to open the work session on LD 1508, and I'm wondering if my co-chair, since this is a bill that I had sponsored, Representative Harnett, would you be willing to chair this work session?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And I do see a hand up from Representative Libby before we begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask, in looking at the list of the remaining bills that we have before us today, knowing that there are folks who have been on since very early this morning regarding the qualified immunity bills, it would be nice, if possible, to let folks know if we are going to be able to get to 1446 so that they don't hang around if that is not going to happen.
You meant 1416.
1416. I'm sorry. See, I'm already jumbling my numbers and it's only 445.
I'm sorry, I don't know if your question's directed at myself or Representative Harnett or both of us.
Any chair that would care to answer. I just know that there are folks waiting for those bills, and if possible, to let folks know if they are going to be happening today or not. We already know that 214 has been tabled, but it would be nice to know the disposition of 1416.
Thank you, Representative Libby. And I would, and I don't know the answer to that question, but I will ask the bill sponsor what if she has plans for that bill going forward today.
I would like us to reach the bill today. I do not have an amendment proposed. I do think that the issue needs further work and study and attention. And I don't anticipate an incredibly long work session on it.
Thank you. Representative Moriarty.
I just wonder whether Co-Chair Carney is requesting a motion to table if it needs more work.
I did not hear that.
Yeah, but actually, I mean, thank you for raising that issue, Representative Moriarty. Perhaps it makes sense to table that as well.
I move to table.
Well, why don't we open up the work session then on that?
Yes, good point.
On that bill. If that is amenable to the bill sponsor, I would open the work session on LD 1416. Looking for the bill title, which is escaping me right now. An act to limit qualified immunity of law enforcement officers in the Maine Civil Rights Act claims. And I will turn directly to the bill sponsor, Senator Carney.
Actually, could you recognize Representative Moriarty, please, instead?
Oh, okay, absolutely. Representative Moriarty.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that 214 and 1416 should be heard together. And as we have already tabled 214, I move to table 1416.
Okay, we have a motion by Representative Moriarty to table LD 1416. I have a second, seconded by Representative Libby. And we will vote as we have throughout the day. All those, first of all, is there any, no, there's no discussion on the motion to table. All those in support of the motion, please raise your electronic hand. And I will wait to make sure that the committee clerk has the count. Are you set, Supi?
I am. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would ask everyone to put down their hands if they had them up. And I would ask Representative Sheehan if you could lower your hand. Thank you. I would ask if there are any committee members who wish to vote in opposition to the motion to table. Okay, committee clerk, have you been able to?
I did, and maybe it's me, but I didn't see Representative Hagan's hand. Thank you. Ten 3.
10-3, thank you. Okay. Now let me remember where we were. We'll now open the public hearing on the work session on LD 1508, an act to prevent homelessness by establishing an eviction mediation program. I would note that I'm sorry, Representative Poirier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask real briefly if we have any idea when these two bills will be heard again. We have had people waiting all day to hear them. So if we could just give them any inclination of when we may expect to have them come into work session, it would be helpful for them to know. I mean, a lot of people had been working their full day around this and waited around to have them tabled today. So.
Yep. As soon as we know that, we will get that information out. It's not going to be a decision I can make right now, but we will give people as much advance notice as possible. And typically when and this is an unfortunate circumstance that we find ourselves in when we have 16 bills on our docket for the day, we do try to put the bills that have been put off at the top of the list on the day that we will hear them. And we will endeavor to do that with these two bills. So back to LD 1508, and we are joined by the bill's sponsor, our colleague, Senator Carney, but I will first turn to our committee analyst, Peggy, to give us an overview of her analysis.
Okay, great. Thank you. LD 1508 is an act to prevent homelessness by establishing an eviction mediation program. And it creates a detailed mediation program and provides procedures, step-by-step procedures to go through an eviction, and includes a form that would be created by Maine Housing. Senator Carney has actually created an amendment that would replace the bill. And I think we shared that with you yesterday. And I'm not sure it makes sense to talk about the bill very much since the amendment pretty much takes care of it.
And Senator Carney, do you want to address your amendment, or would you like it to be presented by our analyst?
I think I can present it. First, I would really like to thank Peggy for taking time to work on the amendment tomorrow amongst doing the massive long list of bill analyses that she also did for us yesterday and in the preceding days. But the amendment is actually quite simple. During the course of the testimony on the bill, I heard from the judicial branch that they simply do not have the resources, particularly now where they are anticipating a real flood of cases following the resumption of the court to the normal operating environment. And they just simply don't have the capacity to expand or alter in any way the court processes or even their mediation program. And so I listened and heard that. I know that that there were other concerns raised about the mediation program, but also a lot of support expressed for mediation and how mediation can help avoid avoidable evictions, help people avoid an eviction judgment, and also that people who reach a mediated agreement are often more likely to comply with the agreement, and it does make dealing with the eviction process a lot better, but it was not meant to be because of the timing that we're dealing with. And so I have retained one aspect of the original bill, which is the form notice that describes the court procedure to be followed in the case, contains a statement that the failure to appear at any conference or hearing could result in entry of judgment in favor of the landlord, list of rental assistance programs, legal information, and other resources, as well as a indication that parties can request mediation during the process and provide them with a form to request mediation. Again, that's just tying into the existing mediation resources within the judicial branch. So retaining the form, and then the other aspect of the bill is an appropriations and allocations provision. We heard, and the Maine Affordable Housing Coalition study indicated that when tenants are represented in eviction proceedings, there is a lot more balance to the proceedings, that the outcome is actually 50-50. Whereas under the normal circumstances where tenants do not have access to legal representation, they lose 80% of the cases. And so it seemed to me that the right path forward for this bill was to create a mechanism for additional legal resources. Almost, I can envision kind of a lawyer of the day type program for eviction proceedings when they're scheduled in our district courts. And so I have changed the bill to include the allocation and appropriation of $1.5 million a year for the provision of civil legal services. It would be paid to the Civil Legal Services Fund Commission, and they could use it, distribute it in order to pay for additional legal representation for Mainers with low incomes in eviction proceedings. And so that is the amendment, and that replaces the bill. Happy to answer any questions.
I have one question, probably an obvious one, but this funding would be designed to address subparagraph D of the form notice, so that not only are people made aware of representation available, but now that some of that representation will be funded so they can provide those services. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I think the list of resources and the judicial branch agreed in lieu of having Maine State Housing do the notice, the judicial branch agreed to work with others to prepare this notice themselves and have it available for download on the judicial branch website. But the resources could actually include direction to self-help materials, as well as the actual resources of having more legal service providers in the courthouses on those eviction days.
Thank you. Are there comments or questions from committee members for the bill sponsor? Seeing none, I would entertain. Whoops, I'm sorry, Representative Moriarty.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just may have missed something. Is the notice to be on the website or is it to be attached to the summons and complaint?
Yes, so the notice will be on the website. It will be with the other materials that are accessible for those who want to initiate an FED proceeding. And a landlord, for example, would just simply download it, print it from the judicial branch website and attach it to the summons and complaint that are then provided to the tenant. So,
All right, so the tenant has a paper copy of the, I see, okay.
Do you have an additional question, Representative Moriarty?
I do for Mr. Bernier, if he's still here.
I don't know if
he is. I can move him over if that's acceptable to the chair.
it is, but I would, before we pose questions to Mr. Bernier, I would see if there are other questions from committee members for the bill sponsor. And I do see Representative Evangelos' hand raised.
I was going to make a motion. I'll wait.
Okay. Thank you, Representative. Then I would ask for Mr. Bernier to be moved over as a panelist if he is still in the attendee room. So Representative Moriarty can pose a question to him. Welcome back, Mr. Bernier. You spend a lot of time with us. Representative Moriarty has a question. Go ahead, Representative Moriarty.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Bernier, we have this several-page study called Evictions in Maine. And among other things, the study identified the 7 busiest courts in Maine with regard to forcible entry and detainer actions, 2 of which are courts in which you practice, Augusta and Waterville. And you told us, according to my notes, that in Waterville, Augusta, and also Skowhegan, there is a same-day process in effect, which is a date set for hearing, and also mediation if requested. And if it falls through, the parties can proceed to a hearing on the merits. Am I right about that part of your former testimony, first of all?
Correct. If we're talking pre-COVID, just kind of the procedure that was done,
yes.
You would show up at the court would do a docket call to see who was there. Then you would be referred to mediation. I suppose technically you could refuse, and if you did not resolve it at mediation that same day, you would get your trial.
All right, so some quick related questions. Who provides the mediation service?
The court.
Do they provide that service in every district court?
Every
district. Or are you part of a pilot project?
Every district court that I've been to, which is that have done evictions in, I'd say that Augusta, Waterville, Skowhegan, Newport, Farmington, Belfast. Actually, I've done them in Bangor too, has a mediator, a court-provided mediator. Yes.
All right, then finally, last question. Based on your experience, do you think that this, I'll call it same day process for want of a better term, can be implemented in the Portland, Biddeford, Lewiston, which may perhaps be the busiest courts in the state?
I believe it can. I mean, the question is, would you need multiple mediators? You know, in a Waterville or an Augusta or a Skowhegan, one mediator is enough for eviction day. So the big thing is in a Portland or Portland and Lewiston, I always kind of use their own animals when it comes to landlord-tenant law. It's would the courts just need multiple mediators, and do they have sufficient funding to have the multiple mediators?
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Representative Moriarty. Are there additional questions? I do see it. There are questions from other committee members? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion. Representative Evangelos.
I move ought to pass as amended.
We have a motion by Representative Evangelos ought to pass as amended. Do I have a second? Seconded by Representative Sheehan. Is there any discussion amongst committee members? Representative Libby.
Thank you. I'd like to request a corner caucus, 5 minutes, please.
You go ahead. Thank you, Representative Libby.
Thank you.
We will come back at 5:07 if we're lucky. Committee members, as you return, please activate your videos so I know that you are back amongst us. I think we're in the home stretch.
Tom, would you like me to do the last bill, which is you're the sponsor?
I could run it really quickly if you let me be the chair. I will get it right through. No, yes.
Okay,
you-
do it.
No, of course, you run.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't know about the home stretch, but I'm home and I need to stretch. I'll tell you.
I apologize. I was losing my voice, so I do have a lozenge in my throat.
Has it been 5 minutes?
It has.
You're lucky.
So you all back? I see Representative Thorne.
Representative Hagan. Docking horses apparently for the Republican.
I don't see Representative Libby or Poirier.
Laurel's gonna make her way back down the hallway, so give her just a second.
Okay.
Well, while we're waiting, can I just mention that we have several amendments for tomorrow. So I will be sending those out as soon as we finish, and I will post them in the portals for the bills. And delaying these bills meant all the sponsors worked on putting together amendments for you. So hopefully you'll have enough time to review them before tomorrow.
These are for tomorrow's work sessions or
For
these?
tomorrow's work session at 10 a.m. And actually there is an amendment for LD 1577 as well, which is up for public hearing. But I'll send an email with the amendments just to the public hearing, the work session bills first.
Thank you very much.
Done
Thank you.
here.
Okay, it looks like we are all back, and I believe that when we left, we had a motion ought to pass as amended, made by Representative Evangelos and seconded by Representative Sheehan. Do I have that correct? Good. Is there any discussion amongst committee members on the motion before us? Seeing none, I would ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Kime. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan.
No.
Representative Hagan votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Kime. Senator Kime is absent. Mr. Chair, 9 members have voted in the affirmative, 4 members in the negative, and 1 member is absent.
Thank you very much, Soupy. And with that, I will close the work session on LD 1508 and thank the bill sponsor.
And the people who voted no on the ought to pass as amended motion? We're a team. We're all here.
Ought not to pass.
Someday I will remember to do that, Peggy. Just not today, apparently. And with that, I will pass the gavel back over to my co-chair, Senator Carney.
Thank you very much, Representative Harnett. And so this brings us to our final work session today on LD number 1380, an act to increase protections for option contracts for the purchase of real property or rent to own real property. And Peggy, we are ready for the analysis, please, whenever you are.
Sure. So this bill creates a very specific process for rent to own contracts or option contracts for the purchase of real property. It defines those terms, it defines purchaser, it defines vendor, and it puts into statute requirements for those contracts. And it provides that the contract has to be recorded in the Registry of Deeds. It provides termination procedures. It provides what happens when the person defaults, that it may be terminated pursuant to the eviction process. I'm not speaking well. Or foreclosure process. It's the eviction process if the vendor has entered into not more than one contract in any calendar year or two contracts in any 5-year period. So the purpose of this is to not necessarily stop the process of option contract for the purchase of real property or rent to own real property, but to clarify and provide the foreclosure procedures for those vendors, the people who are owning the property and entering into contracts with purchasers, if they're doing it more or less as a business. So if they do more than one contract, a vendor is an individual who engages in a vendor is somebody who engages in less than 2 transactions per year, 2 or fewer transactions per year, and not more than 4 in a 5-year period. I guess that's all I need to say at this point. You can, if you have questions, I'll try to answer them. I am certainly not an expert in these rent-to-own contracts.
Thank you very much, Peggy, for the bill analysis. Committee members, are there questions for Peggy? Not seeing any. I would just like to make a note. This is something that really caught my interest, particularly when I heard about the instances of consumers being taken advantage of, and the need to put in some parameters that essentially protected consumers from being kind of taken in by sellers who would repeatedly sell the same property to unsuspecting purchasers using these rent-to-own type arrangements. And I appreciate the fact that similar legislation was passed in the 129th, and there was work done after that. The legislation did not go forward, but there was work done after the fact to really create a bill that balances out, and a legislative proposal that really strikes a balance between the instances where these types of rent-to-own deals are beneficial to both the sellers and the buyers, and yet to create some roadblocks for the situations where buyers are being abused by the process through people who are repeatedly engaging in it as a business undertaking and doing multiple transactions a year. And so I think it's a really great piece of legislation. I'm pleased that the sponsor brought it forward. Go ahead, Representative Harnett.
Thank you. And I will be very quick. I just want to point out that a vendor is one who engages in no more than 2 transactions per year. So one of the primary concerns we heard in the 129th, and as I indicated, this bill came out of both chambers with pretty strong support, but there was concern about individuals who do not engage in this as a business, but use this type of transaction to sell their homes. It's not meant to cover those persons. The compromise bill addressed all of the concerns raised by opponents to the bill when it came as LD 1426. And I think that's probably why we had no testimony in opposition, either written or oral. So it took a lot of work over a 3-year period, and I look forward to seeing how the committee votes.
Representative Evangelos? We're not able to hear you.
Only the 5th time today. I'll move off to pass.
The ought to pass motion, is there a second? Seconded by Representative Sheehan. Representative Thorne, you may proceed.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak to Representative Harnett, who indicated that there was no opposition. And in fact, when Representative Arata spoke on LD 1508, she also indicated that she was opposed to 1380, just for the record.
I guess I was just looking at the file on 1380, but I would take you at your word, sir.
She didn't specifically appear during 1380's public hearing, but when she spoke on 1508, she did indicate that she was opposed to 1380 as well.
Committee members, is there any discussion on the ought to pass motion on LD 1380? Go ahead, Representative Evangelos.
I just wanted to say that I remember what Representative Thorne just said as well.
All right. Anything else, committee members? Is the committee ready for the vote? It appears that we are. So the motion is ought to pass. Oh, we have a couple of hands up. Go ahead, Representative Hagan.
I'm sorry about that, and I wouldn't even need 3 minutes for corner caucus. I'm sorry to belabor things later in the day, but I was a little bit off on my notes. So I'd like to do a corner caucus just for about 3 minutes, 2 minutes.
That's fine.
Thank you very much.
So let's say 5:25, please.
Hi, Tom. Yeah.
Tom's lucky they called the caucus. I was going to move to table.
Something about writing testimony till midnight and starting working at 5:30 in the next morning that makes one a little tired.
Yeah, the next couple of weeks are going to be super busy for all of us.
At least my last major responsibility is tomorrow. So, and I did stay up until midnight and get my testimony done. I should send it to you, Ann, since you're the Senate lead sponsor. I'll send that to you.
I'd really appreciate seeing it. Although I can also, did you submit it using on the portal already?
No, because I'm don't know how to do that yet. I've always get my aide to do that. I get the testimony written and I say, can't you put this in? So I'm thinking tonight I might try, but I can't guarantee you. I'll just send it to you when I send it to her. So
great. I'd appreciate that a lot. Thank you. That's good, Bill.
Yeah, I'm sort of excited. There's dueling district attorneys on it.
So looks like everybody is returning from the caucus a whole minute early, which is really awesome. And we have we're ready to vote on LD 1380 as soon as I think a couple more of our colleagues need to return, and then we'll get started.
May I use this time to ask who made the motion and who seconded, just for my notes?
Yep, the motion was made by, hang on a second, let me find it.
I made it, Ann.
Yeah, made by,
Yeah.
it was Representative Evangelos and seconded by Representative Sheehan.
And that was ought to pass as amended?
Not as amended.
Not as amended, no amendments.
Ought to pass. Yeah, it looks like everybody is back, so I think we're ready whenever you are, Soupy.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan.
No.
Representative Hagan votes no. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Poirier.
No.
Representative Poirier votes no. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. I will recall the absentees. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Madam Chair, Madam Chair, yes, excuse me. I have 9 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members voting in the negative, and 1 member is absent.
Thank you very much, Ms. Panett. And for those who voted no, could you please tell us what your report is?
Ought not to pass. In stereo.
Thank you very much. And so the ought to pass motion carries, 4 voting ought not to pass and 1 absent. And with that, we will close our work session on LD 1380. And I'll just turn to our analyst and our clerk and ask if there is any additional information you need from us or anything else we need to do today.
So I am about to, I have an email all teed up to send to you that has amendments to LD 785, 737, 681, and a rerun of LD 1160. You actually received that back in April. And then I will send a separate email with an amendment to LD 1577, which is being proposed for the public hearing. It would take the place of the bill. I will submit all these into the portal, and I think that's it. But so I'll do that now, and hopefully that gives you enough time. I don't think any of them are particularly long, that you would be able to review them before the work session that starts at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We have a switch tomorrow with the public hearing in the afternoon.
Thank you so much, Peggy. And Supi, go ahead.
Yes, I just have one quick thing. For those of you that have received a about the voting, I'm supposed to request that you get those back as soon as possible. That would be from the LIO office. Think specifically maybe from Casey Milligan. So if you get any of those asking what your vote is, if you want to verify, would you please just send those back as soon as possible? Thank you.
Supi, can I just ask you a question? I think that there was also some suggestion that we should reply as promptly as possible. Everybody has to reply, but also that we're not supposed to reply all. We're just supposed to reply back to Casey Milligan. Is that your understanding as well?
That is my understanding, yes. Just reply to her.
Thank you. Representative Thorne?
There was some confusion as to whether or not I was supposed to send my vote back to my presiding officer. But will Casey Milligan suffice for my vote?
Different things. Go ahead, Supi.
Yeah, that is different, Representative Thorne. When you get the voting sheets from me, that means that you missed a vote during the work session. And so you have to, in order to record your vote, you have to do it through the presiding officer. Okay?
Okay.
Then when it's a divided report, I know it's just so confusing. When it's a divided report, in normal times, I would go to you and get you to sign the jacket. What Casey is doing and why she's gotten involved, her office is the one that's coordinating those signatures. And it has to all be done electronically. So that's why you, on a divided report, you respond back to Casey. Did I just make it more confusing?
No, I think that makes it pretty clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, great. Thanks for that clarification, Supi. Go ahead, Senator Sanborn.
I was just, if other people's inboxes look like mine, I was just going to flag that Ada Gagnon is also a person in the LIO who's been sending these out, so they don't all come from Casey. They're all mixed together with my junk mail, so I just thought I would flag that name for folks.
That's super helpful. Thank you. Anything else, committee members? Doesn't look like there's anything else. We have a motion to adjourn until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Moved by Representative Sheehan. And so we will adjourn until 10 o'clock tomorrow. Have a nice evening, everyone. Good work.
All right. Take care, all.
Good night.
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 I'll send you a thing, Peggy.
Okay, thanks. Bye, Jen.
Bye-bye.